This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Unscripted by J.R. Gray. Narrated by John Solo and Joel Leslie. 1. Kel. You're serious about this? Mel sat with the television script in front of him at my rented Malibu house. He'd flown in from a project he'd been working on in Vancouver because I'd begged him to. I knew he'd read it. He'd probably read the first draft the minute it landed in his inbox. He was one of those people who couldn't leave any alerts on his phone. I'm serious. I paid cash for the rights, I said. Mel slowly blinked. You actors have too much cash and not enough sense. Who are you going to sell this to? You don't think with both our names attached I'll be able to sell it? I knew if I got him on board, I'd be able to make the project happen. It's gay, and not dip your toe in the gay waters and queerbait the fans. This is like in your face with a big gay dick gay. I should know. Mel was perfect for this. A queer director for a queer project was something I wholly believed in. I had to sell him on it. So are you, which is why I want you to be the other showrunner with me. I grinned. I know you'll do it right. The queer people will know you won't bait them. He rolled his eyes. Honey, you want me to make space in my schedule to do something you're not even sure if you can sell? With both our names attached, it will sell, I said. Sure, he was going to do it already. Mel scowled, but he had to know I was right. You remember you're straight, right? Who are you going to play? There is no fucking way you're going to be a bisexual pirate. No, I'm not going to be the gay prince. I grinned, because I knew he wasn't expecting it. Flint? Mel threw his head back and shook it as he spun in a slow circle in the office chair. I Googled the book on the way here after I read the script. And? I asked. There is explicit gay sex in it, Mel pointed out, like I hadn't read the books. And? What he didn't know is I'd been reading the books for 3 years, and I couldn't stop. I couldn't get them out of my mind. They were at the top of the New York Times bestseller list, and the latest had debuted at number 1. That's when I knew I had to buy the project. And now... You're straight, Mel said. So? I stared into his eyes. Who the fuck are you going to sell it to? We can't do this shit on a network. Mel was pointing out all the things I'd already gone over in my head. Good thing streaming services are all the rage. We'll have our pick. I was way ahead of him. He just didn't know it yet. He righted himself, planting both feet on the ground. Can you afford to fund a pilot? There's a reason people like us don't produce this stuff, because it's a massive investment without a promise of return. Think about it, Kel. You're comfortable. You got a nice house. How many millions are you going to sink into this with the risk of it not selling? I'm not selling a pilot. I already have meetings lined up with all the big streamers. I'm selling the season outright. The book has a track record, and with our names, I'm going to sell the whole first season. Maybe 2. The balls on you. Are they golden, Q? Are they like the size of grapefruits? He held out his hands like he was holding a small melon. Tell me I can't do it. Fuck no, because then you'll do it and rub it in my face for the next 50 years. He scrubbed a hand over his face. Who are you going to get as writers? I have a list of names. You can give me a list of names and we'll get it together after I sell it. I'll take that drink now. I stood to get us both drinks, setting the aged whiskey on the table in front of him. I held up my glass and he picked his up. To making magic and gay-ass pirates. He clinked his glass with mine. I didn't say I was in yet. You didn't have to. I sipped the whiskey, welcoming the burn in my throat. I needed the distraction, a project to pour all my time into. My life was in shambles. But I wasn't about to tell him that. If he thought I was doing this for anything other than love for the project, he wouldn't do it. And I did love it. I'd been obsessed with the books from the first pages. I wanted to lose myself in this world to forget my reality. And I had the ability to make it a reality for a little while. Are you really going to be able to shoot the sex? You're straight. You've said that. How many times have you seen me film straight sex scenes with someone I wasn't attracted to? Onion Breath was bad. She used to come stand behind me. I shuddered. Michael Bay always picks the weirdest people to be obsessed with. No shit. He set his glass in front of himself and spun it in place. Is Rachel okay with you doing this? It didn't matter what Rachel was okay with anymore, but I wasn't allowed to tell him that. We were going to pretend to be happy until her next movie was out because happy Hollywood couples sold movies. She told me to do what makes me happy, which was more like a fuck off when she'd said it, but it still amounted to the same thing. You giving her a part on it? No. She's booked solid. Or so I was going to tell people. What? She always comes with you to shoots. He tilted his head and stared at me. I know. I faked a smile. Sometimes being an actor saved my life. But we can't work it out. It'll be fine. I'll have way more to do with this project being the showrunner. No shit. I don't think you know what you're getting yourself into. I did know, and I needed it. I needed to not be in my head for a little while, because I couldn't sit home another day watching my life falling apart around me and not lose it. Do you realize I'm going to enjoy every minute of you awkwardly having to make gay sex convincing? You're going to have to give me all the pointers then. I could show you. He wagged his brows at me, and we both cringed, then laughed. Can you imagine? I asked. It would be like fucking my brother. No thanks, but that won't stop me from staring at your ass. Like you haven't seen it, I scoffed. And my balls. We were filming in New Zealand and we had that wardrobe thing. He slapped his thigh and whiskey came out of his nose. Fuck me. I'd forgotten about that. Who the fuck is going to let the two of us loose in charge? They will. I know. It's the scary part, isn't it? I slid papers over the table. He picked them up. I'll have my lawyer go over them and send them back. Better do it quick. I have meetings Monday to sell it. Mel's mouth dropped open. Exactly what I'd been hoping he'd do. You dog. And when I say you've joined on, it will make the deal that much sweeter. How far is this along? I've been busy, and I wanted you to join on because you thought it was a good idea, not because you thought it was already sold, I admitted. You know I wouldn't do anything I didn't think was a good idea. He crossed his arms over his chest, and I was worried I'd offended him. I know, but still, I wanted to sell you on it. He nodded. I guess I'm extending my stay through Monday. A grin spread across my face. Can you afford to? My assistant director can do what needs to be done for the weekend. Most everyone is off anyway. Good. It will be better to have you there. It was all coming together. Where's Rachel? Mel glanced around my office like he hadn't noticed she wasn't in the house before. Filming. They needed to fix a scene they found an issue with in post-production. You didn't go with her? I felt like my excuses were Swiss cheese, and if Mel saw through me already, maybe everyone else would too. No, I was taking care of this. It's just for a few days. Do you really have the time in your schedule to go right into this? Yeah, Rachel and I talked about it. She starts her new movie, and I didn't want to let this go. It's all about timing. She'll be finishing up by the time we go to film, and she can come up to Vancouver when she's done. He nodded, satisfied. Maybe I could do this. Maybe I could carry the secret that was slowly killing me. If I didn't say it out loud, it wasn't real.
2. Hail. Auditions were brutal. Actors and actresses were herded like cattle into a small room, and we waited to be called to our death or close enough to read lines and be judged. Not only were they awkward, because you have no idea what casting directors really want to see, but you also basically stand in front of judgmental people and make a fool of yourself for a living. It's a good thing I loved my job because I couldn't say, hey, pick me, I'm better than all these people, as it was frowned upon. Or so my agent told me. If an audition went well, your agent got a call. If it didn't, they don't. For us, unknown people, if we're lucky, we survive on scraps like commercials and playing an endless stream of dead bodies. If we're really making it, we get a 3-part recurring role on NCIS. This was the day in and day out process, and it wasn't glamorous. It took as much luck as talent to make it. I'd been lucky enough, with national commercials and recurring roles, to survive without a day job until this point, but it wasn't pretty. I scrimped and saved and lived in a shit apartment with 3 other people. There was always a thought in the back of my mind that I wouldn't get the next gig and I'd have to start bartending again to pay the bills. This shit was looming in my brain on the way to every read, and the fear was real. This one could be something. It wasn't huge, a side character on a pilot, but the show had already been picked up for 2 seasons because of Kelchrist King. He'd bought the show and was producing it himself. There wasn't anyone hotter in Hollywood right now, and since he's playing one of the leads, as long as it didn't suck, it was practically guaranteed 3 seasons at minimum. 2 full seasons meant a full-time gig, and after 7 years of barely paying the bills, maybe I'd get lucky. I had to make this work. I racked my brain for a way to stand out in my audition without making a complete fool of myself. You're reading for... The person who I assumed was the assistant casting director said, and then looked down at her sheet. Dante, I prompted. Right. We finished up with the other roles, and you're the first back from lunch. Sorry, my head isn't all here. She scanned the paper again. Have you read the books? I read the first yesterday when I got the call. She raised her brows. The entire book? I read fast, and I loved it. I wasn't blowing smoke up her ass. I did. So, you know the arc of Dante? Yes, he's a huge piece in the puzzle and a secondary antagonist to the prince, along with Seaver. She narrowed her eyes and looked me over again. You look taller than your audition photos. Headshots are deceiving, even full-body ones. How tall are you? 6'4", I said. This was all the usual type deal. We were assessed for more than our acting. Casting directors scrutinized body type. Did we fit the role and our presence in front of the camera? I'd made sure to hold myself like the character would from the moment I'd walked into the room. Sometimes decisions were made in the first 30 seconds. A dark-haired woman came up to us while I was getting questioned. Let me have this one. The assistant casting director turned to the newcomer. Why? I have a feeling, she said like she was in charge. The assistant casting director shrugged. If you want, are you going to bring him back? I doubt it, but I'll let you know. She turned to me. I'm Ella. Come with me. Fuck. Did this mean they didn't think I fit the part? They didn't even want me to read? I was 24 years old. Maybe it was time for me to get a real job. Ella led me into another room and walked up to the fucking director. Malone. He and Quell went way back. This guy is auditioning for Dante, but look at him, Ella said to Malone. Malone put a hand over his mouth. You're right. Take him into the other room. And Ella dragged me into another room before I knew what was going on. Turned around entirely. I followed her, and when we stopped, I nearly fell over. There stood Kelchrist King, and his name gave away his presence. He was the king of the room. I wondered if it was a stage name, or if his parents had some type of foreshadowing. I did believe people grew into their names, and names had a profound effect on what a person would become. You're going to have to get used to him at some point. Quit staring. Ella elbowed me in the side. I'm like a deer in headlights over here, and you're laughing at me? Just a smidge. She held up her thumb and forefinger. You love this, don't you? Torturing poor starving artists? It does make my day go faster. She smiled over at me. I like you already. You'll do fine. If by fine you mean bumbling idiot who doesn't know what to do with my hands. I put them by my face, making my eyes big. My agent had not prepared me for this. She rolled her eyes.
You would have figured they taught you how to use your hands in acting school at the very least.
Well, they didn't. I'll be writing letters.
I'll be sure to snap some photos you can send with those letters.
Clearly, you do have my best interest at heart, which I was doubting when you walked me in a room to make Kelchrist watch me.
Oh, honey, not watch you. Read with you.
She flashed me a little devilish wink and walked off to talk to Malone, who just walked in. I stepped back, hoping to fade into the wall and be forgotten about, but I somehow knew Ella wouldn't forget after our brief exchange. I watched Kelchrist finish his scene with the other actor. I always found famous actors underwhelming, but not Kel. I didn't know if this was part of the grind of my job, or maybe because I'd been the one-line side character too many times, I'd got to see all the actors for what they really were. Real people. Good, bad, dramatic, beautiful, and ugly, inside or out. You can never tell which it's going to be. Or frankly, which facade is really them until maybe it's too late. I've made that mistake 1 or 50 times. Actors can act, and some of us used it to get what we wanted outside of our jobs. He was something else. He was overwhelming, if anything, more than even I'd expected. I was struck silent. No wonder he'd gotten a spec fantasy with a touch of sci-fi project green-lighted without any hesitation. It wasn't exactly a cheap project to pick up, but with him as such a big fan of the books, and adding his name to one of the main characters, he was bringing with him the entire Kelchrist fan base. I'd be lucky to get a part. I'd known that when my agent called me. Kelchrist took over the role. As I continued to watch, he became the prince. He went from owning the room with his presence to meekly pulling his shoulders in, unsure of himself. His expression changed. Even his gaze was different, less sure. A magnificent transformation. He tucked his hair behind his ear and looked up at the man in front of him. I couldn't look away. This character was the opposite of the other characters I'd seen him play. The parts which had made him famous were all suspense-filled and action types, where his rippling muscles showed. Roles that always had him smeared in a little dirt with sweat dripping from a glistening body part. I knew. I'd binge-watched all his movies before the audition, as well as read the first Pirate Night book. I'd fallen in love with the book, which surprised me. I enjoyed reading, but not anything fantasy before. I was too literal and mostly read contemporary fiction or nonfiction. Pirate Night had captured me from the first page, and before I knew it, the clock read 2 in the morning and I only had 3 chapters left. I was glad this audition had been in the late afternoon, or I would have shown up a mess on no sleep, raving about my love for Seaver and Flint. I wasn't surprised Kelchrist felt so passionately about the story. Kelchrist transformed into Prince Flint. All his movements were reserved and pulled in, as if he overthought about each movement before it happened, creating his character with his body language before he even opened his mouth. I could see it all, even in the empty room, because of the book. The rolling landscape of a lush green fantasy land and the world behind him. My mind filled in the costumes and the pompous and uptight ways Flint would be ornamented, every detail explained in the book. He was the embodiment of the prince. Come on. Ella had her hand on my arm again. Come meet Kel. What? I was stammering as she brought me over before Kelchrist was done reading. You're now trying to kill me? You're a baby actor, and it's fun to see you all starstruck. It's been so long since I felt that way. She seemed wistful. Kel held out his hand and thanked the other actor before someone else whisked him away. Malone walked up and Kelchrist was shaking his head. No one fits. No one embodies him. I know, and we aren't finding the right chemistry. Kelchrist rubbed 2 fingers over his forehead. Kel, perfect. You must meet Hale. He was reading for Dante. What do you think, Mel started. Kelchrist drank me in with dark eyes, looking over every inch of me and cut Mel off. He's exactly it. I see it. I could kiss you. I couldn't take my eyes off Kel as he stared at me. I barely noticed they were still talking about me under his intense scrutiny. It's nothing. A slight smile formed on his lips, and he held out a hand. I'm Kel. I took his hand, looking him in the eyes. Sure, he was one of the most beautiful men in Hollywood, a real Brad Pitt type, named the hottest man in more than one magazine. But he was anything but traditional looking. He had dark hair with a slight wave to it that always seemed to be a little unkempt, but it worked for him. He let it go from barely hanging in his eyes to down to his shoulders, cutting it on whims and for roles, but always letting it grow between roles. He had it a little longer than his ears at the moment, probably for the role. He was lovely, and there was a deep look to his eyes. Pain there, maybe. Shit. He was overwhelming. Hail, I replied when I remembered my voice. Kel was tall, over 6 foot, but I was taller. He was maybe the only actor I'd ever met who was better looking in person than he was on the screen. A lot of makeup went into production, and artists could make someone unrecognizable. And I'd learned fast even the most beautiful people were pretty normal looking outside of shoots and production. Even your voice. Kel's words were warm. When people said someone brought light to a room, I finally knew what they meant. Thank you, I said, trying not to be self-conscious. It's so nice to meet you. He brought his eyes up my body, and my heart picked up a tick. It felt like we were the only two in the room. His attention was like a spotlight. He turned to Mel. Give him something to read. Mel shoved a page into my hands. Sorry to do this to you, but can you read this for us? I know we didn't give you any time to prepare, but it's really fine if you wing it. Sure. I mean, what else could I say? I was breaking out in a cold sweat. I was going to be Dante in front of Kel. I'd read everything about Dante, including some fan fiction. I felt like I could read anything in the character at this point. I was gonna rock it. Mel stepped back. I know this is really informal and you didn't have time to prep for the character. Huh? I prepped for Dante. I'm sure I could nail anything with him. A smile formed on his mouth. Oh, you sweet summer child. Ella brought you in here to read with Kel. Wow. He was, but I had worked with other stars. But I'm sure I can still be professional. Like I said, I can nail Dante. He was laughing now and shaking his head. We want you to read for Seaver. I coughed. What? Seaver was going to go to someone with as big a name as Kel. There was no way I had enough clout to read for him. They'd never give me the part. What was the point of this? Dante would have been a big part for me. Mel patted my shoulder. You'll do fine. You're pulling my leg, right? Sorry, no. Ella saw something in you, and, Mel looked up at me. You have a quality. He touched my hair. Almost uncanny. Exactly like I'd pictured he'd look. He shook it off. Have you read the books? The first. It was better not to lie to the director because the second you did, they were gonna bring up some tiny detail and you'd be lost. Perfect. Take a minute, get into it. Read the page and we're gonna film it to watch later so Kel can see how the chemistry was. What the fuck? Now I was having a panic attack. I didn't want to be that queen, but I was about to freak out. Good luck, Mel said as he turned, answering his phone. Thanks, I muttered in the midst of trying not to lose my shit all over Kel. I'd come in to read for a reoccurring side character, and somehow was reading for the lead. My knees went weak. It wouldn't even be hard. Seaver was the Pirate King, but he was also a well-dressed, fluid dandy. He was everything I'd wanted in an anti-hero as a gay kid. I'd loved him in the book. I was instantly drawn to him, down to his mid-century royal style, which was a mix of Gatsby and a sort of a Victorian-era king. Then there was the chemistry with Kel's character, Prince Flint. It was a Stockholm-esque slow burn, and the scene was what seemed to be from a much later episode. Lord, give me strength. I read through the page until the words started to bleed together. I wasn't going to have to fake the spark. Who wouldn't be attracted to Kel? Shake it off. I glanced over to find Ella still standing there. What? You have a chance. Don't blow it. I'm the director of photography. I look at people all day long. You will be beautiful on film. Don't let your nerves blow this for you, Ella said. Plus, you got my dry humor. Most don't. Don't stick me with one of those other schmucks who have been reading today. Did she call me schmuck? Didn't that mean foreskin? I didn't have more time to process her words before I was called over. Are you ready, Hale? Mel asked. I nodded, swallowing hard. Ella gave me a thumbs up and then mimicked slitting her throat, which I was taking as she would kill me if I messed this up. I didn't know if I wanted to hug her or stab her. I guess I'd see how the reading went. Which scene did you give him? Kel asked Mel. Mel smirked, and it might have been the light, but it looked like Kel went a bit red in response to Mel's look. Sorry about him. He has to see chemistry. As Kel talked, the people around us faded. Maybe this wouldn't be so hard. It's not bad. I hadn't seen this bit of the script, I said. Just some lines. Kel raised both his brows. Turn the sheet over. I did, and dropped it. I swear I've been chewing mints all morning. His smile. Fuck. Hell. I didn't have words. I couldn't human at this moment. I knew what happened in the book. I mean, their romance was part of the reason I'd loved the book so much, but I didn't connect when Kel had said Mel needed to see the chemistry. If you're not comfortable kissing a dude. He was deflating. No, I laughed awkwardly. Kissing dudes? Totally fine. I didn't know that's what he wanted to see. I actually relate a lot to Seaver. Why was I still talking? Shut the fuck up, Hale. Let's do this. It was cool. I was going to make out with the hottest straight man in the world. Not a big deal. My cold sweat said otherwise, but we were going to ignore it. If I could tell younger gay me how things were going to turn out, he'd feel a lot better about getting the shit kicked out of him. Kel nodded, looking me over again. Had I made him uncomfortable semi-outing myself? It wasn't a secret. I'd been out for a long time. I hope he wasn't one of those straight guys who was fine if it was another straight guy, but the minute you said you were gay or bi, it was suddenly about them. Let's. He took a few steps away, and he returned to Flint's body language. It was an unbelievable transformation even a second time. He went from a confident, successful actor to a 21-year-old depressed kid. I believed it, which made it easier for me to pull myself into Seaver's mind. I picked up a cane laying on a table. Seaver walked with a limp from an old injury where he'd nearly lost his leg. In my head, my left leg already ached. I'd let the pain take me as I stepped over to him. I don't want to go back. Don't make me return. His hands were fisted at his sides, much how a teenager would try to get his way. What game did you think this was? I said, finding my voice for Seaver. We had an agreement. You never said you'd make me go back. When your father pays the ransom, you better believe you're going right back. You can do with your cut what you will. I spat my words at him. In this part of the book, Seaver was attracted to Flint. That was our agreement. I can't go back. Not after living my life here. He took a step forward and dropped to his knees. You'll do fine with a little coin in your pocket. Please, tell him you killed me. Kel's hair fell in his face. You are worthless. Less than worthless. I only feed men who serve a purpose. I can be anything you want me to be. Teach me. Let me stay." I crooked a smile and leaned on my cane. "I have no use for a boy. I could train anyone I wanted. And none of them would be loyal to you." He looked up at me through his eyelashes. "You want me to throw away what you are worth alive? Please." Kel trembled as he said the word. The world around us left. I was in one of my favorite parts of the book. It was such a pivotal scene. I didn't have to look at the page anymore. "Boy, you'd have fallen in love with anyone who got you out of that dungeon. You'd have fallen in love with any prince who fought a dragon to win your ass. You're a child, and you don't know anything of the world. I want to know." He said each word like it was of the direst importance. "I'm in love with magic." He got to his feet, puffing at his chest, faking the confidence he so readily had as himself, but the character was only stumbling into and trying to find a footing. I leered at him. "And what do you think you can do for me, other than drain my energy to teach you?" He stalked forward until our chests were almost touching. "I'm better at magic than anyone you've ever seen. And you know it. You want me here." I stared at him with indifference. "I am the one. I can be someone. I can be who my father never intended to let me be." His voice was filled with conviction. "Or maybe he did his job, and you're meant to be nothing. He's going to live forever, and you will forever be a toy while the adults fight for a piece of the world. With or without you, I am going to be someone. You let me stay for a reason. You think I was going to let a payday walk away from me? And you showed me my power." He got in my face, pulling himself up as tall as he could stand. Even shorter than I was, he felt larger. It was one of Flint's first moments of greatness, where he was discovering who he was, and Kel brought it to life. "You saw something here." I grabbed him by the back of his neck, pressing our foreheads together. "Maybe all I see in you is a payday and a rough fuck." He kissed me. It was abrupt and clumsy and desperate. I fisted my hand in his hair, pulling his face away from mine with a sneer. "An untrained whore as well. What do they teach you in that palace?" But I didn't give him time to answer. Entirely engulfed in my character, I kissed him. Slowly at first, and then aggressively, biting and sucking on his tongue before cutting it off in the middle and tossing him aside. I was so wrapped up in Seaver I didn't even think of the damage I might have done to his hair or head by doing such a thing. I started to come out of the performance, and my cheeks burned. I looked right at Mel, and he had his hand over his mouth. Shit. I fucked this up. I pressed my eyes closed and swallowed my sorrow. I was a professional. I opened my eyes and put a smile on my face. I could act my way out of this. Thank you so much for letting me read. It was a dream to play Seaver for a moment. No, thank you. Kel gave me what felt like a genuine smile and took my hand again. I know you hear this all the time, but we will be in touch. I laughed, glad to have worked with him for a moment. He was something to aspire to. He was the real thing, and I wasn't sure I'd ever get over it. Not getting a call back was like a bad breakup. It was all the buildup of falling in love with the idea of playing a character or seeing your life start to form with someone and then getting ghosted. Total silence. You'd think after this many years at it, I'd be used to it. But I wasn't. It was time for ice cream in bed. Maybe rewatching every movie Quell was in to study his technique. The highs and lows of acting sucked balls when you were in a low. But I was barely home with ice cream when I got a call. 3. Hale. 3 weeks in, and I still couldn't believe this was my life. Nothing with Kel was awkward. I was getting paid to be on a show that had already sold the pilot. We were set for 2 seasons, which we were filming back to back because Kel was so busy. Insanely so. He was booked out for 3 years with contracts. If we got a season 3, he'd have to fit in filming between movies. I suspected he was the type who didn't know what to do with himself when he wasn't working. You're not in a scene anytime soon, right? Kel had bags under his eyes and a slump to his shoulders. He looked exhausted. This episode we were shooting was highly intensive with his scenes, and his costume looked entirely uncomfortable with his snug coat hugging his chest, showing off his cut body and the cravat tied tight around his throat. I think I'm done for a little while. He pushed his fingers into his hair at his temples and then drug his fingers down his face, a gesture I'd seen him do 100 times at least. Come. He trailed off, studying me. Come have a drink with me. I wanted to say yes, but I hesitated, much as he had. I have more scenes. As do I. A drink won't kill us. He leaned in close enough I could smell him. I was sure he could sense my hesitation. I promise not to get you too drunk. I'm starting to think you are gonna be a terrible influence. I said it with a smile, so he'd know I was joking. You wound me. His lips twitched up. I wavered. I wanted to be friends with him, and he was trying, but drinking on set? Lead the way. That a boy? He clapped me on the shoulder like I was one of the guys. No one had ever. I liked it. I wanted more. I better not lose my job over this, I said, mostly joking. We looked for a month to find you, and you've blown me away. He glanced over out of the corner of his eyes. Thank you. He got the hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. But don't tell Ella. She'll kill me. More scared of Ella than you are of Mel? Kel nodded. Fuck yes. Mel loves me. I brought him this script after all. I didn't tell him I'd been reading it for 5 years straight. Have you? He pulled open the door to his trailer, which not only was way nicer than mine, he was the star after all, but it was decked out. I gave a low whistle as I looked around. Yeah, I'm kind of a big nerd. He lifted both shoulders with a smile. I own it. I even host my own tabletop game night. Do you really? I took the tumbler he offered and sat when he gestured at the sofa. I do. Being famous doesn't discount who we were before we got here. Do you know what I mean? I leaned forward to rest my forearms on my knees as he sat across from me, not taking a drink of what he'd poured me. I'm not sure everyone follows that philosophy. He held up his glass. I'll drink to that. Don't lose yourself to this business, Hale. Money buys a lot of things, but it doesn't replace self. I clinked my glass with his and brought it to my lips. I was doing this. I forced myself to take a sip of the whiskey. It burned all the way down. I was a bitch when it came to drinks. I liked my sweet drinks or my wine, but I wasn't about to say that to Kel, who seemed to be all man about these things. At least he was comfortable drinking alone with an openly gay guy. There were plenty of straight guys who weren't. I shouldn't have been surprised. He was down to play out the fling our characters had later in the book. I wasn't sure it would make it into the script, but he'd read the book. I forced myself to stop thinking about it. Getting naked with Kel was an overwhelming thought, to say the least. I think you might be the only famous actor I've met who hasn't lost himself, I said. Or maybe they were cunts before they got into acting. This business attracts a lot of narcissists. I'll drink to that. I laughed because it was true. He clinked his glass against mine again and downed the rest of it before going to refill it. He held up the bottle and I shook my head. This would be enough, and I didn't want to give myself a bad name. Good. Don't let me or anyone else push you to make bad decisions. Is this my induction into acting? This isn't my first go-around. I've been in other things, I said. Small things, but I had been. He laughed with his whole body and shook his head. No, I watched some of your other work after we decided we wanted you. To be sure, I like to do my homework and wanted to see your range." I winced, taking another sip of whiskey to shut myself up. "I see that look. What has you embarrassed?" "There are some parts I'm not exactly fond of, but it was work." His eyes lit up as he leaned forward, mirroring my position. "You have to tell me which." "No, you'll go watch." "I've already seen everything." He got up and went to the bar he had set up on one end of the mini kitchen. "What?" I forced myself to stay sitting. "I do my homework." "You said you watched some of my work." He glanced over his shoulder. "All of it. Even your commercials. The dead body you played in NCIS, all of it. Great makeup, by the way. I poached the artist for this project." I blinked once. Twice. "But you called me back by the time I got to my apartment." "What did it take you? 2 hours in traffic?" he asked, amusement showing in the lines beside his eyes. They were real laugh lines. "Probably. Since it had been a month, I couldn't remember. I remembered the stop for ice cream, so maybe longer. I got through a good bit of your parts. I didn't need to watch the whole movie or episode, just your parts." "Were you fast-forwarding like a fiend?" I asked, taking another sip of the whiskey. Not sure why I was still drinking the stuff. It was gonna go to my head. "This is what production assistants are for. I have them find all the footage of you." I rolled my eyes, and he smiled again. "It pays to be a producer." He leaned against the counter. "We both started in theater, you know." I nodded. I didn't want to deny it because I knew he had, but it was still strange to admit knowing how his career had progressed. I'd done my research before showing up for the audition. You never knew who they'd call into a room to see you. "Not exactly the same," I said. "Luck, my friend." He set his glass down and checked his watch. "How many more scenes are they trying to get you in today?" "Just one. Ella is waiting until the light is lower." "Sure. Has to be picturesque to get you out on that damn boat." "They didn't rent the Titanic set for nothing." I got to my feet, feeling weird about sitting while he was standing. "Next they'll be asking me to lift you in the air." "It would be me lifting your prince ass." I set my drink next to him, already feeling the effects. "You think so?" he asked, leaning against the counter. "Seaver tops Flint, come on! You knew this." Did he? Maybe straight guys didn't think about these things. "They never specified in the books." He brought his glass to his lips, but didn't drink. He was studying again. "Tell me what makes you think so." "You want to hear this?" Most guys who didn't like Dick didn't want anything to do with a conversation like this. "Yes, of course. I want to know Flint better." He said it so matter-of-fact. Like, what other reason could he have for wanting the information? I really didn't have any kind of fantasy of him being a closeted bi. He was happily married, and that was never my thing. Guys had to be out for me to date them. There were plenty of in-the-closet guys in acting because they thought they wouldn't work if the industry knew, and I couldn't do it. I felt dirty being a secret. It's in his character. He would want to be in control. Flint is stronger than he is magically and physically after the accident where Seaver nearly lost his leg. But Seaver won't let anyone see it. So he'd never be vulnerable with someone. More so in the beginning when Flint is a toy to him. Maybe later, Seaver is a switch and lets Flint fuck him, but I don't see that until much later, and it would be a couple of seasons with the way Flint betrays him at the end of season 1. The entire time I talked, Quell never took his eyes off me. He was so intense, I had to break the eye contact. I looked at my drink. "Make sense?" I asked when he didn't say anything. "Yes." I was mulling it over in my mind and thinking about the script. "We will have to work in Seaver's insecurities about his injury, and I'm going to make sure the topping is portrayed and jot down ideas about it changing for season 2 when Flint comes back." Had he actually listened to me and taken what I said to heart? He had to be blowing smoke up my ass. "This gives me so much to think about," he went on, coming over to take a seat next to me. He set a hand on my arm. "Thank you. We have some queer people on the writing staff, but sometimes I think people are afraid to say some things to me. Well, you know how sex is treated in general. It's all. He held up his hands. Taboo, even for a subscription service like this. At least it's not network. He laughed. No way we could do the love story the way we wanted if it was network. Too true. Can I ask you something else? He said. Sure. He leaned in a little. But before he could ask, his door burst open. Cal, they need you, and you and a couple too, the production assistant said. I pressed a hand into my chest. I wasn't sure what I thought was going to happen, but hell. Cal laughed. Next time, knock, man. You scared the shit out of us. The assistant looked sheepish. I'm so sorry. Mel sent me to find you, and, Cal cut him off. I'm not mad. It'll be our secret. You won't get in trouble. The assistant looked relieved. Thank you. Cal set his glass aside and waved me off when I started to get up. Stay, if you'd like. No, I should go get touched up. I'm sure they'll need me soon. Was it weird for me to not want to stay here while he was gone? I didn't know. What were you gonna ask? Well, Cal closed the door behind us. I don't remember. It seemed like there was something he wanted to say, but I wasn't going to push. I didn't know him well enough.
4. Cal. April in Vancouver in the ocean is a disaster. But filming stops for nothing. I was used to it. I've been in the business long enough to put up with my share of terrible and great locations, long hours and grueling film schedules, long enough to push my own pain aside to enjoy Hale's suffering. Only a little. I'm not a monster. Ella wasn't happy with the lighting and look of anything we did, so we kept having to do it over. I wanted to talk to Hale more, be friends with him. After that day in my trailer, we had an easy rapport, but there hadn't been an opportunity to hang out. I'd been a little scared to see him again. I feared he'd ask me about what I'd nearly confessed, what I was dying to get off my chest. But I couldn't. I'd made promises. I think my goosebumps have goosebumps. Hale stood, hugging his arms to himself. I think the clothes make it worse. They cling to you and the wind, I replied, looking down at the thin, soaked linen pants they had me in. At least yours aren't white. He gestured at the see-through attire I'd been trying not to look at. He looked entirely his part, a rugged, well-dressed pirate, eyeliner included. I enjoyed the sight of him. I'd pictured it, costume and everything, when he'd come in to read, but seeing it was something different. More. His breeches were slung low and tight, hugging his hips and giving away more underneath than his skinny jeans had. His shirt was lacy and billowy under a navy jacket with gold buttons. The details were astounding. I was going to have to thank the costume department for the visual. I would enjoy it while we were filming. Quit complaining. I have to be out here all day. Ella pushed her short hair out of her face. The wind wasn't letting up and kept blowing it all over the place. At least you two get to go back to your trailers. You have a coat. Hale lifted a hand to brush his hair away, but stopped himself. Such movements became so ingrained. Don't touch the hair or makeup. My pants are literally non-existent and see-through. Worried everyone is going to see the shrinkage? Ella asked with a smirk. Hale and Ella had bonded. She was already calling herself his BFF. They'd taken to hanging out while I mostly kept to Mel. I couldn't see a way to bring our worlds together. Not that we weren't friendly, but the cliques were separate. Hale glanced at his crotch and waved his hands. Not like I have anyone to show off for here, but he's doing fine, thanks. Ella cocked her head to take a look. Why? Do you have someone special at home? Film sets were terrible. Most things weren't out of bounds, and when you were bored and miserable, a lot of terrible things got used as jokes. As long as all the parties had no issue with it, there wasn't really a problem. No one, like anyone, would put up with a no-name actor being away for months. I don't know why his words made me happy. Maybe because I felt like I wasn't the only one all alone. He's a shower, not a grower, then, I said with a laugh, since my dick was currently trying to pull into my body because of the icy water. I forced myself not to stare at Hale's dick. but my gaze kept drifting to it. He was going to think I was checking him out. I didn't want to make him uncomfortable. People are curious. No one can tell me they've never looked or been curious. Why are we talking about my dick? Are we going to get this? Hale asked, shifting his stance. I'm knee-deep in ice water. We're waiting for the cloud to clear. Ella doesn't like the lighting at all. Mel looked between us. Do we need a break? No, if I get out of here, I'm never getting back in. At least my legs are mostly numb, Hale said with a sigh. Wait, look when this cloud moves. We might have it, Ella called, having ventured back to the nice and dry shore, holding a hand over her brow to squint at us. I flipped her off. Sure, we can freeze to death in the water while you wait for a cloud to move. Hale hopped from foot to foot. Can you die in 50-degree weather? If only. Then maybe the Guild would object to filming in Vancouver in April. I was glad I wasn't the one ass-deep in the water as the waves lapped around my feet. Are we ready? Ella looked at Mel, who nodded. Let's get it. You two ready? Hale nodded, and I gave a thumbs up before slipping into my character. I slumped my shoulders, changed my body language. I crossed my arms over my chest and looked at Hale like Flint would look at Seaver, but it was too easy to slip there. It's how I resisted looking at Hale all the time. You want me to leave you here? Hale's voice changed when he played Seav. His inflection was loose and lazy. He gestured with one hand at the shore behind me. If you want to make this island your home, I will leave you to it. I dub you Prince of the Desert Piece of Shit. He took a half-step towards me that wasn't scripted but fit, so well no one stopped him. You can build yourself a throne and sit on the pile of rocks and die Prince Flint, because if you ever attempt to run away again, this will be your kingdom, and the crabs will be your subjects, and you'll never see your castle again. Unless you want to come with me. He was almost Johnny Depp's Captain Jack, but less drunk, and with more authority. I was captivated. I almost forgot my lines. I stepped further into the ocean to stand in front of him, not even noticing the cold, too lost in our characters. You don't want me? You want the ransom my father can give you, and then you'll leave me. This is as good a cage as any. You came to me with this offer. Of course I want the money. I acted crushed. I pulled into myself more. I wanted a different life, I yelled. Who wants a spoiled brat who throws a tantrum? He lifted a hand to brush the back of his knuckles over my face. You asked for this. You came to me and begged to be kidnapped. Don't act like this wasn't exactly what you wanted, boy. A shiver ran down my spine when he said boy. He'd ad-libbed it, and I loved it. This wasn't what I was expecting. You spend one night with me, and you expected what? To run away with a pirate and have him love you? Your ass isn't that nice. He laughed, deep and throaty. My men don't even know what you are to me, and you do better to play your part. I squared my shoulders and jutted my chin out as I looked up at him. I was tall, over 6 feet, but at 6'4", Hale's presence towered over me. More so when he got in character. Why are you doing this? You asked me to. And why would a pirate agree to help a prince? Flint asked. Money? He turned away from me and put his hands on his hips. You have plenty. A pirate never has enough money. He turned on me with an aggressive smile. Don't read into this. You are business. Then why didn't you tell your men? I forced myself to breathe heavy like my character would. I tried to portray the need for reassurance Flint would. Hale glowered. It's none of their damn business where I've put my dick. You made me an offer. You wanted to get out of your prison, and you have. I wanted... Say it. I just want the money, and then I'll be out of your hair. It's nothing else, I said. He stabbed a finger into my chest. You can't change a tiger's stripes. This is who I am. I don't know what you're talking about. Hale was too good at a range of emotions. His face changed, and I hoped Ella was getting it all. I could feel the anger and hurt coming off of him for his character, and then his face was stone, all signs of emotion gone. His ability to show the emotional rage of Seaver without words astounded me. "Am I leaving you to your new subjects? Because I won't tolerate another stunt like this," he said in Seave's lazy drawl. When this scene was taking shape in the writer's room, I couldn't wait to bring it to life. It was the first time Prince Flint stands up to Seave. I pressed my chest into Hale's, squaring off with him. "Afraid your men will think less of you because a boy is standing up to you?" Hale made his eyes look dead. "I wouldn't want to have to kill you when you have such a pretty ass." I dropped my mouth open and staggered back. I channeled the, "He wouldn't, would he?" Flint would be feeling. "Get in the boat." Hale threw a leg over the rowboat floating near us, and Ella yelled, "Cut." "Do you think I could have done the monologue better?" Hale asked, reverting to himself as soon as the scene had ended. It was always weird to see an actor out of character. The change that came over good ones was mind-blowing, like they really were dual personalities. I think I could have put more emphasis on some of the words. Meaner, almost. "Let me look at it." Ella was behind the camera watching a replay. "I like it. I think we are a wrap for this one. Go get warm while we set up for the next." Hale followed me out of the water, and we were handed coats. He pulled his tightly around him. "Your lips are blue," he said when he turned toward me. "Let's get inside." We headed into the staging house we had rented with the location. Craft services was set up inside, and it was filled with people milling about. "I need to get out of these clothes." Hale rubbed his hands together. "You and me both. But do we need them for later?" A production assistant came over. "We need to get them dry for your next scene." Both of us started to drop our pants. I glanced over at Hale, who stood there in briefs. I told myself not to look, but he was distracted by handing them over and stripping off his coat for a robe. I swallowed and told myself to look away. He glanced over. Caught. Fuck. I met his gaze, and he raised a brow. I acted like nothing had happened. I wasn't even sure in my own head what was happening. "Let's go find some blankets before we have to go back out there," I said, acting as if nothing had happened. "At least we don't have to go back into the water." Hale seemed normal. Maybe he hadn't actually noticed where I'd been looking. I needed to talk to Ella about more than the water. True. Hopefully Ella is actually happy with the scene. I've had her make me redo parts. I may shoot myself if I have to go back into the water. He retied the robe. "What are we shooting next?" "I think you have time," I said without really knowing that. "I think I'm up next. I'm going to go find out." I forced myself out the door and into the cold, which in retrospect was a terrible idea, sans pants, but I had to talk to Ella about what was in my head. I had to tell someone what I was dealing with. If I didn't tell Ella, I was going to blurt it out to Hale, or anyone who would listen. I was tired of carrying this grief. It was like poison in my veins.
5. Hale. Had he been staring at my dick? I had to be wrong. He was married and straight. And not like actor straight. There has never been a single rumor about him hooking up with men straight. He'd been married for 10 years, too, which in Hollywood might as well be 100 for as often as people broke up, moved on, and got married again. Happily married from the look of their Instagram. They were that couple who posted on Instagram, laughing when bad rumors came out as well, because what actor wasn't connected to every actress he played across from? Tabloids loved to speculate who would be the next Brangelina, and since sensationalism sold about 1 trillion mags, who really blamed him? The more I thought about the entire interaction, the more I was confused. Quell had been unlike himself when he'd walked outside to talk to Ella. I knew they were friends, but still. He seemed more off as days passed. Someone said Rachel usually traveled with him. Maybe that was all it was. I wanted to ask him to have a beer, to try and be there for him, but I wasn't sure how he'd take it coming from a gay dude. He was the type of guy I'd be friends with, but I was bad at this whole making friends thing. Ella entered, blowing into her hands.
Why is it so unseasonably cold?
It's never warmer in Vancouver. I'd been here a few times, and all of them in the winter.
Yes, it is. April is tolerable, at least.
It's all too cold. I need Southern California. She rolled her eyes.
You're gonna have to get used to it. What doesn't film here?
There is always Georgia, I joked, like I'd get chosen for a superhero movie.
More power to you if you do. You have the face for it. And after this,
she shrugged.
But believe me, this is better than the heat and humidity in Georgia in the summer.
You're probably right. As I spoke, her words hit me. This could be my big break. I'd been so focused on not screwing it up that I hadn't really processed it. I never thought I'd be here, so I'm taking it as it comes.
You know he's already sold the second season before anyone's seen the pilot, and he wants to secure a third when he delivers the pilot.
She gestured with one hand outside. He does? She nodded with her whole body, and then returned to blowing in her hands. Isn't the pilot done? Why hasn't anyone seen it? I asked, as that's the way it typically worked.
He doesn't want anyone to see it before the first season is done.
She leaned against the wall.
He has the clout to do it, too.
You think?
He sold it this way.
She glanced around.
There is a hot tub out there. I say we get in it.
Where? I looked over her shoulder. She pointed. I don't have a suit. She rolled her eyes.
I don't think either of us is interested in what the other has, if you know what I mean. I'm going in this tee and shorts I brought.
I only have this. She raised both her brows and dropped her gaze down my body.
You don't even have pants on, and when you had them on, they were see-through. Take the shirt off and let's go.
I blinked a few times. They were bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were. It's my literal job to know how the shot looks as the director of photography.
Let me guess. It was on purpose? I glanced at myself and my mind went to Kel. Was that really what he'd been staring at? Did it even make sense? He hadn't been staring at my bulge. He'd been looking at my fucking see-through pants.
Maybe a little.
Why the fuck do I have to wear see-through pants? She headed toward the hot tub.
Take it up with Lil, the costume director.
Hell no. She's scary. I put on what she asks me to and then I shut up.
Good idea.
She held the door for me to pass through.
She'll stick you with a pin and then put you in the most ridiculous pieces for months if you question her.
Short but terrifying. I knew it. I stared at her. You tell me.
I'm sure it's because you're hot and we want fans. The same reason we keep having Kel take his shirt off and why your shirt is open in every single scene. But I'm the director of photography, not Mel. He knows how to do this. It's not my job.
I looked down at myself. I was in good shape. I wouldn't call it gay dating app fit, but I worked out and was lean. Ella stripped off her sweats, revealing shorts underneath. I shed the robe, figuring everyone had already seen it. What was the point in hiding it? The cool wind bit into my skin as I tossed the robe over a chair. I was having PTSD about the water as I climbed over the side, but as soon as the heat sunk into my skin, I knew this was a good idea. It warmed me through as I took a seat on the bench across from Ella.
Works, doesn't it?
She said. Better than going inside.
I've worked on other projects that use this location. Saved my life in December.
I cringed. April is bad enough.
Just wait until you have to get out.
Look at you two sneaking off. Kel was behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, but he wouldn't meet my eyes.
You are jealous,
Ella said without opening her eyes. Not really, as they need you back down there, Kel said.
What?
Her eyes snapped open. Mel wants you for something. She sighed and climbed out. Fuck! Want to join me? I asked Kel when Ella walked away. I felt awkward being in here alone. I can't. Why did he look like a panicked animal? I don't bite. Was it because he'd have to get naked and I was gay? I hated myself for thinking these things about people, but what else could it be? He'd have to get used to it fast if we were gonna film sex scenes. I know. He laughed, the lines in his face easing. I have to go to makeup. I smudged myself. Aren't you a pro at this by now? I asked. You'd think, but it happens daily. I can't seem to remember not to touch my face. Got it. Go get fixed. I watched him as he walked away, still not sure I had any grasp on him. I thought we were cool after our chat, and clearly he was into the project and the gay thing, but then this had me all turned around again. It was a real headfuck. He was putting out mixed signals, and I wanted to know if it was me or him.
6. Kel. It had been a day. Entirely my fault, but it still had been a day. You're off. Ella took a seat next to me. We sat in the apartment the production company provided, housed in one of the nicer Vancouver buildings, a place's spectacular view spread as far as the eye could see. I'd done this for so long I could make most any place feel like home. We were always on location, someplace. I spent more time on sets than I ever had at the place in Malibu Rachel had decided we were going to buy. It was more a vacation house to store our shit than anything else, and now I never wanted to go back there. I'd already told her she could have the place, but this place was off. This one didn't feel like home. It felt alien, alone. It probably had something to do with the fact I'd always had someone with me before. And where Rachel was home. Home would never exist again. And I was going to have to get used to this empty feeling in my chest and the depression that came with knowing I wasn't wanted and probably never would be again. At least not for me. Fame was amazing, and it let me live a fantastic life, so privileged I probably didn't realize how much. But fame made a few things hard, and one of them was finding someone who didn't see me as dollar signs and a way to their own fame. Rachel had never treated me that way. Maybe it's why I invited Ella to drink with me tonight, despite our early call. Kel? Fuck. I put the fake smile back on my face, playing the part I knew everyone wanted to see. Sorry. Yeah, I'm off. You can tell? Ella gave me a look. This isn't my first go-around, honey. Isn't it our fourth? I agreed, but didn't let myself slip again. I kept my body casual and my expression relaxed. Going way back to before you were famous. I trusted Ella with most everything, which is why I'd asked her to work on the project with me. And I've put up with you this long. I refilled our drinks, placing the cool glass to my forehead as I leaned back. You mean I've put up with you? She scoffed. You're going to move in with me by the end of this thing, aren't you? I side-eyed her. Maybe, but my place is nicer. Rachel not coming at all? I closed my eyes, blocking her out. Can we not? She's usually here with you. You gonna tell me what's up? We've been broken up for months, I said at length. I guess I can't hide it forever. I was dying to get it off my chest. What good was it going to do? It would come out eventually when we signed divorce papers or one of us started seeing someone else. What the fuck? She smacked my shoulder. I thought you two were having a tiff or she was filming someplace else. Well, shit. I stood and turned towards the windows. We didn't even fight. She's not in love with me anymore. Are you kidding me? She told me I'm too hard to be with. Are you fucking kidding me? She was by my side, rubbing a hand down my back. Tell me she didn't say that to you. She did, and it's true. When I'm depressed... I didn't want to finish the sentence. It hurt, and I was scared to admit what I'd been thinking. Don't do that, Q. Do what? I asked. Shut down? I want to listen. There isn't anything to say. It's been months. I put a hand over my face, needing to keep my emotions in. If I lost it now, I wasn't sure I'd be able to stop losing it. She was quiet for a moment, and I prayed she was going to drop it. Have you told anyone? She asked. Not even my family. I walked towards the windows, like I could escape the conversation by putting space between us. Kel, it's how I am. I don't like people in my business. I want to be happy and funny and make people laugh. I can't do that if I'm a fucking disaster. But you can't internalize it and hide it forever. She was by my side, leaning against the window. I didn't dare run away again. Why not? I pressed my eyes closed. I wasn't about to show this. I was going to fucking push it down into my gut until I didn't have to think about it again. Because it's making you sick. I can tell you're not yourself. I pushed my forehead into the glass, avoiding her gaze. I'm doing okay. Is she telling people? No. She wants us to keep it a secret until after her premiere. Ella scoffed. I bet she does. I don't blame her. I didn't tell her I'd promised Rachel I'd go with her. Did she really solely blame it on your depression? First, she tried to play it off. This made me look at her. She told me I deserved more. We wanted different things, and she told me she was never going to want the things I did. Ella hissed under her breath. Do you think it's true? I lifted my hands, palms up. How can I know? She might have said the rest because I got really depressed after. I bit down on my lip, replaying it all in my head. I am hard to be with. I can admit it. Kel, you don't know. I hide it well for work. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I willed myself not to show how much this was killing me. Maybe I should have hid it from her, too. You can't internalize this. That never turns out well. She didn't have to say what she was thinking. How many celebrities had killed themselves doing the same? We lost so many to the disease I suffered with in silence. It was hard to find words. And I was embarrassed. I knew I should be raising awareness, but it was terrifying to allow people to see the pain I hid and not believe they would judge me like I judged myself. The voices in my mind whispered I'd lose everything, because people would finally see me for what I was. A fraud. Too fucked up to be good for anyone. You need to talk to someone, Kel. Even if it's not me. I do talk to my therapist over Skype. Is that enough? I don't know. I exhaled all the feelings I'd been piling in my soul for months. Part of me wants to believe she met someone. Or something else. Shit. But I can't bring myself to do it. I don't want to hate her. Even if she did. I'm trying to find a way to let go. But it's hard. Ella wrapped her arms around me and pulled me to her. I went and pressed my face into her shoulder. Baby, she said. I had no idea. I always thought you two were so happy. I mean, she was always here when you were filming, and you were always with her. You worked your schedule so well to spend all the time together. Everyone thought you were inseparable. I thought the same thing. You didn't have any inkling? She asked. No. But please don't tell anyone. We aren't releasing it in the press until the papers are signed. And if it gets out while we are shooting, I don't know how I'm going to handle it. You know I won't say a word. I could tell there was more she wanted to say. Out with it. I'm confused, I guess. I loved you both. I pulled away and looked at my feet. I don't know what to tell you. I am too. Were you fighting about anything? The usual stuff. I've been over it so many times, over the issues we'd had that seemed trivial, over every conversation, for months, and what I could have said to make her believe we were heading in different directions. I can't come up with anything I could have said to cause this. Did you guys try therapy? She asked. I wasn't about to beg someone to stay with me who didn't love me. I exhaled the words. I'd buried them, but they were about to spill out. I don't deserve that. I want someone who loves me. I want someone who wants to arrange their schedule around mine and mine around theirs, so we can wake up together as much as possible. A realization hit me. Maybe it was that. Maybe I suffocated her. I was always willing to work my schedule around hers. I would make sure I would film opposite her. I have the clout to do it. And I used it. I told people when I could film because I wanted to be with her. Maybe it was too much. Some people like space. A crease formed in her brow, and she pursed her lips. I'd kill for someone who wanted to see me that much. All I can get are women who want to sleep around and see if feelings develop. And this is why I will never date again. Can you imagine trying to date as a celebrity? Like, we can't use apps. Where do we even meet people who aren't other celebrities? Isn't it better to meet people through friends? Shared experiences and all? She asked. I don't think any of it's good. I knew Rachel liked me for me. Neither of us were famous yet. It was real. How am I ever going to find that again? I think we need more liquor. And a distraction. What kind of distraction? It's early. We could go out, she offered. Yeah. Let's. I pushed the 4 a.m. call time to the back of my head. Where to? I know a place, I said, grabbing my jacket. And that's how we ended up in a bar at 11:30 when we had an early call. Talk about irresponsible. But if an actor tells you they've never done something similar, they are lying. We walked inside to a half-full place, out of the way enough no one assumed actors would hang out here. We wanted to avoid the paparazzi and anyone who wanted my autograph. Sometimes it was nice to be out without being recognized. I know I'd signed up for this, but it still got to be a lot when we couldn't sit and have a drink without being interrupted. 2 vodka sodas, Ella said as we sat at the aged wood bar top. The place was dark inside. Had a Cheers vibe. I adjusted my hat, pulling it low over my eyes as I set my card on the resin. I can get it. Ella reached into her shoulder bag. I put my hand over hers. Don't worry. A tap on my shoulder cut me off. Great. I was already working up a speech about not tonight as I turned around to find Hale standing in front of me. He was the last person I'd expected to find in a random bar. Have a seat, I said automatically. I was about to leave. He looked at his watch as he took a step back. I'm already out too late for my call. You later? I laughed, glad he was here. Glad Ella had dragged me out. 4:30. I gritted my teeth and raised my brows. I'm acting like I'm 20. He laughed and looked down. His eyes had a light to them when he lifted them. I'm 24, and I'm too old for this. He hesitated. I'll see you in the morning, then. I grabbed his wrist as he turned to go. Stay for a drink. His pale pink lips parted. I bet he booked jobs on his mouth alone. It was strange for me to notice them. I wrote it off to sitting with the casting director too long, but they were alluring. Gave him a whole feel. 1 drink. He held up one of his long fingers as I released his wrist. What's your poison? Martini, extra olives. Hale leaned in and said to the bartender, who'd just set Ella and my drinks in front of us. Want me to add it to your tab? The bartender said. I closed it. I have cash. Hale slid a hand in his pocket. I used it as an excuse to touch him again. Put it on my tab. Are you sure? He didn't move, keeping the contact. We are friends now. We have to be, otherwise all the make-out scenes are going to be pretty damn awkward. He laughed. It was easy, and reached his eyes. I still don't know how I'm going to look you in the face after the other stuff. Nervous? I tapped the stool next to me. Have you never? He sucked his lip into his mouth as he took a seat, betraying his nervousness without saying it. Never had a role where it was required. So I get to pop your cherry? Hale snorted and covered his mouth, almost spitting his drink all over the bar. I laughed with him, unable to help it. He had alcohol coming out of his nose. Can you wait until I'm not drinking to say stuff like that? I wasn't expecting such a reaction. I leaned forward and grabbed a few napkins from behind the bar and offered them to him. He'd pressed his eyes closed, so I pushed the napkins into his hands. He wiped his nose and his eyes. It burned so bad. He was still laughing. Ella stared at us, but I ignored her. Your eyes are going to be bloodshot tomorrow, I said. They're going to think we were off smoking all the legal weed. I'm never going to be able to smell anything again. The gin burned through all the skin in my sinuses. He pressed his thumb and first finger into the corners of his eyes. The upside, being I'll never get a sinus infection again. I gritted my teeth and pulled a face. You won't have to trim your nose hair anymore. Probably took it all off for you. We were both laughing again. He was doubled over and wheezing. It hurts to laugh, Dick, he groaned. It hurts to breathe. Gin is a cruel bitch. No wonder my people stick to vodka. I clapped him on the back. I feel like I should buy you another drink, but that might make it worse. He brought it to his lips when our laughter slowed. Let me try to finish this one. I promised to keep my lips shut. Seems you've been cheered. Ella leaned in and whispered in my ear. Hale checked his phone, and I took the opportunity to whisper, I need the distraction to feel anything but lonely. You could do worse. He's hot. She wiggled her brows. I thought you were a lesbian, I joked. I can still appreciate a good-looking person. Like I'm sure you could, if you'd get past the straight guy toxic masculinity. He's hot, I said, testing the waters. I knew it when I hired him. I have to have an eye for that. But this was the first time I was admitting it to myself. Hale was attractive, and I didn't know what that meant. But none of that mattered. I wanted him as a friend. He made me laugh, and he was the realest person I'd met in a long time. I wanted more of it in this fake world I dwelled in. I can leave you two, if you'd rather, Hale said. I didn't know what his hang-up was. He and Ella were always whispering on set. No, we've known each other for ages, and we get like this. Stay. Don't make me be alone. Might as well pull an all-nighter. Is the bar even open that late? Hale asked. We can go to my trailer when it closes. Then we won't have to drag our hungover asses far to make up, I offered. Ella elbowed me, and I elbowed her, hoping Hale didn't notice.
7. Hale. One drink was 3, and then we were in an Uber missing Ella. Where'd she go? Kel shrugged. I think she got her own.
I'm in the front seat, dumbasses,
she said, her tone exasperated. Maybe I was drunker than I thought I was. I had agreed to go back to Kel's trailer instead of my place. He'd offered a nightcap before we both passed out in our own trailers to somehow be awake for our call time. We stumbled out of the car, and Kel slipped his arm through mine, leaning into me as we walked. It felt like we'd returned to right where we'd left off the other day. It was easy with him. We had this rapport. His trailer was a lot nicer than mine. It was easy to distinguish from the outside by the size and quality. It had a brand new sheen to it the others didn't. Kel messed with the keys as he walked up the stairs outside it, dropping them and hitting his head as he bent to grab them. Fuck! He sunk to his seat. Maybe we should sleep outside.
No way. Aren't there wild animals here?
I came up behind him. Are you okay? He glanced up as I knelt in front of him. Maybe I shouldn't have drunk on an empty stomach. Probably not. Do you have any food in there? Maybe. He hesitated and tried to stand, but stumbled. I caught him and shuffled, nearly falling down the 3 stairs. We bust out laughing, me half holding him and him not making an effort to move.
You two are gonna crack your faces open and ruin weeks of shooting,
Ella said. Kel waved her off, straightening up. Wouldn't be the first time. I'm a fucking lightweight.
You two are a mess.
Ella picked up his keys, unlocked the door to the trailer, and held it so I could get Kel inside. Where did you come from? I asked.
Did you forget about me again?
I hadn't even noticed her. Oops. No, I lied.
I wasn't sitting in the back with you fools to get puked on, and now I'm the girl who gets forgotten? Thanks, boys.
I hooked an arm around Kel, my fingers finding his ribs and the muscle pulled tight under his skin as he wrapped an arm around me. He leaned into me as we took the stairs. We might have had a witness, but it felt like we were the only two people in the world.
I pity your makeup artists,
Ella said as I dropped Kel to a seat on his sofa. They get overtime, Kel said, much too loud. I collapsed next to him with a new appreciation for how much muscle he hid under his loose-fitting clothes and how much time he must have spent in the gym on top of shooting. Maybe I would have to ask him for some pointers. He leaned over and glanced up at me. Thank you. The way he looked at me, like we were the only two people in the room. Maybe the universe. No worries.
Do you have any more to drink in here?
Ella opened a cabinet in the kitchen area and shattered the moment. I clutched at the pieces, but they slipped through my fingers. Kel straightened up, pushing a palm into his eye. I don't think so. Ella slumped, her ass against the stainless steel counter.
I think I should go to sleep.
You're not driving all the way to the apartments, are you? Kel closed his eyes.
No, to my trailer.
If you're gonna bitch out on us. He pointed at her without opening his eyes. He didn't seem quite awake.
I am going to be quite angry in a couple of hours.
She turned and left. I was buzzed, but not gone, and maybe I should do the same. It wasn't far to my trailer from his. I would have my bed. I sat forward, resting my elbows on my knees, working up the courage. Not gonna leave me too, are you? His words were weighted. Do you want me to stay? I looked over at him, hair falling in my eyes. He pulled his knees into his chest, making himself appear smaller than he was. This was a side of him I'd never witnessed, and a part of me knew not many had. Yeah. Have another drink with me. He tried to get up. I put a hand on his thigh. Let me get it. He stilled and nodded. Okay. Where would it be? He screwed up his face. Don't judge me. I won't. I didn't want to. Was that the same? Where would this booze be? I started opening cabinets at random. There were a lot of random items shoved in places I wouldn't have expected them. Is this a fake mustache? It helps me go out in disguise. I gave him a look. There was no way. I tried it, he said. I believe you. I hope there are photos someplace. He pulled out his phone and started to pet it. There are, but you'll never get them. Well, I found your weed stash. I pulled out what looked like half a pound of the stuff. Damn, boy. It's legal here. I know, but when will you even have time to smoke all of this? I asked, pushing it back in the cabinet. Wait a second. He searched my face. Bring it over here. I tossed it to him and lingered in the kitchenette. There was a reason for it. I ran my finger over the speckles embedded in the Corian counters. I felt out of place, out of my league, not in control as I liked my life. Are you anti-weed? He asked, having produced a bowl from someplace. I can not. He set the pipe on the table. No, go for it. What was I doing? I was in my head all of a sudden. Was this what it was like to be on a TV show? Was this the usual? Late nights and friendships forged through half killing yourself on the job? It's no fun to smoke alone. I took a seat across from him, knowing next to him would be much too close for my own sanity. He leaned forward after picking up the bowl and the lighter. "Why do you seem sober all of a sudden?" I asked. "I'm starting to come down from it." He inhaled and closed his eyes, his long dark lashes laying against his cheek. He'd earned parts on his acting skills, which were phenomenal, but I knew why he was considered the new Brad Pitt. He was lovely, here without any makeup or a costume. When he opened his eyes and stared at me, I relaxed. I wanted to be friends with him. I wanted his attention on me. So I stayed, even knowing tomorrow would be hell. He held out the bowl. I brought it to my lips and inhaled, letting the smoke fill my lungs. I held it there, resisting the urge to cough. It had been a long time since I'd indulged. "Don't tell me you haven't smoked before." He accepted the bowl. "It's been a few years." "Why? You live in California, don't you?" "Starving artist?" It was a priority for some, but it wasn't one of mine. I prefer to drink, even if they were $20 in LA. He offered me the bowl, and I took it. The weed was helping my social anxiety, so maybe it was the best way to spend the rest of the night. "I like to smoke with people. It makes them easier to get to know." He leaned back and slid his hands behind his head. "People are more themselves when they're high." "And what are you hoping to know?" "You're quiet, Hale. I want to know everything." There was the intense stare again. "How about a game?" I would never have suggested it sober, but the part of my brain that kept me silent so often was on mute. "What kind?" he asked. "A questions thing, to get to know one another better." "Like, never have I ever?" he asked. "No, more access. I want straight-up questions," I said. And it scared me and excited me all at the same time.
8. Cal. Hale was as easy to be around as he was to act with. My anxiety made me uncomfortable with people, uncomfortable with myself most days, but on rare occasions I met someone who I was at ease with, who made it easier to be me. There had been an initial click, but the whisper inside had told me I might be the only one who had felt it. Until tonight. Tonight, I was sure he experienced it too. We felt each other out as the weed took effect. The basics of getting to know one another. He was being safe, but so was I. We'd gone over how we got into acting, respectively, what our dream jobs were. Shockingly, we both answered this project. It surprised me from him. He said he had always wanted to play a queer main character, to give kids, like he was, someone to look up to. It made a lot of sense. I was happy we'd found a queer guy to play Seaver. The thought hadn't crossed my mind when we were casting. But it was the right thing to do. He was the only one who'd know what Seaver was going through, and it brought depth to the role. "I'm going to ask you something a little deep, but you don't have to answer it if you don't want to," he said after a prolonged pause. I was half laying in the corner of the L-shaped sofa, with one leg kicked up in the space between us and my arms dramatically draped over the sides. Of course I'm going to answer. It's part of the game. The truth was, I wanted to answer. I wanted him to know more of me. He stared at me, and I felt naked. "If you're sure." "I am." "What's wrong tonight?" How did he know? Had my behavior been entirely off? Usually I was good at keeping my mask in place. "What do you mean?" I wanted to make sure he knew, and I wasn't overthinking it. "You aren't yourself." He brushed his hair out of his face. "Not what I mean. You're not your—" He gestured around us. "You're not your acting self. It feels like there's something weighing on you." I didn't want to be honest with him, but Had my reactions already betrayed me? I was scared for anyone to see this side of me, the side I'd only shown Rachel, reluctantly, when I'd been underwater, and I couldn't find my own way out. We'd been married for years when I finally let it slip. How had our light conversation turned here? Maybe if I gave him a taste. The words took minutes to form on my tongue. I'm not good alone. What do you mean? He tilted his head and a ringlet of hair fell across his forehead. So delicate and so kind. There weren't many like him left in Hollywood. He was too innocent for this place. I wanted to protect him. Usually, Rachel travels with me. And being here without her is like... What was saying too much? What could I say without giving away how bad I could get? How scared I was to go back there. It's like... He prompted. Anything you say stays here. I believed him. It's like being without a safety net. I know I come off different, but it's a lot of practice. I'm an introvert and don't make friends well. I would never have guessed. He shoved his fingers into his curls. You have me. I had the urge to touch his hair. The way he kept messing with it made it impossible not to stare. What? I asked, having lost the thread of the conversation. I have you. His words wouldn't process. We are friends now. If you need a friend, I'm here. I'll be your safety blanket. He added a wry smile and a bounce of his brows. Blanket, you say? I smiled, despite the way I felt. I was starting to think. He had that effect on me. Yes, I'm warm and cuddly. Perfect blanket material. I half sat up to poke his midsection. I think you're a little hard here. He had great abs. I'd seen them plenty since his character Seaver loved to wear open shirts. I was actually surprised no other show had snatched him up before now. Between his raw talent and looks, it was a no-brainer. I was glad Ella had dragged him out of his other audition and into mine. Illusion. I can be all soft or hard, depending on my mood. I burst out laughing. How he kept a straight face, I had no idea. Do you even know what you said? Tell me what I said. He lowered his voice and made it all seductive, and then burst out laughing. I can't hold it in anymore. You are terrible. I playfully pushed him away. I was trying to make you laugh. I didn't want things so heavy between us. Thank you. I needed it tonight. I laid my head against the sofa, wishing I was a little more sober so he wouldn't think so little of me. I could tell. He paused and then went on. Why isn't Rachel here? It's my turn for a question, I protested playfully. You can ask too. Don't dodge. He had my number already. I was in trouble with this one. Fine. I was glad I'd rehearsed this in my head so many times, even high me remembered, because otherwise I might have blurted out the truth to him. It was too disarming. She has another project. We couldn't make it work. I didn't want her to turn down such a great opportunity. All lies. She was in our house getting ready for her premiere tour. 3 cities in 2 weeks. They were grueling. She was probably studying interview questions and rehearsing jokes and funny stories about our marriage to tell while doing the round of talk shows. Our publicist, and now Ella, were the only people who knew about our split and would probably encourage the stories to keep up appearances. I needed to find a new publicist because I was sure Stacy had Rachel's best interests at heart. I needed to make sure I didn't come out of this looking like a tool. I hadn't done anything. She fell out of love with me. And if I was honest with myself, I didn't blame her. What is she working on? Shit, what could I say? What did I have to talk about? I hadn't thought it this far through. Kel? You dozing on me? No. Sorry. Just musing about it in my head. I shifted to look at him, hoping my lies were convincing. I felt bad about it, and I barely knew him. He'd been so nice and offered to be here for me. She has to finish the project she's working on, and she has premieres to go to and a full press tour. Then she goes right into her next movie. It wasn't lies. These were all things we might have been able to work out, if we'd wanted to. She could have come here between the tour and the movie, but I wouldn't have bought this show had she not ended things. How long can that last? A couple of weeks? His eyes were so intense and deep. If he would have told me he wanted to take away all my pain, I would have believed him. Can't she come afterwards? Or at least towards the end? Maybe. It depends on when they decide to start production on her next film. Aren't those things set way in advance? He looked genuinely confused. Yes, we were trying to rearrange it to get some time. I don't think it's going to work. My chest ached. I hated lying to him. Did she even have another project? I didn't know. They'd been broken up for so long I couldn't even remember. Hopefully you two can get some time. But until then, you have me. I was a terrible person. He wanted to be my friend, and I was allowing him to under false pretenses. Could I trust him? Should I tell him? How mad would Rachel be if I slowly let our secret leak? I felt like a sieve, and the harder I tried to hold it in, the more I leaked. She'd be irate if it got out before her premiere. Your turn, he said. Are you seeing someone? I didn't know where the question came from, but it was the first thing that popped into my head. Tame compared to mine, but I'll indulge. He shook his head. No one. I'm a little surprised by that. I'm not exactly in grinder shape, and there are so many good-looking actors in L.A. He shrugged. Plus, leaving for this long, I didn't want to start something, so I stopped looking. My chest filled a little, and I wasn't sure why. The more I thought about it, the more I liked the idea of having him to myself, at least for a little while. What's that smile for? He asked. Caught again. I needed to keep my guard up with him. We are both lonely. Maybe it will help us bond over our characters and work with the chemistry. That's a good way to look at it. He brushed fingers over the fabric between us, hesitant almost. I sat up and scooted closer, grabbing the bowl to light again. I took a hit and passed it. I'm going to have to think of a harder question for my second one. Closer felt better as I relaxed further into my high. He brought the pipe to his lips and inhaled, closing his eyes as he did. I had him in this micro-focus. Was this me clinging on to someone I thought would help my depression, or was it something else? The idea scared me. Are you going to ask? He held out the pipe, but it was pretty much cached, so I set it aside. I'm trying to come up with something good. While you think, I'm going to ask. Go for it, I said. Are you concerned about filming sex scenes with me? I laughed. Why would I be? I mean, like getting naked and kissing. A guy. No, not at all. I've filmed things with girls I wasn't attracted to and who were really not the best. I cringed as the memories floated lazily to the surface of my mind. This one chick, we'll call her Sarah, had the worst breath. Really? Hale's eyes were wide. She didn't do anything to fix it? Not for the entire shoot. She had to be eating onions every time she went to her trailer. By the end, I swear she was sweating onions, and so many guys were falling all over themselves for her. And I was, no. Hale covered his mouth in horror. I wasn't attracted to her. There were a few others. So why would a guy be different? It's another human being, and I think I'm a good enough actor to pull it off. Or I hope so. He smiled a genuine smile that lit his whole face. His eyes crinkled. He was beautiful. What a good way to look at it. I shrugged, smiling myself. It's the truth. I want this to be good, and I hope I do Flint justice. You do. You wholly embody him. And I've seen a lot of actors who are world-renowned, and they don't convince me as you do. We were close. Closer than I'd realized we'd gotten through passing the bowl. I could have reached out and touched him. And I wanted to. I waved him off. You don't have to blow smoke up my ass. I'm not. He held my gaze, and it might have been the weed, but I felt something.
9. Hale. It was such a simple thing for him to push the hair off my face. But at the same time, it was too intimate. A stolen moment between the two of us. I had a sudden urge to kiss his palm. He's married. The thought was a bucket of ice over my head. I thrust a hand into my hair and pulled away. What was I thinking? But I hadn't had to. He dropped his hand and offered me a smile. We should sleep. He was kicking me out, and I couldn't help but feel like we'd crossed some imaginary line. I must have pissed him off or made him uncomfortable. I wanted to smack myself. What if I'd ruined it? I'll go. Why? Did he not want me to? I was struck dumb. He stared at me until I found words. There's only one bed. I can sleep on the sofa. Go, take it. He laid his head next to my thigh. Go to your bed. I'll stay on the sofa. I couldn't breathe with him so close. Not a chance. Go sleep. Part of me wanted to stay there on the sofa with him, but I got up because if I started taking liberties with him now, I didn't know where I'd stop. I wanted to do the right thing, and he needed a friend, not someone hitting on him. I would work this out in my head and put my attraction aside so we could work and be the friends he needed. I pushed to my feet. Sleep well. He was already stretched out along one side of the sofa, looking perfect. Fuck. I didn't sleep at all. I was thinking about Kel and what he told me. I couldn't help but feel like there was more to his and Rachel's story. Were they fighting? Was it really work, keeping her away? I wanted to press him for it, but it wasn't really my place. I didn't know him well enough. I had this urge to take care of him because of my brother. I was starting to think he had a touch of depression, even if he didn't know he had it. I'd seen it my whole life with my brother, and so Quell hit a spot inside me. I wanted to wrap around him and protect him. It wasn't realistic, but I would make sure he had me around as a friend. I wasn't good at making friends, but I felt good enough after the night to start seeking him out. I would be there for him. I dragged my ass out of his bed, which smelled so damn good. How did a person who slept and sweat in bed have it smelling that good? It wasn't fair. I was sure my bed didn't smell this amazing. Today was going to suck, but I couldn't help the smile on my face as I ducked out of his bedroom. Last night was worth it. Worth every bit of the lack of sleep. Morning, sunshine, Kel said, bringing a mug of coffee to his lips as he stood near the trailer's mini-kitchen. How the hell do you look so good this early? I groaned, rubbing my eyes. The rumors are true, aren't they? What rumors? You sold your soul. He wiggled his brows and grinned maniacally. I will corrupt you too. Guttered. And now I was thinking about his dick. The devil does take your soul via a blowjob. He flashed me a wink. I coughed. I am not awake enough for your wit. This isn't my first go-around. I'm used to working on little to no sleep. I'm an insomniac. He gestured at a cup. Coffee? You are saving my life. I didn't sleep. He frowned. Not at all. I turned to fill the mug from the pot so he wouldn't see my face, in case my oversleepy face gave away more than I wanted him to know. No, not my bed. Then I couldn't shut my mind off. Overthinking something? Fuck. Everything. But how did I tell him that? Did I come off like an asshole asking about how you feel about our scenes? I really don't assume someone producing and working on an LGBT project is homophobic. He didn't answer for a moment, and I worried my deflection hit the wrong chord. Sorry. I turned and leaned against the counter beside him, daring a look. Come, babe. I didn't take it poorly. I was trying to come up with the right words. I understand it. In a sense, I'd be curious how you'd make a scene convincing with a woman, which you probably had to do more than I've had to do with men. Babe? The word was so easy from his lips. Did he call everyone pet names? Just once, I admitted, realizing I hadn't answered. Was it awkward? He leaned in, seeming curious. Only as awkward as fake making out with a stranger is. So you get what I mean. Even when I've had attractive partners for these scenes, it's still forcing intimacy with someone without all the build-up. He was so chill about all of this. It must come with experience. And how does your wife feel about it? She works in acting too. He shrugged, and again there was something I couldn't read in his response. We trust each other. We'll have to make sure it's not awkward by being friends then, I said. I somehow don't think anything would be awkward with you. What the hell did he mean by that? I wished for a second I could figure out what was inside his head. He baffled me like no person before, and I was usually pretty good at reading people. You don't think so? No. I think we're going to be familiar with each other, and it won't be a problem. Was he flirting with me? Is that so? Was I flirting? He grabbed my shoulder and squeezed, the closeness intoxicating. We've got to get to makeup, but come hang out with me tonight. Tonight? Wow. I was going to wait a day or two and see if he wanted to get beers again. He wasn't wasting any time, and it made me all warm and fuzzy. Yeah. Got someplace to be? He picked up his keys off the counter and glanced in the mirror, pushing his hair out of his eyes. Even if I did, I'd blow it off for you. He raised his brows as he held the door open. Too soon we were in makeup chairs at opposite ends of the room, and I couldn't stop thinking about the moment of flirting. Did he and Rachel have an open marriage? In my newly found fantasy, they did. Could I date a guy who was married? My halfie told me I'd give it a try. I was already wondering what he'd taste like. Was that terrible? I was a mess and inside my head and all over the place. I'd never been this attracted to someone. His personality solidified his looks and made him so much better. There were hot guys all over LA and Vancouver. He wasn't fake. He was real, and I wanted more. You have to stop moving, the guy working on me said after a few. Why don't you sleep like the rest of them? You look like you didn't get any. That bad? These bags are real. He pressed them and then put eye masks under them. Close your eyes. I'm going to let these sit before I finish you. I snuck another look at Kel, who had his eyes closed and headphones in. Snap out of it, Hale, or you're going to be an awkward mess tonight.
10. Kel. Hale and I spent most nights together now. It was comfortable, and whereas I still had to go to bed alone and wake up alone, he took the edge off my depression. It felt a little like I was using him to medicate myself, but he seemed to enjoy it. As the days passed, I started to see him as my best friend. I never had a best friend before. I had close friends, good friends, but I'd always hidden parts of me from them. I'd been terrified to get too close, and anyone I saw as my closest friend always had someone else they were closer with. It wasn't mutual like it was with Hale, or so it felt like. Hale didn't seem to have many others he talked to. When we spent time together, he wasn't on his phone or talking about others. He had friends in L.A., he mentioned, but his focus was on me and mine on him. We seldom drank now. I was scared about what I might admit if we drank or smoked again, or maybe I was scared about what I'd admit to myself. Either way, it was better. We going to keep binge-watching Game of Thrones tonight? I glanced up to see Hale standing in front of me in all his pirate glory. We had just finished shooting for the day, and I was beyond ready to be done. I smiled to myself. Like that, he was so cute. I wanted to say hot, but not even that felt like the right word. I wasn't attracted to him, so why did hot keep popping into my head? He looked amazing. I could admit as much. Sure, we ordering in, or not unless you're cooking. I am good at a lot of things, but cooking is not one of them, I admitted. This was what personal chefs were for, but I wasn't about to admit that out loud, as it made me sound like an asshole. I cook a little, but let's order. There has to be something in the area that's not too bad for us. He patted his bare stomach. If they are going to keep dressing me like this, I need to keep my twinkish figure. I laughed in spite of myself. You are not a twink. Those guys look too young. Why did it matter? But I was not attracted to twinks. He so wasn't one. You don't think so? I'm pretty skinny. His fingers drifted over his abs, and I watched. If you want to get bigger, you could always come work out with my trainer. You have a trainer? Hale asked. Yeah, the studio pays for him to keep me looking like the action hero everyone knows and loves. You mean they do it to keep selling tickets? Hale laughed. I nodded. I'm pretty sure my agent writes it into my contract so I don't lose it and she can keep booking me on high-paying jobs. Hale's eyes got big. Genius on her part. And evil. Agents are crafty bastards. Sure, until you have a big German guy kicking your ass before you shoot. German? I pulled out my phone and scrolled through it, then turned it around. Reiner, former world champion, and he likes to make me cry. Hale covered his mouth with one hand, trying really hard not to laugh. Go ahead, let it out. I'm not ashamed to say I weep openly at most of my workouts. I really don't want to join you, Hale said when he got a hold of himself. I'm going to make you one day for laughing at me. It was probably better he didn't. It might be a distraction, and then Reiner would yell at me more. I'm going to hide. I scowled at him. You'd hide from me? When you threatened me with the big German, yes. He nodded, a light in his eyes. I'm going to go shower. What time are you heading over? I'm going to head back to my townhouse to do the same. It was a little convenient our places were in walking distance of one another. What's our call tomorrow? He asked, lingering. Early. Too early. That's what we get for finishing early today. One of these days we'll get one off. That happens? Hale acted shocked. It does, I promise. We have months more of this, and we aren't the only two main characters. It feels like it. They are riding us heavy right now, but it will smooth out, and we'll be able to have days to sleep. Sleep? What's that? He slid his hands in his pockets. I'll see you in, like, an hour. We should go to bed early. Yeah, we should. But I didn't want to, because that meant less time with Hale. I stepped out of the shower and rubbed a towel over my scalp. I'd stayed in the shower longer than I should have, trying to kill time. One of the only things that made me feel better, more human, was a shower. And those were hard some days. If I didn't love this project, I'd probably have spent the last 3 months in bed. Once it finally set in, Rachel was done. I might have abandoned the show if it hadn't been already sold. If we sold a 3rd season, I'd barely be able to fit it in between other obligations. I was booked out for 3 years, nearly straight, with projects after this, and I'd have to cut short the damn sequel to the animated movie I'd been tucked into 5 years ago and had somehow blown up to fit it in. It was a lot of money for speaking into a microphone. I wanted to cancel it all, except this one. I wanted to keep seeing Hale. He was one of the things that got me out of bed every morning. And for me, that was huge. I ran the towel over the rest of my body and looked in the mirror. I was losing muscle. Eating was hard when I felt like this. The thought of food made my stomach turn. Drinking was enough calories, right? I picked up my phone, seeing a message. Hale, I'm going to pick up salads from that place down the street. Text me what you want on yours. I sighed and replied. It was easier to eat with a witness. My trainer had already been yelling at me about my diet, and I had a damn action movie to shoot after this project. I had to keep up my size, even if I had to force-feed myself, because the alternative was Reiner force-feeding me. I shuddered. I was about to set my phone down to finish getting dressed when it rang. I glanced at the screen, thinking Hale must not have seen my reply, but it wasn't him. It was Rachel. Against my better judgment, I clicked answer. I was an idiot when it came to her. Always had been. Q, do you have a minute? She sounded so fucking happy. It was probably easier for her to be happy without me. Yeah. The premiere for Odyssey is in June, as you know. Yeah, I have the days. I already agreed to come, although I was kicking myself for it now. Perfect. Now, what about the Artists' Gala next month? I thought we decided you'd go alone. I rubbed my finger and forefinger over my temple, already knowing where this was going. You weren't with someone for a decade without knowing them. We did, but listen, the producers and I were chatting, and they wanted me to ask if you could sneak away from filming for the weekend. I know our situation, but think how it looks if my husband isn't there to support me. It's such a big publicity event, and it would be so good to keep my face in the press leading up to the release of Odyssey and, of course, your TV show. Rachel, I've been dealing with people thinking you're not here to support me for 6 weeks. I was pacing the bedroom, anxiety already creeping up my throat. But this will be on a much more visible scale. How does it look when you aren't here? We can have your publicist put out a statement. That will make it worse. She sounded so indignant. Could you make time to be down here, please? Then we can talk. Talk? She hadn't wanted to talk to me in months. Why would we need to talk? What would Hale think? Him and I had talked about hanging out when we got a couple of days off in a row. I had so many images in my mind of day trips with him and being able to enjoy him when we weren't both dead tired. You don't think everything was a little hasty? She lowered her voice and turned it a little sweet. I really couldn't tell if she was saying this to get me to the gala or because she actually missed me. Of course I think it was hasty, but you told me you'd been thinking about it for a year. And she hadn't brought it up once. How many times did you talk to your therapist about it? The whole time. And you couldn't bring it up to me before then? I asked. I didn't want to make you worse. She snapped. But up and leaving me when I thought we were happy is fine? I had to start doing things for me. I sank to a seat on the edge of the tub, visions of a long drive up the coast with Hale vanishing into thin air. What kind of person would I be if I picked Hale over time with my wife, even if she was soon to be ex? Could I throw away 10 years for a new friend even if I didn't think it was likely? I wished I could, but I wouldn't. I'll see if Mel can rearrange the shooting days. You are the best, Q. She hung up, and I was left with my stomach rolling. Was I really the best? Or was what I could do for her the best? In the past, I never would have doubted her intentions, but now I was this thing she could use for likes and clicks. It felt like my entire life was a lie. She could have been using me for years and only left when she felt like her career was far enough to get along without me. Maybe a person who didn't want me for my fame didn't exist. Or maybe I was meant to be alone. I wasn't good for myself, so how could I be good for anyone else? I heard a key in the door downstairs and cursed to myself. I was usually freshly showered and sitting in gray sweats when Hale walked in. I'd given him the spare key I'd had made for Rachel. "Cal, Christ?" Hale called up the stairs. "Give me a couple." I grabbed a towel and wrapped it around my waist before stepping out of the bedroom. "I got a phone call, and I still have to get dressed." He stared up at me for a moment, and I could have kicked myself. I hoped he didn't think I was coming on to him. Sure. He tore his eyes away and pushed a hand into his hair. "I didn't mean to—" I gestured at myself, but he wasn't looking. "Let me get dressed." He was still standing when I came down. "Sorry about that." What else could I say? I hadn't thought it through, and if I'd made things awkward, I'd be so angry. He dropped his keys on the table and set down the salads he'd said he was picking up. I didn't move to take one, instead taking him in. His hair was wet and falling in his face. "It's fine. I'm going to see it next week anyway." He tucked his hair behind his ear and finally made eye contact. "It's still, I don't know." I sat on the edge of the sofa. I wanted to blurt out what had happened with Rachel, but I was terrified he'd hate me for lying to him about it. "Not a big deal." He collapsed into a seat next to me. Then why do I feel like there is tension? He smiled, and I told myself it was genuine. "You seem tense, but I'm good." "I am tense." That was Rachel. "I hope I didn't interrupt. You don't seem to talk to her much. I hope that's not my fault." His smile fell as he stood. "If you need to call her back?" "No!" I jumped to my feet, not sure what I thought I was going to do. Barricade him in my house? I knew I couldn't do this tonight. "Don't leave. I can't be alone." His frown deepened. "What's wrong?" I could have let it all spill out at that moment, but the little voice in my mind told me it was too much. It would send him running. I sunk to a seat. "She wants me to come to the artist gala, but I really don't want to go. I don't know if I can deal with it right now." "Deal with what?" "Publicity is hard for me with my anxiety, and I do it, but I usually I closed my eyes, psych myself up for it for a while. "So this is kind of unexpected, and I'd have to get Mel to rearrange our shooting schedule, which is massive." "So why'd you decide to not go?" "Because we were apart anyway, and I haven't been doing great, so I decided it was too much for me. I'm already doing her premiere with her. Little bits. Maybe if I let it out in little bits, he wouldn't run." "Do you have depression, Cal?" The concern showed on his face, and I hated myself a little, but I couldn't lie anymore. "Yes." It felt like a weight off my shoulders to admit it. "I kind of thought so. My brother has it." He set a hand on my thigh, and I could have died. I was starved for affection. The isolation was killing me slowly. It's hard to talk about and not think people will think you're damaged or broken. I get that. I didn't deal with it, but watching Isaac deal was enough. He squeezed my thigh, then pulled away. And there's never a good time to tell someone. Too long and feels like you're hiding it. Right away they are judging and you're oversharing. "So, is this gala thing really going to fuck you up?" he asked, full of concern. I tinted my fingers and covered my mouth with them, closing my eyes. "I don't know. It's hard to tell what I can do anymore." "Are you not doing well?" "I never do well alone. I told you as much." Why was I telling him all these things? "I know. When you told me, it made me suspect depression." His hand was on my thigh again. "Does Rachel know that?" I focused on the touch. Yes. My chest was going to break. couldn't deal with it if he didn't want to be my friend after this. I couldn't bear being too much for another person. But I can't lean on her. She has a job, too. You've always been able to work it out in the past. It's shit you couldn't this time. I know. I risked opening my eyes and saw the sympathy written on his face, sympathy I didn't deserve because of my lies. What can I do? Stay? I asked, knowing I didn't have the right. Of course. He wrapped his arms around me, and I selfishly pressed into him, taking every bit of the hug. Want me to sleep here? I can't ask you to do that. I swallowed the begging I wanted to do. You didn't ask me, I offered. He stroked his fingers down my back. Just tonight? Please. No please needed. He leaned his head against mine. I got you. As often as you needed. He was so good. What had I done to deserve his friendship?
11. Hail. Lord, give me strength. I held him, and there was nothing in the world I'd rather be doing. I didn't want to let him go, and he didn't seem to want to move either. We were stiff by the time we broke apart. I almost dragged him closer when he tried to pull away, but I let him go, unable to betray the way I felt. I was here for him, not for myself. We should eat, he said. You brought this food. We ate and we watched television, but I couldn't focus on Game of Thrones. I kept looking over at him. I wanted to be able to take away his pain, like I never could for my brother. I swore to myself I'd redouble my effort to get over the crush and be the friend he needed me to be. I could do this for him. I had to do this for him. But more than anything, I loved being needed by him. I loved that he let me in the little bit he had. I knew how big it was for people with depression. He'd even said it himself. He'd only ever let Rachel in. It's late, he said after a few episodes. It's funny that it's late for us at 9, when we have to be up at 3. Believe me, I know. I thought about going to bed when I got here, I admitted. You don't have to stay. He wrung his hands in his lap, and I knew I had to. I know. He visibly relaxed. I don't want to go upstairs and be alone. I didn't want him to go upstairs either. Entirely selfishly, I glanced around looking for a solution. You take the sofa and I'll crash on the chair. The sofa is big enough for us each to take a side. The chair won't be comfortable. Are you sure? I wasn't about to argue with him. Let me go grab some blankets. He hesitated. Do you need something to sleep in? Shorts? I asked. They'd be big because his hips were bigger than mine, but it'd be better than jeans. He came down a few minutes later with his arms full of blankets and pillows. He tossed them down and then handed me shorts he had tucked under his arm. I took them and went to the bathroom to change. I wasn't about to allow him to see the halfie I was sporting. But it didn't matter anyway, because the second I walked in the room and saw him without his shirt, I was screwed. Thankfully, his back was to me, and I was sitting with a blanket over my lap before he turned around. Wow. I'd seen it before, but Lord in heaven, the man had perfect abs. The cut of his V dipped into his shorts like a sculpture, like God had hand-sketched him himself. All the oxygen had left the room. I couldn't breathe if I'd wanted to. Thank you, Quell said after the lights were turned off, and only the glow of the television remained. Both our heads were in the corner, and I had to lay on my stomach to get a glimpse of the top of his head. He looked up at the same time and smiled. What? For having an epic sleepover and watching adult shows like we're 12? Sure, we'll go with that. Sleepovers rock. I don't care how old you are, I said, trying to cheer him up. I'm not arguing with you. He turned to rest his chin on his pillow. If I wasn't sore as hell, I'd be building a fort for us to sleep in. I went on. How the hell would you build a fort in here? Are you doubting my skills? I'm offended. I couldn't stop myself. I hear nothing of these skills, he said, a smile ghosting his lips. I'm gonna tell Raynor to double make you cry tomorrow, he gasped. You hate me, don't you? You mocked my fort. I was trying to get you to build it. I'm sore. And I was full body sore. You're sore. Raynor had to rub my butt because I couldn't walk, and I didn't even care. That's how they get you. We both laughed. He stared at me for a long moment and then turned to face the back of the sofa. Good night. As tired as I was from our long days and lack of sleep, I didn't want to. I wanted to linger in this moment. His friendship felt like magic. The next thing I knew, the couch dipped next to me and warmth pressed against my stomach. Hale, Kel nudged me gently. It's time to wake up. Fingers brushed through my hair. Hale. I didn't want to tell him I was awake. I wanted to steal another moment. I'm gonna have to get water or something. 5 more minutes, I muttered, thinking he wouldn't douse me, but I wasn't entirely sure. I have coffee going. He tugged lightly on my hair before letting go. Fine. I rolled to my back to look at him. He didn't move. I didn't either. We stared at each other in the dim light. Thank you, he said at length, curled into the sofa, with his knees tucked into his chest. For what? I asked, my muddled brain still not fully functioning. For sleeping on my sofa instead of your bed? I wanted to tell him about all the times I'd slept on my brother's floor because he couldn't be alone. All the times I'd held my brother because he needed to feel someone, anyone to remember he was human. Before I could find words to express any of that, Kel pushed to a stand. The moment was gone, but the feeling remained. I stepped into the kitchen and Kel held out a mug. He was wrong. The way he stood was tense and almost standoffish. There was something about him, but not in a depressed sort of way. I couldn't figure it out. Sure, I added milk to the mug and then wrapped my hands around it. He wouldn't make eye contact. Kel? He finally glanced over. Yeah? What's wrong? I asked. He lifted his shoulders, and I hated the distance I felt from him. I should go home and shower, I said when he didn't answer. Want to do it here? He offered. Everything you need should be in my bathroom. Take whatever clothes you want. Aren't you going to? I'm gonna go back to sleep in the makeup chair, and I showered last night. He pulled his coffee into his chest. I do before and after, usually. It wakes me up. Go for it, then. I hesitated and stared at my coffee. Images of him in the towel last night filling my head. I swallowed hard. How wrong would it be to jack off in his shower picturing him? Stop! Had I been alone, I would have banged my head against the wall to forcefully remove the idea. I was going to have to get naked and film a sex scene with Kel next week. If I started to picture us fucking now, I was going to be so unbearably hard when we were filming that everyone would notice. I could not do that to myself or him. I know it happened all the time during filming, natural body reactions and all, but I couldn't do that to myself. Or him. I was going to have to find a way to get rid of this crush before next week. Never mind, I'll forego it. You sure? He eyed me over the rim of his mug. I nodded. Should we ride together? He shrugged and grabbed his keys. If I have to be gone next weekend for this dinner, I bet Mel will try and move up our sexy time shoot to this week. I nearly spit coffee all over his floor. You think? I said, in a mostly normal voice. If we can get the location early, it won't surprise me if he tries to go tomorrow. Fuck.
12. Cal. I was tossing a few things in my overnight bag when Ella strolled into my trailer. "Ready to go?" she asked. Could I be ready to film intimate scenes with people watching? I wasn't sure there was a mental way to prepare for such a thing, let alone when I thought I had more time. "Nearly. How many nights will we be gone again?" I hated changes. I hated that Rachel was the cause of the changes, and I should have said no. Of course, things get delayed and moved around all the time in this industry, but it didn't do anything for my anxiety about it being my fault. 4 or 5? She replied. Does Mel really think it will take that long to get the scenes? The location scout didn't take into consideration the weather. We are going to need it to be perfect for 3 days, and Mel wanted to make sure to give us enough time to get all the scenes we need so we don't have to try and re-coordinate with you going out of town. There's a lot of little stuff we need the forest for. And if we finish early? I asked, throwing another couple of shirts into the bag. I'd be in costume, mostly. I only needed a few things. We can stay or go. I'm hoping we do so I can get lost in the woods. She closed her eyes and tilted her chin up like she was already picturing herself there. I'd enjoy that. Maybe that's what I'll do when we take our season wrap break. If you want company, she said. I smiled. I did want company, but I doubted Hale would want to come. I'm sure you're going to want your own time. Sure, but I'm not sure I like the idea of you alone in the woods. She was probably right. Maybe I shouldn't do that to myself, but where else did I have to go? The location was breathtaking. Far enough away to make it an inconvenient daily commute, but close enough to perfectly simulate the middle of nowhere. The night shoots wouldn't be tainted by the city light, and we'd have beautiful star-filled scenes like these characters might have seen in a pre-industrial world. The trees stretched far into the sky and were so big around that 2 of us couldn't join arms. It would be dark by the time we finished on set. The canopy was so thick, light had a hard time penetrating. Our crew had been here prepping the location for days and dragging all the equipment up the side of the hill. There was a stream and everything we'd need to bring the book to life. Pre-production had picked all these locations months ago, and I'd approved them, but I hadn't had a chance to visit all of them between projects. I closed my eyes and inhaled. It smelled like pine and moss and fresh rain, and the air was so clean my American lungs didn't know what to do with it. Maybe I was getting high off the content of oxygen in the air. I wanted to stay here and never leave. This is... Wow, Q. Hale trailed his fingers over my shoulder blades as he stepped up behind me. It was his way of not startling me. I took comfort in his touch. I missed intimacy. I missed being touched so much I was like an addict for the little moments with him. I had to keep shoving down the notion that it was weird for a straight guy to crave another man's touch. And we are about to defile it, I said. He blushed, but didn't move his hand. I warmed. I can't believe you actually kept this scene. He side-eyed me. Why? Because I'm about to get fucked against a tree? I'd thought about it all morning, and it was getting to me. I didn't exactly think I'd be the one getting fucked. He covered his mouth with his hand. It's an extreme location for a sex scene. But don't you think we need the build-up in the environment? Emotionally, I think this changes things for Seaver and Flint. It bonds them over being stranded and lost. So, if we were going to be here, I want to show how they go from this fling to more, and the complications Seaver's feelings bring. He has to deal with the what-if, and being stranded with Flint in his face is the perfect place to do it. When I stopped, I noticed Hale was looking at me funny. What? Do I have food in my teeth or something? No. I love how passionate you are about this project and telling the story right. He'd been off all morning, probably because he'd had less than 24 hours' notice we were filming this scene. Even if it involves me, ass naked in front of my crew and probably some type of poison ivy and bark burn? Hale laughed. Bark burn is nothing to joke over. Are you going to need me to rub something on that burn, or should we get Reiner to do it? I told you about Reiner rubbing my butt in confidence, and here you are using it against me. I was laughing as soon as the words were out of my mouth. I guess we'll be exposed together, Hale said with a laugh. Maybe after everything he found out about me, I turned him off. Yeah, we will. I was hot all of a sudden, and had issues swallowing. I'd known this was coming since I bought the script. What was wrong with me? I couldn't stop sweating. Maybe I needed a few hits to relax me a little. Get to makeup and costumes, you two. I don't want to lose the light. Ella shooed us away. Sitting in the chair, I couldn't stop looking over at him. Hale seemed like he was in a totally zen state. His eyes were closed and he had his head back. He might even be asleep after our late night last night. Why the hell was I overthinking this so much? Was it because I'd never touched a man before? I wasn't attracted to men. It shouldn't bother me. I wasn't attracted to most of the people I acted with. I'd never felt a massive amount of attraction, always being drawn in more by personality than anything else. I felt all the things for Hale. I should be comfortable with him, even if men didn't do it for me. All too soon we were in robes, standing in the middle of a skeleton crew. Not awkward at all. I'd done this a dozen or more times, and yet people were shuffling their feet and coming off as nervous. We'd made it through parts of the lead-up, and it was getting dim, so Mel wanted to try the sex. All the sex. My hair was tied up in a ribbon. Hale was going to have to rip it out later. We hadn't even filmed the scenes where we kissed the first time yet. The strange part about filming a series for a subscription service was, like movies, they weren't filmed in order. When I worked on network shows, the episodes were filmed as full pieces. We could save loads of money filming in pieces, only using locations as long as we needed them, without having to continue to rent them as we needed them. But that also meant we were all over the place filming parts from episode 3 and then 12 sometimes in the same day. You ready, Kel? Mel stood next to me with a half smirk. Shut up. Everyone is already acting weird. We don't need more of this. They are a bit put off, right? I nodded. Does gay sex really scare that many people? Maybe they are worried you're killing your career, or they don't see you as the type to take a dick. I went a little red in the cheeks, because I'd thought about asking Rachel to peg me before, so it wasn't really out of character, but I wasn't about to scream that to the crew, or tell Mel for that matter. I bet this builds my career, and I bet if any rags knew we were filming today, the photogs would be all over this. I cut it down as far as I could, and I have a perimeter set up. Hopefully the photogs won't get anywhere near it. I scrubbed a hand over my face. Great. That's what we need. Family values up my ass about my Disney movie out next year, and now I'm filming this. It would be great publicity for the show. I rolled my eyes and pressed a hand into my chest. Enough people have seen my ass in other movies. They won't watch this for me naked. You don't think so? He sized me up. I think they will. I'd watch if I wasn't here. I groaned. You don't think so? You're sleeping with a guy. Tons of straight women love gay porn. It's half their market. I coughed. What? Did he know Hale had spent nights at my place? Did Hale tell someone? Straight dudes watch lesbians, is that odd? It's all the parts they are attracted to, why not? You're hot. Lots of women are attracted to you. Of course they're going to want to see you with the dude on screen, even if it's fake. All about the fantasy. I let out the air I'd been holding in my lungs. He meant the shoot. I was glad I hadn't given myself away. I guess I'd never thought about it. I'd probably watch gay porn before lesbians. Nothing wrong with it. Just not my thing. You going to be able to do this? I think so. I was nervous, but not for the reasons he was thinking. I was starting to think I was attracted to Hale. Was that even possible? Did someone's sexuality change in their 30s? It didn't make any sense to me, but something was going on. I swallowed. Hard. Think? He asked. Kel, we can't recast you. You sold the entire project. It's not that I'm opposed. It was more I kept getting a strange happy every time I thought about the scene. Maybe I was attracted to Hale because of his personality. Or maybe my body and mind were grasping at straws after Rachel. I needed someone to talk this out with, but I was standing here needing to do my damn job. Let's do it. I took my place, pulled my robe off, and held it out to an assistant. I was in Flint's thin linen pants, which were going to end up off by the end of the scene. Hale came out of makeup and strolled over to stand before me with his shirt open. He looked as breathless as I felt, cheeks flushed and lips red. Makeup had done good. He had goosebumps on his skin, and he offered me a smile. "Ready?" Mel asked us both. I nodded, glad he was here for this. I trusted him, as well as the rest of the crew he had chosen. Action! They read off the take, and then Hale was on me. "You fucking insufferable little prick," he said, getting in my face. "Stop blaming me for your blunders. You sent them on ahead, because I needed the ship ready to go at dawn." "Adele told me he'd be here," I said, crossing my arms over my chest. "This was such a waste of time." Hale lifted his hands, flexing his fingers like Seaver was about to rage. "I should skin you and leave your ass here." He was beautiful when he acted, so talented. I was in awe of how he inspired me. "We are alone," I said. Hale's head snapped around in rage. "What are you suggesting?" "I've seen the way you look at me." "Your imagination." "Is it?" I asked, making my voice forceful because Flint would try to be more than he felt. It was a hunch, after all. "You see what you want to. So used to being handed everything in life." Hale turned away from me again. I stepped forward and grabbed him by the shoulder. He flung my hand off and got in my face. "Do not ask for things when you don't understand the consequences." "I've fucked men before." Hale paused, scrutinizing me. "What do you honestly know of the world? How courteous fuck with a feather touch in fear of hurting the prince. My hand wouldn't be gentle." "I wanted." I slid a palm around the back of Hale's neck. My halfie had returned, but I couldn't stop now. We were in the middle of it, and I didn't want to have to redo the whole scene. His breath was hot on my lips as he said his next line. "You know not what you ask." I kissed him, tentatively. He tasted good, not like onions. My dick was so hard. What the hell was wrong with me? Wasn't I straight? This wasn't the time to have an identity crisis. I lost myself to the kiss. He ripped the ribbon out of my hair, and I groaned into his mouth. He slid a hand around my lower back and pulled me against him. Fuck. Could he feel my heart-on? It was too late now. He dug his nails into my skin, and I liked it. He was rough with me like Seaver would have been with Flint. I knew it was acting on his part, but it felt too real. I wanted it to be real, and I didn't know what that said about me. I was gasping by the time he broke the kiss off and flipped me around. This was in the script, but I wasn't ready. My hands came up just in time to catch myself against the tree he was shoving me into. He was forcing down my pants, and I remembered I was scripted to help. I undid the makeshift belt, and he got them down around my knees. I was glad my heart-on was facing the tree. As uncomfortable as it was, at least the entire crew wasn't going to see how aroused I was. Hale messed with his own pants, and I felt his bare hips against my ass. Was he hard? I mean, I'd never felt a dick against my ass, so I really couldn't say, but it was large. Fuck. It made my cock ache imagining him hard for me. I rubbed into him as he gripped my ass and acted like he was spitting between us. Was this how it went? I should have watched some gay porn leading up to this to get a better idea, but the thought had never occurred to me. I figured gay sex was the same as straight, but from the feel of his calloused hands, I knew it wasn't. It was rougher. More. He bit down on the place where my shoulder meets neck and whispered over my skin. "You okay?" I moaned a response, as to not ruin the scene, and wrapped an arm around him to keep him close. "Cut!" I was left gasping, unsure what had happened. Fake sex with Hale had felt more like real sex than I'd had in years. I was staggering mentally. "Let's set it up and try it again," Mel said. "Take 5, you two." Someone was helping me into my robe. I wanted to talk to Hale. I wanted to tell him what was in my head, but how could I possibly tell him? "I know you think I'm married, but the sex you thought was fake made me gay for you?" How insensitive and fucked did that sound? I needed my head examined. Not that there was a thing wrong with being gay. Mid-filming a scene with my best friend probably wasn't the time to realize something new got me off. "Kel?" Hale said, coming up to me. "Fuck, please don't ask." "Yes?" "Was that all okay? You seemed a little stiff." He had no idea.
13. Hale. Was I? Kel put a hand over his eyes and rubbed his forehead. "I'm trying to work out how to do this in my head." "Do what? Was I terrible? I'm not like Onion Girl, am I?" "No." He laughed and seemed to relax. "You were perfect. I'm realizing gay sex is not straight sex, and maybe I didn't do enough. Maybe I need to binge-watch some gay porn." I blinked and coughed. "What? It's different. Maybe I'm not explaining it right. It's not the lack of vagina, it's more primal? I don't know. It feels different." He was off again. Had he felt me rock hard against his ass? What if this ruined our friendship? I'd never forgive my dick. I needed to do better. I needed to think of my grandma for the entire next scene. Something gross, anything to make it so I wasn't hard. We ran through the scene, and I had Kel shoved up against the tree again. I was so focused on my dick. It stayed a halfie. I bit the back of his neck and was careful rubbing up against him. "What was that?" Mel said after he cut the scene. I was pulling up my pants before I turned on him. "What? I've seen siblings with more passion. You both look disgusted. That was nothing like the first go-around." He looked between us. I side-eyed Kel. "I think I got in my head. You two know how to act, right? Get it together." "Sorry," I muttered as I stepped to the side. "Did I do something?" Kel asked when we were away from everyone else. "Why would you think that?" He sighed. "That was terrible. Yeah, I was terrible for letting my feelings get in the way. I was off." "Me too," I said. "I'm sorry. Fuck." I pushed both hands into my hair and tugged. There was so much I wanted to say, but I couldn't bring myself to, so I stayed silent. "Ready to try again?" Mel asked. I turned to Kel, and he nodded, and we were back at it. But it wasn't the same. The chemistry was lacking. We weren't stiff, but we were in our heads. At least I was. I felt like a damn robot. 3 more scenes and my dick was fucking raw from rubbing against my pants and trying to keep it away from his ass. It was the worst edging I'd ever experienced, and I usually liked a little denial. I ached all over when Mel told us to go sleep it off and we'd try again tomorrow. We had this and a tense scene to get through intimacy-wise. How are we gonna pull it off if we couldn't work out the kinks? "I'm gonna crash," Kel said as we lingered near one another. I was crushed. I really had blown it. He now knew I was attracted to him and he didn't want to hang out with me. What was I gonna do? "Kel, I'm sorry. Don't be mad." He frowned. "I'm not mad. You don't have anything to be sorry for. I'm feeling off and I really just want to sleep." I didn't believe him, but what could I do? Call him a liar? I didn't think that would help the situation, so I swallowed my doubts. "Okay, get some rest." I went to my trailer and collapsed into a seat. Ella followed me inside, and I didn't stop her. "You look like you need a stiff drink." Ella sat down next to me and leaned in to knock her shoulder against mine. I felt a little bad as I'd been spending most of my time with Kel. Like 40.
Maybe 5. I need to make sure you're alive for tomorrow, or Mel will kill me.
She rummaged around and found the vodka in the mini-fridge and poured us both a glass with the orange juice I had in there as well. No, he won't. I'm about to get recast.
He won't do that.
Ella gave my shoulder a squeeze. If our chemistry is gone, who do you think is going to be replaced, me or Kel? She frowned at me, but I knew I was right. The sad part was, I could get replaced and it would suck. But losing Kel was the part that terrified me.
You two will get it right. Everyone has bad days.
What if we can't? I think I scared him.
If he can't do this, he can't do it.
Ella laid her head on my shoulder.
You can't be fired for that. He would be like that with any guy.
He was fine the first take.
So were you,
she argued. And I fucked it up.
What do you think you did?
She moved to sit in front of me on the edge of the little table. You couldn't tell? I scoffed. She shook her head. I might as well tell her. What was it going to hurt? Clearly Kel already felt it. I looked away, not willing to make eye contact while I admitted it. I was hard, like the whole time. I was still hard because my body hated me, and it was a dirty fucking asshole who only thought about itself and not about ruining my life. She laughed.
Is that it?
Why are you laughing? This is a big deal. He's straight. I probably terrified him.
I'm sure he's been hard filming sex scenes with people before. With people he wasn't even attracted to. I've worked with him on more than one project, and it's happened. One day he was laughing and hard because his dick wouldn't quit.
That hurt even more. So it's bad because I'm a guy and it freaked him out.
Do you think he'd be playing a gay prince if he had a problem with it? Think about it.
I thought about it and thought about it, but there was no other explanation. What else could it be?
You two were off. It happens. Like I said, he ruined one because he was hard and couldn't stop laughing about it. No one is perfect every scene.
I drank down the rest of the contents of my glass and got up to make myself another drink. There was no way I was going to sleep unless I was thoroughly intoxicated. Ella held out her glass. Once I refilled her glass, I paced back and forth.
You need to calm down,
she said. Tell me how. I turned and paced and turned.
You're going to wear a hole in the floor. Tomorrow isn't going to go better if you're freaking out.
She stood and closed the distance between us.
You need to take something and sleep this off. Tomorrow is a new day. Do not bring this energy into tomorrow.
Okay. I dropped my head forward to rest on her shoulder. Sorry.
Don't apologize. I don't want to see you sabotage yourself.
I know. I breathed out and breathed in, controlling myself. I felt better by the next morning. I was going to do this right. If he felt my dick, we'd deal with it. I'd make him talk it out with me later, good or bad day. I wasn't going to let him avoid it or me. I had a plan. I ran through the scene over and over in my head, and I was ready to knock it out of the park by the time we got out of makeup. The lighting is shit, Mel said. It's overcast and raining because it's Canada, and Canada hates best-laid plans. So, we are doing the tent scene. I scrubbed a hand over my face. I had prepared all morning for the tree scene, so instead of being behind Kel, I was going to have to look him in the eyes and hate fuck him. The universe was out to destroy my life. It had to be. This was karma laughing in my face for something I'd done. That was the only plausible explanation. I could do this. I was a professional. I was an actor. I needed to put everything aside, feelings included, and do my job. I stood in front of the tent they'd set up. It was barely big enough for Kel and I to fit inside, let alone with a cameraman and all the other equipment they jammed inside. It had cutouts in the roof for filming and lights. Kel grabbed my arm as we walked towards the tent. Can we talk? Fuck. Of course. Are you okay? I was worried about you last night. He nodded, but I could tell he hadn't slept. I'm sorry about yesterday. It wasn't you. I'm sure looking back you think it is, but I was in my head and today'll be better. But it had to be me. I hated that everyone kept telling me it wasn't. Nothing else made sense.
Let's get this going,
Mel called. Can we talk more later? Of course.
Kel on the bottom, and Hale, you're gonna be on top. At least for now. Let's see how it goes.
I stripped off my robe, glad I wasn't yet hard. I avoided looking at Kel as he climbed in the makeshift tent. The blankets were scratchy and it was stifling despite the cold weather. My skin prickled. I wasn't going to have to be sprayed down to fake a sweat. We would be sweaty on our own soon enough with the heat coming from the lamps. In another scene, I'd been dragging him in there mostly naked after the tree scene. This could have been done in the studio, but Mel wanted us to carry the passion from the tree directly to the tent. I guess now he had no faith in us. He wasn't wrong. I'd lost the faith too. Once Kel was inside with the blankets set around him, I crawled in after him. I was on my knees naked, trying to ignore the cameras all around us. They were not fooling around here. Kel had a sock over his dick, and I had the same. We'd be fully skin to skin with only our junks covered. His legs lay half open, and he appeared relaxed. I knelt between his thighs and sat on my ass while Ella adjusted the light and talked to Mel. Did you smoke? I leaned forward and whispered. I needed to calm down a little after yesterday. And you didn't share? I hadn't even thought about it. It might have helped us both, plus weed could kill erections, so it might have really helped. Sorry. I was too in my head I didn't think about offering. We are gonna try and get a couple shots of you two having sex in a couple different positions. Then see what looks good cut into the episode. I needed aggressive. You two need to seem like you're working out your issues in bed. We both nodded. All right, first up, Hale, you're on top. Be rough with him. Kel does his own stunts, he can take it. Kel laughed. I think this is a little different. Mel gave him a flat look. Had a lot of sex with men I don't know about, Kel? Kel turned pink and pursed his lips. Show him, Hale. The hard-on returned. But I was moving to lay over Kel, so hopefully no one but him would notice. I laid my forearm on the side of Kel's face opposite the camera and grabbed his hair with my other so it was visible on film. Yes, good, Hale. I like that. Try things out. Just keep moving and testing out stuff. We'll use what looks best. Kel stared into my eyes. I knew he could feel me hard against his thigh. There was no way he couldn't kill me. But he smiled and whispered, We got this. He picked up his head and kissed me. I kissed him tentatively at first, but quickly relaxed when I felt the tension ease out of him. He grabbed my ass and heard Mel's approval. I used his shoulder as leverage to drive my hips into him, spreading his thighs further apart with mine. He threw his head back and pressed up into me. I dropped my head to suck on his neck and felt something against my stomach. I lifted up to look between us, unable to stop myself. He was filling his sock, so to speak. He is hard. His dick was massive and sprawled across his belly. Now that he was fully erect, the sock didn't cover all of him. His balls hung low, and I couldn't help but groan. I had to stop thinking about it. I'd make it awkward again if I did. I dropped down to stretch out over him, trapping his cock between us. He was hard because of friction. It had to be. How could he not be? It felt really fucking good to be rubbing up against him. Neither of us had gotten laid since we got here. He hadn't seen his wife, and I spent every night with him. We were two sex-deprived dudes filming sex. The tent started to get hot, slicking the skin between us, causing us to glide together. I tried to keep my dick away from his as much as possible. When he grabbed the back of my neck and kissed me again, our dicks brushed once, and then twice. I moaned in his mouth, and my eyes snapped open. He was watching me, I wanted to apologize, but I didn't want to stop. I was a terrible person. I moved to pull away a little, but his hands tightened on me and he bit down on my lip. I looked him in the eyes again. They were calm and reassuring. This was our job. We were being paid to make it look convincing. If I used my feelings to bleed into that, I was doing my best, right? Let's try Kel face down. Take him from behind on all fours. We broke apart a little breathless, but when Mel asked us if we needed a break, Kel told him no. He wanted to do it while we had a flow going. I couldn't have agreed more. This was working. Kel got up on all fours, and I had to swallow a wave of lust. His cock hung heavy, still clad in the orange sock. I had a full view of all of him like this. Damn. I could see myself licking his rim, getting him good and ready before fucking him. Hale, you ready? Yeah, I said in a half-croak. I tucked my cock down so it was going to be rubbing against Kel's and grabbed him around the shoulder. I pulled away and acted like I was ramming into him. Good. Do you think we can get Kel on top without making it an actual porno? Mel turned to Ella. I sat back, pulling a blanket over my dick and wiped my forehead with my forearm. We can try it. He can't be like sitting up, but maybe leaning forward, Ella suggested. Need a break? Mel asked. I shook my head and looked at Kel, who had done the same. Maybe some water? He rubbed a hand down his chest and then took the bottle he was offered. Once he had his fill, he passed it to me and I sipped at it. Your turn to lay back, he said with a laugh. Great, I'm in the laughing category. I forced it out of my brain. Kel was over me, and I had to get through the rest of today and this week. I'd figure out a way to deal with my feelings. Hopefully I could save the friendship because it really meant the world to me. That seemed to do it. My heart-on was gone. I was curling into myself. I still went through the motions and it probably looked good on film, but it was less. When we finally crawled out of the tent, it had been hours. I was chafed and raw from the sock, and my dick frankly hurt. Fake sex was brutal. I was horny and wanted to jack off, but was sure it would be painful, which sounded sad, like I was going to cry and jack off. I would talk to Kel tomorrow. I wanted my bed and to forget how much I enjoyed being naked with my straight best friend. Hell, Kel jogged to catch up with me and grabbed my arm. Not tonight, I said, and shrugged out of his grasp, and kept walking.
14. Kel. Please don't. I knew it wasn't fair of me to ask, as I'd bailed on him the night before, but I had to talk to him. Kel, I have nothing left in me tonight. Hale looked it, too. He had bags under his eyes, and the light was gone from his skin. Let me be there for you like you were for me. I wasn't above begging. My self-esteem was nearly non-existent anyway. I couldn't spend another night alone. The thought made my chest tighten and breathing feel impossible. It was selfish, but I needed my friend. So you can bail, but I can't? No! You have every right to say no to me. I don't want to be alone another night, and it's selfish of me to even ask. But I am. His face softened. Okay. I was fully down from my high, which had saved me today for filming, but now I needed to talk. Do you even want to be friends with me anymore? He asked as soon as the trailer door closed behind us. I leaned against the door. Would I be practically begging you to come in here with me if not? Maybe you wanted to tell me we aren't friends anymore. My insides dropped and I frowned. No. I was terrible yesterday, in my own head. I'm sorry if I made you feel awkward, with my heart on. God damn, I really don't want it to destroy our friendship. I wanted to hide it, but, that fucked up the whole scene. I couldn't let him think it was him. I expected him to be partly hard in scenes. I usually was with women. By the end, It was part of it. It was normal, even when I wasn't attracted to them at all. You can't rub up against someone for hours and not have it happen. I wished we'd talked about this before, but I couldn't have mentally prepared without knowing how my own body would react to him. You didn't fuck it up. I did. I knew he felt it today, even if he hadn't noticed yesterday. I told myself to say it, but the words were hard to articulate. I fucked up the scene because I was hard and I didn't know what it meant. So I was in my head, and I'm sure my energy rubbed off on you. It's normal for you to be hard. I felt like an idiot for even admitting this to him. It's normal for you, but not for me? He crossed his arms over his chest and switched his weight to his back foot. Had I insulted him? Yes, you're attracted to men. I wasn't saying you're attracted to me. I was a huge idiot and I could not stop talking. I was trying to say you being hard didn't bother me. It turned me on, but I couldn't say that to him. I could barely say it to myself. It was all me, and I'm sorry I put you off your game. I will talk to Mel and tell him it was all me. My head was all sorts of fucked. It was one of the reasons I'd needed to be alone last night. I'd been trying to figure out what was wrong with me. I was in the midst of an identity crisis, and I needed my best friend, even if I wasn't sure I could talk to him about it. It's stimulation. It's normal. For both of us, Hale said when I finally made myself stop rambling. I latched on to his words. Of course it was. I got in my head about it. It's weird for me to be feeling that with a man, more so one who means as much to me as you do. It was partly the truth. As much of the truth as I could put into words and force out of my mouth. I was terrified this much would scare him away. Are you mad at me? I searched his face. He shook his head, but I wasn't sure I believed him. There was a sadness in his eyes, and I wasn't sure what I'd done wrong. The weight of my soul was nearly too much to bear. Was today okay? We were both pretty hard, he asked. It was good. Really good. I felt breathless saying it. He had no idea. I was dying today, and it only made me realize I had to be wrong about my sexuality. I had to be at least a little attracted to guys. It felt so good. Different, completely different than being with a woman. He was thick and muscled and aggressive, and I knew that was part of the scene, but I liked it. And it made me question if I wanted to be fucked by a man. Really question. Or maybe it was just him. My mind was shattered into fragments. Up was now down. Everything I thought I'd known about myself was scattered to the winds, and I was left trying to put the pieces back together. I know, he said. But it wasn't awkward, was it? No. I was trying to go with it and ignore my inner thoughts. Hence, my smoking. If I hadn't, there was no way I'd have been able to get through it. You did really good, though. I think Mel is a lot happier with today. Good. Then we won't have to redo it. He looked relieved. The words crushed me. I was single and lonely, and I thought I had feelings for him, but he wasn't into me at all. I'd seen him go limp when I got on top. I'd been so into it and down from my high, I'd laughed out of the sheer mental head fuck of wanting him. It was an awkward laughter, and I knew, when he looked at me on top, there was nothing there for him. And yet I was still hard as fuck. I was pathetic, but I couldn't let go of his friendship. As long as he still wanted to be my friend, I'd deal with the rest. Are we okay? I asked him at length. His expression changed to hurt. I feel like I've upset you, and I feel like I've upset you. We are idiots. Hale pulled one leg into himself. I crossed the room and took a seat next to him. It's not like either of us have done this before. Done what? Hale asked. Play a couple on a television show with their friend? Unless you're holding out on me. Hale laughed and shook his head. No, I've never done anything like this. I was lucky if I had roles with lines. You'll be so busy after this, you will have to turn down work. I leaned into him on a whim. I told myself I needed to feel someone, anyone, but the truth was, I wanted to feel him. You think? He leaned into me and dropped his head to rest against the top of the cushion. I'm sure of it. I've watched some of the episodes they've been splicing together. It was the truth. I told them they should sign all of us for a third season before we get more expensive. You're already expensive. He side-eyed me. But you and most of the rest of the cast are unknown. But once the first season hits, you won't be. I wanted him to believe it. Parts of it made me sad because we may never work on this again. I was sure it would go over well with the fans, but the streaming service could decide not to do another season for whatever reason. Or maybe Hale would get too much work. I'd formed friendships that only lasted as long as movies and television shows before. I didn't want this to be one of them. Let's get through filming the first 2 seasons first, don't you think? He rested his head against mine. Are we going to be okay after filming tomorrow? I asked, unable to stop the words from leaving my throat. You mean because it's back to the dreaded tree? He asked. I tried to look at him without breaking our contact. Yes. Fuck that tree. We're about to fuck that tree. He made his eyes wide. I laughed and he softened. No, that tree fucked us. Or me, at least. I have sap places you don't want to know about. Are you trying to tell me your asshole is sweetened? My asshole is sticky, and no one wants that. It felt good to joke with him. You don't know what people are into. He paused and then said, Were you that uncomfortable? No, I was that turned on. It wasn't about being uncomfortable, I told you. I had an existential crisis about penis. Who would have thought someone with a dick would be so uncomfortable around them? I pulled away enough to look at him. I was aroused. It hit me hard. So a little toxic masculinity? Hale studied me, and I felt the judgment down to my core. Probably. I always identified as straight. It was as honest as I could be. And now? I don't know. It was the truth. Maybe it was one of the reasons you were drawn to this project in the first place. You clearly liked the relationship on page and wanted badly enough to bring the fantasy of it to life. He lifted one shoulder and settled back to resting his head and closing his eyes. That sort of passion wouldn't seem typical for a straight man. To me, at least. No offense, but maybe there is more there. I would have given anything to know what he was thinking about me at that moment. Not just the surface thoughts, but to really dig into it. I was too scared to ask him, because I didn't think he'd tell me. And I didn't think I'd want to know the truth. Maybe it was better to live in blissful ignorance. Will you stay tonight? I wanted to know what I was preparing myself for. You want me to? Let's smoke some weed and forget what tomorrow brings, I offered. Then, more weed in the morning. Are we going to be able to do what we need to do after smoking? It's a little aggressive. He licked over his lips, and I shifted in my seat. I can, but I'm used to acting with the aid of substances. Sometimes it was the only way I could do it. Let's give it a go as us. I trust you. I turned and stared at him. He trusted me. He was in this with me. I pressed a hand into my aching chest. He was too good for me. He frowned. What? It means a lot you said that. It's true. He lifted his shoulders. I held on to his words when we were standing in front of the tree again. It was right before sunset, and we'd been shooting off and on since before dawn. Mel didn't like that we'd basically wasted a day on the tree before, so he wanted to try and get as many of the other scenes out of the way before we tried again. They also needed the light to be low, as the scene was written at dusk. It was easier to create light than take it away. So, here I was, exhausted and facing my arch nemesis again. "Shots?" Mel held up a bottle of Fireball. "We're all shooting before shooting," he muttered under his breath. "Maybe if I'm drunk, I won't notice how bad it is again." Asshole. I took a plastic shot from the stack and held it out. He poured more than a double and topped off his own glass. "Yesterday was just painful for you." He stared at me. "I am personally scarred." I elbowed him in the side and poured the liquor down my throat. "Hale, come over here. Have a drink." Mel shook the bottle. Hale came over and grabbed a cup. "Is this normal?" He waved on when Mel only poured him half a cup and then drank down the full glass, which was 4 shots worth at least. "We'll go with yes, since I can tell you anything and you'll probably believe me, newbie." Hale held out his cup for a refill. "Give me a straight answer." "This happens a lot, and the studio's basically turned a blind eye to it." I groaned to myself and held out my glass to Mel again. "That a boy," he said as he refilled my glass. "I think we are going to go with more direction this time. I'm going to have the main camera, and I'm going to be real tight into your faces at the beginning. Maybe if you two have pants on, this will work." "We are fine," I said, glancing over at Hale. "Yesterday was good, right?" Hale asked, and I could see the concern on his face. "Yesterday was perfect, but look in a mirror or something. You both look like you're going to be sick." Mel pressed the back of his hand to my forehead, and I jerked away. "Don't be a douche." "I was wondering if the catering is bad. You're green, dude." I glared at him. "Can I fire you?" "Can I fire you?" he said with a sassy neck movement. "Remind me never to work with you again." Mel smirked. "You will. You get too annoyed with other directors. And you're stuck with me for what I'm guessing is going to be at least 6 seasons of you taking it up the ass." I scrubbed a hand over my face and had to cover my groan with quick thinking. If you jinx us, so help me God. Mel poured more Fireball in my glass. "Shh, drink. Then we can get hammered in the woods when this is done." "Give me another." Hale pushed his glass in front of Mel, who gladly obliged. "Keep it coming." Hale walked away as he poured it into his mouth. "You two have something going on?" Mel said when Hale was out of earshot. "What?" I nearly spit out my drink. "Suspicious." He studied me. "But honestly, you two have a fight or some shit? I'd think you were fucking if I hadn't known your straight ass for years." Fucking? What? No, we're tense because of yesterday. Nerves. I think he's worried we will recast him, which obviously we won't. "Hell no, we won't. He's better than you are." Mel grinned. I flipped him off and followed after Hale. "Let's get it going," Mel said. We stood next to the tree with the skeleton cast, and neither of us spoke. Hale seemed determined. I don't know how I felt. I wasn't drunk, but the alcohol had taken the edge off. I tried to focus on the haze in my brain. "I'm going to try and over-direct this," Mel said. "Every movement to get what I'm looking for. Kel, I want you to get in Hale's face. We're going to take it from 'I want it,' with Kel putting his hand around the back of Hale's neck. Got it?" We both nodded, and I stepped into Hale. I worked myself up, pouring myself into Flint. I didn't want to be me anymore. For today I wanted to be Flint and not think of anything I was dealing with. I closed my eyes and switched myself. When I opened them, I was filled with rage. I channeled all of my feelings about life into Flint's anger, and it bloomed. "I want it." "You know not what you ask." I could smell the cinnamon on Hale's breath as he spoke. I crushed my mouth into his. The scene direction told me to be tentative, but I couldn't do it. I dug my nails into the skin on his neck, and he hissed into my mouth. "Yes, good. Now, Hale, grab his hair," Mel said in our face with a tight camera angle. Hale thrust his fingers into my hair, pressing his body against mine. He tilted his head and parted my lips with his. I fought the urge to take the lead. I had to stay in Flint's mindset. Flint wanted this, but he'd be unsure. Seaver would take the lead. Rip his hair tie out, Mel said. Again, Hale did as he was told, and he forced me against the tree hard enough to leave marks on my already chafed skin. Yes, I like it. Press up against him, Mel said, but Hale was already doing it. Hale reached between us and messed with the tie on my pants. I helped him. I was hard, but I didn't let myself focus on it. Flint wanted to feel all of Seaver. I wanted to feel all of Hale. Grab his thigh, Hale. Hale did as he was told, but it wasn't robotic. He pulled my leg around him and then reached between us again. This time, his knuckles brushed over my cock as he went for his own tie. A shiver ran down my spine. We both watched as he fumbled. I grabbed at his shoulders, and he spit between us. Mel had the camera next to our shoulders, trained on Hale's face as he spit. Hale didn't bother taking himself out of his pants. He mimicked the grabbing himself, and hitching my legs higher around his hips, and dropped his face to my throat as he thrust. I dropped my head against the tree. Yes, perfect. Keep going, Mel said. I can imagine him there with popcorn if he hadn't been filming. I pushed it out of my mind. He wasn't there. I was Flint. I was so turned on. My cock stood at attention between us, heavy against my abs. I couldn't tell if Hale's eyes were open or closed. He could very well be staring at my dick between us. The thought made my cock jump. I didn't even know if he was hard this time. It didn't matter. Hale slid his hand down to grip my ass. His fingers dug into the meat. His thrusts were aggressive as he drove me against the tree. My skin burned from the sting of the bark. The pain both from Hale and the tree kept me centered. I was lost to the moment. I didn't even hear Mel anymore. He could have been screaming in my face to do things, but time had slowed, and I held on to Hale like Seaver was taking from Flint what he needed. I arched into him as I clawed my nails over his biceps. I think we got it, Mel said. I had no concept of time. We might have been there 5 minutes or 2 hours. We were both covered in a light sheen of sweat on top of our makeup, made to look like we were already sweating in the tropics. My back ached. I was sore in places I didn't know I could be sore. It was surreal. I vaguely remembered fixing my pants, and then I was aimless. Maybe the liquor had gone to my head. I was left staggering, not sure what was up and what was down. I think we can call it a night. You two go get some rest. We'll be shooting the river scene at dawn. You okay? Hale slipped his arm through mine once we'd both righted our clothes. Fine. You don't seem like it. Let's go to my trailer. I wanted badly to let him into my world of secrets and lies.
15. Hale. He stayed the night and all the nights after. I don't know if he sensed it in me, but he stayed, and I was grateful. It saved me night after night. The loneliness I felt being in love with my best friend was more bearable with him there. It was never gone, but it was eased the slightest bit, allowing me to breathe. From there on out, the scenes were less serious. There would be no more sex until we got into season 2, so I had months to deal with my feelings. There'd be a few kissing scenes, but those were nothing compared to what we'd already filmed. I wasn't going to spend any energy dwelling on them. I was happy to settle into a normal. I had 6 months left with him, and I wasn't going to waste any of it. Kel came through my door and collapsed next to me. He was still training, but he looked like he was losing muscle instead of gaining it. He was normally pretty thick and solid, unlike my stringy frame, but he was starting to look gaunt. "What are we having for dinner?" I angled my body to face him, leaning into the corner of the sofa. He ran his fingers over the fabric and didn't make eye contact. "I ate what my trainer made me. I'm allowed 3 glasses of clear alcohol, but I think I'm gonna have 4. "Your trainer regulates your alcohol?" "He's trying to lean me out." "You look lean as fuck." I started to reach out to touch him, but dropped my hand to rest on my thigh. He glanced down at himself like he hadn't noticed. Do I? But it didn't come off right. I didn't like it. I'll heat something up for myself then. Don't let me stop you. Order something. Or we can go out. The selfish part of me didn't want to share him with the fans we'd inevitably run into if we were out. He didn't so much mind it, but it did get hard to carry a conversation. It's fine. I have some of the stuff your nutritionist sent over. I stood, feeling restless. When do you leave? Shouldn't you be gone already? Isn't the gala tomorrow? I clearly didn't want him to go, but I was surprised he was here. I went to the kitchen and rested my hands on the cool countertops and let my head hang. I was worried about him, but did I have any right to be concerned? All the signs were minor, and it was more a gut feeling than anything else. We were close, but not close enough for me to call him out. Was it worth rocking the boat over? I had no idea. I'm taking the first flight tomorrow and flying back Sunday morning. I opened the fridge so he didn't think I was avoiding him. You don't want to see Rachel longer? As I said the words, I realized he never talked about her. I couldn't remember the last thing he'd said about her. I didn't know a thing. I can't get away. We already had to rearrange shooting because of it. Getting 24 episodes filmed in 10 months is a lot. I was realizing it. Our days were full. We want the first 4 to show them next month. I'm already taking 3 days for her premiere next month. It's a lot considering how many of the scenes I'm in. He was in more scenes than anyone else because of the way the book was written. It was front-loaded from Flint's perspective and then later branched out into the stories of the other characters the writers had built up around him. I grabbed one of the pre-made meals and a fork, returning to the living room. Are you sure you don't want one of these? Your trainer left him here for you, and you haven't eaten any of them. Just the vodka. He got up. Want a glass? What do you have as a mixer? I should probably stick to soda. They really want you that skinny for your role? What is it again? I'm playing a former CIA operative. He's all fucked up. I don't know how they want me. My studio tells the trainer what they want, and I do what he says. I don't care. The change in Kel had been building for weeks. He was disinterested, disconnected. He didn't seem to care about anything. He didn't eat any of the food from craft services. He claimed to be eating, but I wasn't sure he was. Was it wrong of me to doubt him? I was worried, and it was eating me from the inside out. He set a drink on the table in front of me, but I didn't touch it. He drank down his and was refilling it with the bottle he'd brought with him from the kitchen. Should we watch something? He asked, scooting closer. Sure. Does it ever get weird to you to watch television when you work so much in the industry? I asked him, trying to change the subject. He leaned into me, and I into him, shoulder to shoulder, his bare arm against mine. It was a comfortable feeling. I don't know when it started, but now it was our normal. No, never. Do painters get tired of consuming art, or writers ever stop reading? I love seeing what other visual artists are doing as much as I love reading. I love people who are creative. I can't get enough of it. Do you like being on the producing side? Yes and no. He slumped further in his seat and laid his head on my shoulder. Explain. His hair was in his face, and I resisted the urge to push it out and play with it. I wanted to pick the project. I'm tired of my typecasting. I wanted to be artistic, and the only way to do that was to produce my own project, but I don't like the business side of it. I want to immerse myself in my character and not think about schedules and budget and production time. I can understand that. Is it stressing you out? Maybe that's why he was off. He was concerned about getting behind, and he couldn't blame it on anything else if he was the cause, as opposed to weather-related delays they couldn't control. I'm not sure, he said. I wished he would look at me. I needed to read him better. Can I help? You do help. He moved and laid his head in my lap. I lifted my arms, not sure what to do. He turned to his side and laid there like it was nothing. My heart froze in my chest. Eventually, I made myself drape one arm over his and rested the other somewhat normally. It was impossible to breathe, and I prayed he didn't hear the hammering on my heart. "Do I?" I asked, remembering what we'd been talking about. "You help me relax." We both fell asleep like that. I woke to him getting up. I started to stand. He put a hand on my arm. "Go back to sleep." But I got to my feet and wrapped my arms around him. "Have fun." He leaned into me, slipping an arm around my waist. "Don't miss me too much." "You know I will. I'll have to stop neglecting Ella while you're away. It'll probably be good for both of you." He still hadn't pulled back. "Her and I get our gossip time while you're shooting and spending time with the German. I know you two do. So, go out. Get a few drinks. It's only one night." He pulled back at last, and I felt the absence. I wrapped my arms around myself, stiff from sleeping on the sofa like we had been. "Go, enjoy your wife." He looked at me, and a wave of emotions washed over his face, and it settled on a smile. "I will." He walked out, and I was left with a feeling there was something he wasn't saying. I took his advice and met Ella at a bar, but I wasn't exactly the best company. "You need to cheer up." "I'm worried about Kel. He was really off before he left." "He's been touchy all week. At all our meetings, he's been rough." She rolled her eyes. "Do you think the gay stuff messed him up?" I dropped my face to the bar and sighed. "You and him are close friends, you tell me." "He doesn't talk to anyone but Rachel." She pushed my head off the bar. "You realize they never clean those, right?" I picked my head up and put my arms under it before dropping it back. "Do you like Rachel?" "Honestly?" I turned my head to look at her. "Yes." "You can't tell him I said it." I shoved my hair out of my face. "That bad?" "She's an elitist bitch who acts like she's better than everyone." She shrugged and took a sip of her beer. "She hates all his friends and keeps him all wrapped up in her so he can't get close to anyone else." "Tell me how you really feel." "Not even the tip of the iceberg, Hale." "Why is he with her? He doesn't seem like he would tolerate that." She bit down on her lip. "Come on." I wanted to understand. I knew I should be asking him, but I couldn't make myself get involved in his relationship. I wasn't that strong.
"I think he thinks no one else will love him for him and be with him for reasons other than money and fame."
Wait, isn't Rachel using him for that shit? Her shoulders sagged.
"It kind of feels like it when she's not here and he's running back to LA for her on a whim, but he probably doesn't see it. It's hard to see those things when you're in it."
My stomach turned and bile rose in my throat. I hated to think anyone was treating him that way. I never wanted him to feel like that was the motive in our friendship.
They met before he was famous, so maybe he thinks if she didn't use him for fame, then she's not now. I don't know.
She sighed.
"He's the last person who deserves that shit. He's insanely generous. I'd never have asked him for a favor, but he likes me, so he called me to work on this project. He already had a team when he sold the project. He's that kind of guy."
I can tell. It gave me a lot of things to think about. "I'm worried about him," I admitted.
"Why?"
"He doesn't seem good, and he's going to spend time there."
"Maybe he'll come back better and recharged. A good fuck can do that."
I wanted to vomit. I hope so. And I did, but it didn't help with the sick feeling, the jealousy, or any of the other 50 emotions swirling inside of me. I pulled out my phone to see if there were any pictures of him. There were, tons of them. He was on the best dressed lists all over the internet. It seemed like every gossip columnist was talking about him and Rachel and their spending time apart. There was a ton of speculation about why. People on both sides of the aisle. Some saying it was good for them that the way they booked their movies was unhealthy, and others saying they were a dream couple who never wanted to be apart for a minute, and then still some saying there was trouble in paradise. For me, something wasn't adding up. For as in love as everyone thought they were, why didn't he ever talk about her? Maybe they were private, but other friends I'd had who were so sickly in love, like everyone was claiming Rachel and Kel were, couldn't stop gushing about each other, to the point it was annoying. Maybe he'd grown out of the gushing. They'd been together like 10 years, he'd said.
Are you looking at what I think you're looking at?
Ella asked when she returned.
You really do care about him, don't you?
I nodded, not trusting my words or I was going to start gushing.
Is there...
She paused her lips.
Do you have a thing for him?
Who doesn't have a thing for him?
Okay, I'll give you that one. But please, don't get hurt.
I'm not going to. I know what it is. I think anyone who he lets get close to him would feel like this. He's like the sun, and it's impossible to not fall for the light while you're in it. Or so I was going to tell myself.
I just don't want to see you hate each other.
I shook my head. It won't happen. What I meant was, it can't happen. I couldn't bear it. She rubbed a hand down my spine.
Maybe you should try to get it out of your system.
I blinked at her. I'm sorry?
Not with him. I mean, get over him by getting under someone else, if you take my meaning.
I nodded. I'd thought about it. But then anytime I downloaded Grindr, I couldn't bring myself to open the app. The thought of being with someone else wasn't appealing, but maybe I needed to force myself.
I've fallen for a few straight girls, and let me tell you, it never ends well.
She rubbed a hand over her chest.
One of them I'll probably be in love with forever.
What happened? I asked, glad to have a subject change. I didn't want the focus on me anymore.
She was an actress, and she used to flirt with me. I thought maybe she was bi, but she ended up meeting this guy. It fucked me up so bad I lost the friendship. I still can't watch anything with her on it.
I leaned in. Now you have me curious. She shook her head and covered her mouth.
No, I can't say.
I told you mine, which is way more embarrassing as he's been married for 10 years. She side-eyed me and groaned.
Tamara Payne.
I nearly fell off my seat. Are you fucking kidding me? She put her face in her hands.
I knew you'd make fun of me.
She's a Barbie doll.
With a great personality. I can't help it, she's blonde and fucking gorgeous.
I didn't peg her for your type. I stared at her.
She's not. She's into all kinds of extreme sports, okay? She is not what she looks like in movies. We went skydiving when we were friends.
Seriously?
She doesn't even wear makeup when she's not on set.
I guess you never really know what someone is like. Kel wasn't anything like I'd expected him to be. I checked the internet again. There were pictures of him leaning into Rachel and smiling. There was something behind his eyes, or maybe I wanted to see something there. I needed to keep looking at these to drive home he's with Rachel. Ella grabbed my phone out of my hand.
He looks miserable in these.
You think? I looked over, trying to see what picture she was talking about.
Look how fake his smile is. Please, I know you can tell the difference.
I shrugged. I could, but what could I tell her and not feel like I was betraying him?
Why don't we go to the gay bar to take your mind off him?
No, this is way more chill. She hooked her arm through mine.
I'm ordering an Uber. We need to get your mind off cue.
Reluctantly, I went with her.
16. Kel. Why was I doing this? I slipped on the jacket Rachel had picked for me. It pulled across my shoulders, as was the current style. It was black with ruby accents to match the dress she had designed for the event. They'd been working on the pieces for months. My guess was it was the big reason she wanted me here. Who else would look good walking down the carpet with her? A star in her own right, she hated when I got more attention than she did, but loved to go out as a power couple. She loved to be the one people talked about on carpets, where I'd rather stay home and never walk a carpet again. But she told me I had to go with her, that she needed me by her side. I just couldn't escape the feeling I was just a prop. It gave me a sick feeling. I felt like a fucking purse she had to carry. I'd blocked it from my brain. Was that the only reason I was here? Did she actually want to see me, or was it a ruse to get me here? I glanced over at her. Had our love evaporated so fast? I'd worshipped the ground she walked on months ago, and now I was so ready to doubt her. "Are you ready?" she asked. "Yeah," I replied, fixing my cufflinks. She turned, and her smile lit the room. Her lipstick matched the color of her dress. She was like an old-school pin-up girl. Timeless beauty, with a big smile and old-fashioned sweeping hair. It was her thing. The dress suited that image. It was off the shoulder and empire-waisted, with hand-embroidered red and black stones that almost looked like lace, but upon closer inspection were crystals. The view was magical when she stepped into the light. She stretched out an arm, coated in elbow-length gloves as she stepped near. She moved in to touch her cheek to mine. "Sorry, I don't want to get lipstick on you." I gave her a half-smile. I'm used to it. And wasn't I? This was our normal, except she'd have flown down with me and we'd have talked while getting ready. This was tolerable when I was doing it for someone I loved. Easier to stand knowing I was making her happy. But now, what was the point? I didn't want to be here. Shouldn't splitting up have fixed those things I didn't want to do but did out of obligation? Why did I still feel like this? Maybe I was always going to feel like this. "Are you?" She trailed off, and I willed her not to finish. "I'm fine." I forced my lips into a smile. We were both actors and knew how to smile so it looked genuine, but she still couldn't tell when I was putting it on. "Okay." Her gaze lingered on me a minute longer. "Let's go. I'm starving, and I need to take my mind off food." "Don't you want to eat something?" Maybe I hadn't been seeing her because I was internally focused. She looked too thin. "Heavens, no, it took me weeks to get my figure right to fit into this dress." "They didn't make it your size?" I asked. She turned away from me to gaze into the mirror, running a hand over the hip of the dress, smoothing the line. "They made it to my specifications. I had goals. And don't you like the product?" She stared at me through the mirror. "You look lovely." Were my words also an act? She did look good, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I wanted to pull into myself to not hurt anymore. This was the worst place I could be, and to think I'd be delayed shooting my project to do it. What was wrong with me? I had to force myself not to physically pull in as much as I had, mentally. When Rachel offered her arm, I linked mine through hers and smiled. "We look so good as a couple," she said. "We do." As soon as we were out of the hotel, pictures were being taken of us. It was a short walk from the staging hotel to the official red carpet. They did it this way so celebrities didn't have to ride in a car and ruin their outfit. Rachel stilled, and I paused, forcing a smile to my lips. It would be an entire night of this. Rachel walked towards one of the entertainment reporters, dragging me along. My shoes rubbed. I'd forgotten Band-Aids for my heels. They'd be bloody by the end of the night. Every step drove pain into my feet. It was going to be a long night, but at least it was something to focus on. I stood back while Rachel talked. She smiled and laughed. I slid my hands in my pockets, turning towards the crowd to give them a wave. "Kel?" Rachel slid her hand into mine and tugged me towards the reporter. I put on my best television smile. "Johnny has some questions." She met my eyes, and my skin prickled, worsening the way I'd been feeling since I'd arrived in L.A. I knew what she wanted. "Yes, Kel, can we talk about your new project? I've heard you've been up in Vancouver filming not only a pilot, but an entire season." "Yes, we are filming 2 seasons back-to-back. We are really lucky to get green-lighted from the script alone. I pushed the look Rachel gave me out of my mind as I talked about the project. Our chat was good promo for the show. I could start getting people excited about the project early. Maybe this hadn't been a mistake. Rachel's nails dug into my palm, our signal to direct the conversation back to her. She had a movie out next month. I gave a subtle nod, telling her I would. Just because we were broken up didn't mean I didn't care. So, Kel, let me ask you something. Of course. I leaned in, putting all my attention on him. I've heard some rumors. My blood went cold, and my hand started to sweat in Rachel's. Please don't ask. Please don't ask about our breakup. I wasn't ready to tell the world we were getting a divorce while holding hands on the red carpet. Have you? I said, when I realized he was waiting for me to say something. I forced my face to relax. Are you hiding something there, Kel? Lots of things I can't talk about. I looked right at the camera and winked. Hopefully it would dispel rumors. I was good at this. I was good at turning off my internal monologue and being who promotions needed me to be. I had to keep it in focus, but that didn't help the sweat at the back of my neck. I've heard rumor your character is gay in this new series. Any truth to that? I laughed. It was probably the worst reaction I could have given. Shit. Now I needed to turn it around. I thought you were going to ask me something that was a secret, Johnny. He narrowed his eyes at me, probably suspecting something, but I wasn't going to give him an inch. We're doing one of the first high fantasy productions surrounding a gay relationship. It's going to be big. This isn't queer baiting or some queer tease where we leave it ambiguous the whole time. We are doing it, and it's hot. Johnny switched gears as fast as I did, letting his doubt drop, which was good. And how does it feel to be a straight, married man playing a gay guy? Are you bisexual yourself? I've never considered myself bi, but I think it's an honor to be able to bring this love story to the screen. I replied with ease. We'd had these bites ready to go since we decided to take the script. And is it weird to film those scenes? You know, the sexy ones? He held my gaze. I'm an actor. It's my job to convincingly bring to the screen lots of experiences I haven't been through. This is another challenge I plan to knock out of the park with class and respect. But, you know, it's awkward to kiss anyone you're not intimate with and film those types of scenes, male or female. It's jumping into close contact with someone you probably don't know well. Actors have been doing it for a long time. I don't think gender changes the awkwardness of it. But does it change the chemistry? Johnny pushed. I don't think so. Hale and I have great chemistry. Casting could see it as soon as we were put in the same room. And how does Rachel feel about this? Johnny asked, bringing her in. This would be a good opportunity to turn it to her. Honey, how do you feel about it? It's hot, frankly. She put on a devious smile. Plus, I know I have nothing to worry about. With men or women, he's always been fully mine. I had been, and now she probably didn't care in the slightest. I missed Hale. I wanted to climb in bed with him and complain. Are you saying it's better for Kel to be acting across from a man, then? Johnny asked, both his brows raising. I could tell he was interested. This would be run all over the internet by the morning. I'm saying we are both professionals, and I trust him. Rachel has a couple of hot scenes in her upcoming movie Odyssey. We came into this relationship knowing what would be expected of the other, and we are really good about talking things through. It's about trust. You two are a dream couple. His words were like a knife to the soul. Thank you, I said. Excuse me. I kissed her cheek and left her. I couldn't hold it together if I had to look at him for another moment. I went over to the fans to sign some stuff while she talked more. It was the only way to keep my face clear and not give away I was moments from breaking. Was I bound to make the same mistakes over and over? I could stand back and watch myself doing these things, but was unable to intervene with myself. I watched and screamed internally. Someone touched my shoulder, and I turned around to find Rachel standing there. "Are you coming?" She rarely indulged fans, and hated when I stopped for them at every opportunity. "Let me have a few moments," a statement I'd never said to her before. "I want to sign some more stuff." Both her brows shot to nearly her hairline. I was going to hear about this later, and I couldn't bring myself to care. "We have interviewers waiting for us, darling." She slid her hand around my bicep like she could pull me away. "Go talk to them. You have the movie coming out. I'm a distraction." She kept a smile on her lips, but her eyes whispered death. She patted my arm. "Don't be long." She turned on her stiletto and sauntered off. I made myself turn to look. I put myself into a role. This had been my way of dealing with the public since I started acting. I made myself a character. This was another show to put on. I played the personable extrovert so many believed me to be. I took photos and lingered with fans, signing as many things as people shoved at me. I worked my way down the crowd, keeping my eye on Rachel. She was posed and chatty. Her laugh rang out across the carpet, but I knew her mood. I could tell by the way she held her arms and the way her shoulders and back pulled tight. After about 15 minutes, I knew I couldn't stay on the line any longer without drawing undue attention. I came up behind Rachel and placed a hand on her lower back. She leaned into me stiff and looked up at me. "Have a good time feeding your ego," she said in a whisper so no one else would hear as we walked further down the carpet. "Those are the people who support us. YouTube videos of interviews will reach so many more people, love." She threw out love like it was a curse word. How far had we fallen? Going from best friends to barely able to spend an evening in one another's company. Was it just me, or did she feel it too? Maybe she'd felt this way for a while, and I had missed it entirely. "I liked the personal touch. We should go inside." She pulled away from me, and I followed after her. Dinner was fine. There was a lot of laughing at unfunny people and trying to feel like I fit in a space I never have. But I played my part. I was the doting husband. I couldn't help but feel like I'd be having more fun with Hale. "Honey?" Rachel turned to me as dessert was being served. "Yes?" "Are you feeling okay? You've barely touched your food." I scowled at her before remembering where we were and schooled my face. It was a low blow. She knew entirely well I had a hard time eating when I was stressed. Part of the depression. "I had a big lunch." I forced the words through my teeth, attempting to make them sound as natural as possible. "I don't remember that." She laughed and looked around to see who was paying attention. "I ran out while you were getting all done up for hours." I reeled myself back. We weren't going to do this here. She got to her feet and I flinched. Not because I thought she would hit me, especially not in public, but because I was waiting for her to destroy me. She'd never said anything ugly in public, but I knew she was capable. I'd seen her destroy others with a grin on her lips. Icy words from the most beautiful mouth. And it hurt more because I used to kiss those lips. "Can you help me with my dress? I have to use the loo. These things look good, but are dreadful when you have to pee." She laughed to the other members at the table, and they joined in. I put my napkin over the untouched dessert, so they'd clear it while I was gone. Of course. It was coming. I followed after her. She peeked into the bathroom. They were all singles, probably because the venue assumed most of the people using them would need at least another person to help with their dress. She stepped inside, and I followed after her and closed the door behind me. I leaned against it, letting the smile I'd forced fall off. "Can we not do this?" "You promised you'd help me." She laced her fingers together, and I felt like I was being dressed down by my mother. And I did. "You mean while you weren't pulling that little stunt with your fans?" She pursed her lips. "It was 15 minutes, and I turned the conversation back to you when you wanted me to." I put my hand over my temple, trying to calm myself. I squeezed my temple with my thumb and middle finger. "And we aren't even together anymore. I came here for you, to make you happy." "I didn't force you to be here." "No, but I did what you asked. Without question." because I thought I still loved you. No, that was wrong. I did still love her, but I knew she didn't still love me. And we agreed to keep the image up until my movie was out and your show started to air since we didn't want the negative publicity. I leaned into the door. What more do you want from me? I want you to hold up your end of the bargain. I have, I said. No, you're doing a shit job of it. We need to be seen together. I'm here. We are. I mean more than this. My publicist said there are rumors. There are thousands of pictures from tonight that will dispel all of them. I dropped my hand to my side. I have a show to film. I can't be flying here all the time. I pushed. And wouldn't that make people talk more? What do you mean? She crossed her arms over her chest. Our dynamic has always been to stay with the other while filming. She waved a hand. I've already booked a new project. I can't be up there, so you'll have to come down here. I'm not doing it, Rachel. It's exhausting enough to come down here for this, and we've had to postpone scenes. Why was she doing this here? What is your point? I need you at my premiere, and I need you to not pull what you did tonight. No, I don't want to go, but I couldn't force the words out. We can talk about it, but I don't want to do it here. I've made commitments, and one of those is us happy on that carpet. I need you in L.A. and London. It's non-negotiable. Are you kidding me? I agreed to L.A., but I don't have time to go to London. Make time. This is good for your image, too. You're divorcing me and trying to tell me this is non-negotiable? I put both hands over my mouth. I needed a drink. Or 5. Don't make this ugly, Kel. She cocked her head to the side and stared me down. I'll see what I can do. If I had to sit through another night like this, I wasn't sure what I would do. She took a step towards me and looked down her nose. I love you, and you need to be more considerate of what I'm going through. I nodded, because how was I going to argue? Move. I opened the door to let her exit. She walked past me, and I headed the opposite direction, towards the bar. 17. Kel. I fanned my fingers over the flower arrangements near the bar as I waited for my drink. The lights had dimmed at some point in the evening. The venue was now dark, with deep blue lights glowing from under surfaces like the bars and tables. It was lovely. I fingered the flower again. I couldn't tell if it was fake or real. The colors were too vibrant to be real, but they felt like the real deal. The bartender got to me and nodded as he set a napkin down on the bar. What will it be, Kel? I sighed. Was there anyone who didn't know who I was? I wasn't a whiny famous person. I was grateful I was as well known as I was. It afforded me my lifestyle and the opportunity to make the project what it was. But it also made anonymous sex impossible. Never mind finding someone who wanted me for me and not who I was. Double whiskey on the rocks. He turned to grab a bottle. Not that. I waved off his blue choice. Do you have black? He narrowed his eyes at me. Yeah, all right. For you, I have a bottle, but you'll owe me. Will I? I leaned in the bar as he poured the glass and set it in front of me. I picked it up and brought it to my lips. Mm-hmm. He dropped his gaze down my body. He was checking me out. I adjusted my tie, loosening it. You'll have to tell me how we can settle that up. Was I flirting? His smile broadened. This one's on me. If you insist. My cheeks heated. I'd never flirted with a guy. He set another napkin with his number on the bar and tapped it. I looked from it and then to his eyes. He pressed his tongue into his cheek. If you get bored later. Was I attracted to him? He was attractive, I could admit that, but I'd always been able to admit it. Was I attracted to men? Hale's eyes appeared in my mind. I was. Fuck, there was no doubt about it. Can you realize you're gay in your 30s? What the hell was wrong with me? Had I always been attracted to guys and too internally homophobic to admit it? I didn't think so. Maybe too dumb, but I didn't feel like it was a crisis. I looked at the bartender again as I picked up the number. I wasn't attracted to him. I was attracted to Hale. I swallowed hard. How was I going to keep filming with him? I'd never fallen for a co-star before. It felt entirely too cliché. I downed my whiskey and then waved him over for another. At least I had a bit before we were going to have to fuck again. But was I going to be able to kiss him and not be obviously awkward? I scrubbed a hand over my face. The bartender glanced around to make sure no one was listening. Bad night? I'm realizing I'm not who I thought I was. I wasn't doing this, was I? Midlife crisis, old man? He laughed. What are you, 30? 30s is not midlife. I lifted the glass he refilled. Okay, old man, he said with a smirk. What are you, 21? I asked with a scoff. He nodded and smirked. Like 'em young? I thought about Hale again. I lifted my shoulders in a shrug, not willing to give him something he could sell to tabloids. I sipped my drink. So why not come out and say it? Huh? That you're a bi dude. Your wife seems okay with it, right? I opened my mouth and closed it again. He smiled. I get it. Don't want anyone to say anything to the papers. I wouldn't say shit. Lots of celebrities like to sleep around on the down low. Get the people you choose to sign a non-disclosure. This was a thing that had never occurred to me, but I had been fully committed. I wasn't the type that could ever do an open marriage thing. Have you signed any? He had a toothy smile. Can't say. You can't say if you've signed any. I've signed a couple, but that's as much as I will say. He lifted the bottle and I held out my glass. A couple? I chuckled as I took another long pull from the glass. I could feel the whiskey going to my head, but this was the first time I'd relaxed all night and wasn't ready to let it go. He lifted a shoulder. This job has its perks. His eyes lit and he sucked his lip ring into his mouth. I could see why you got so many. Can I ask? Men? Women? Yes. I nodded. Good for you. He rested both arms on the bar and leaned forward. Is that a turnoff? Not at all. But you're not going to call me. I shook my head. No. He nodded. It was worth a shot. You've been on my bucket list for a while. Thank you? Is that the right response? I scrubbed my hand over my face again and drank more, feeling myself getting redder. It is. You're cute enough to pull it off. Fuck. I shook my head and looked at my feet. It felt good, but he wasn't who I wanted to go to bed with. I wanted to call Hale. I wanted him here. I wish I'd asked him to fly down with me. Kel? Rachel grabbed my arm. There you are. Sorry, I got to talking to... I looked at him. Brendan. She looked him over and then to me, and if her eyes could kill. Why? Just chatting. Brendan took the opportunity to get lost. He was a smart one. You didn't tell him anything, did you? What? We have to look committed, she said with a sneer. I wasn't flirting. I lied. Whatever. We need to get changed. I sat on the bed as she stripped in the adjoining room. There was a new outfit hanging in the closet, but I couldn't bring myself to put it on. I wanted to sleep, but I wasn't tired. I laid back without removing my suit and let my eyes fall closed. My head swam and the room spun slightly. Why aren't you dressed? Rachel called from the door between our rooms. I sighed, but didn't open my eyes. I ran my fingers over the sheets, considering how much anger I would have to deal with if I told her to go by herself, or if I felt okay enough to stay by myself. Sometimes forcing myself to be in public was better than being alone. Alone allowed thinking, and thoughts could be the enemy. Kel. The tone of her voice was as bad as the tapping of a shoe. My bones cringed. I will in a minute. Are you drunk? No. How had it become so easy to lie? Don't lie to me. I'm buzzed. I'm fine. Always fine, but not really. I could feel myself spiraling out of control, and there was nothing I could do about it. I would do what she asked because it was easier than fighting and safer than being alone right now. I slid my hand into my pocket to pull out my phone as I sat up. No missed calls. I hadn't talked to Hale since this morning. It hurt, but maybe that wasn't our friendship. We talked every day because we worked together. As I set the phone on the bed, I noticed the napkin in my hand. I must have slipped it in my pocket with the phone. I could call Brendan. I could see if I was this thing in practice, not just while acting. Rachel couldn't blame me. We were separated. And then I wouldn't have to be alone. I squeezed the napkin in my hand and tossed it in the bin as I stood. He wasn't the person I wanted. Not even close. And Rachel was right. I didn't need the rumors with the show coming out in the fall. I unzipped the garment bag to find a St. Laurent blazer and leather pants. At least she'd relaxed our look for the after-party, but leather? I kicked off my slacks and left them in a pile on the floor. The pictures of this were going to be insane. Richard said he loved the idea of the V-neck on you. He said he saw Keanu Reeves in something similar, and everyone was talking about it for days. At least Keanu wasn't a tool. I muttered to myself as I pulled on the shirt, because I felt like a tool in this deep V. Cut so low the lines of my pecs showed on both sides of the shirt. I pushed my hands into the sides of my chest, shoving my chest together to make it look like I had cleavage. Is this really in fashion? I asked. Not that I had a problem with my masculinity. I was already rocking black nail polish with this look. Richard had asked, but this made me feel naked. I like to be covered up, so I felt like I had something between me and people. I didn't even like to do photo shoots without my shirt on. It was different when I was filming because I was someone else. I could put myself in a character's headspace. Here, I had to be me. Are you ready? Rachel called. No. I was glad she hadn't come in. I didn't want her to see me until I had a chance to psych myself up for this. I pulled on the leather pants and threw the blazer over it. It was a nice cover. The deep red went with the leather and my skin tone. Richard did a good job and was one of the reasons I was considered one of the best-dressed celebrities in Hollywood. I wondered how he'd take Rachel in my split. I would probably lose him. Rachel was the one who was friends with him. Another thing to add to the list of things I needed to do to get ready for my divorce. Kel? Her tone was getting sharp. I'm fixing my hair. I looked in the mirror and put a smile on my face. It was a couple of hours. I acted for a living. You can get through this, I said to my reflection. One night, and then I'd be on a plane to Vancouver. And then I was in LAX at 11:30 p.m., drunk, trying to buy a ticket. I was acting as sober as my slightly slurred speech allowed it. Sir, the flight leaves in 34 minutes, the ticket agent said. You don't have time to check anything. I don't have anything to check. You can buy the ticket, but if you don't get to the gate before they shut the door, you will not board. It's fine. I held out my credit card. I dialed Ella when I got through security. I had 24 minutes. I was fine. I'd have another drink or 7 on the flight. Maybe Hale would be awake, and I could see him, to be near him. At least be in the same city as he was. Hello? She answered. I shouldn't have come. I know. Why didn't you tell me? I asked. Because you had to see for yourself, Ella said. She was right. What am I going to do? Go sleep it off, Cal, and get on the first plane home. Where are you at? I'm out with Hale, she admitted. Oh, sorry for interrupting. I was about to tell her to go have fun. Don't you dare hang up. I'm walking outside. Where is Hale? My stomach dropped, and I didn't know if it was the alcohol, but I wanted to puke. Inside? Ella. I closed my eyes. What's wrong? She asked. Why won't you tell me where Hale is? I didn't know if I'd be able to handle what I thought was the truth. He's inside. You left him alone? It didn't make sense. Maybe I was reading into it too much. He was dancing. Why are you calling me so late? Shouldn't you be at some after party? I couldn't do it anymore. I wanted to know who Hale was dancing with. I wanted to see it. But more than any of it, the idea of anyone else's hands on him made my chest tighten. What are you doing? I'm going to fly home. Do you think that's a good idea? She asked. You don't sound good. I'm fine. Just fly home tomorrow, Ella pleaded. Okay, I said, but I couldn't be alone right now. I would be stupid if I was alone. I hung up and dropped the phone to the table before I slid my hand into my hair, pulling. Fuck. The phone rang and I answered it. I'm fine, Ella. She didn't need to be worried about me. You don't sound fine. It was Hale's voice on the line, not Ella's. It's nothing. Fuck. If I hadn't been happy to hear his voice, I would have worried what he thought of me. Bad night? He asked. I don't extrovert as well as I'd like. It takes a lot out of me. I can hear it in your voice, he said softly. I shouldn't have added drinking to it. I sank to a seat on the floor of the airport. The depression? He asked. Yeah. Are you alone? He asked. Yes, I admitted, knowing I shouldn't, knowing I should make everyone believe I was with my wife. I had to lie. I couldn't let anyone know. I prayed he wouldn't ask. Where is Rachel? Fuck. She went to the after-parties. I did the first, but it was too much. I probably shouldn't admit I was at the airport trying to get there. Maybe you shouldn't be alone. Can't help it. Then I added after a pause. She'll be back in a little while. It's fine. I didn't want him to worry either. I glanced around. What if one of those announcements went off? Why don't you fly back? I bet you can catch a red-eye. It's still early. I'll still be alone on the plane. I laughed. But maybe it's better than a night alone. Maybe I should go to bed. I thought about returning to my room alone and drinking the bottle of whiskey I'd ordered up to the room. It wasn't enough to kill me, but it was enough to make me forget, which I badly needed right now. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, then. I'm going to get on a plane. Good. I didn't know how to ask him if he was going to go home with someone. It wasn't my place. The idea of it broke me into pieces, but I had to know. Who's picking you up? He asked. I'll grab an Uber or something. Okay. Will I see you in the morning? I asked, when I really wanted to ask if I could come sleep on his sofa. But I didn't, because I wasn't about to ruin him finding happiness. I collapsed to my knees in my trailer. I couldn't go to my apartment, couldn't risk anyone else seeing me. I'd held it together for the flight and didn't have it in me to do it any longer. I grabbed the bottle of whiskey I'd left on the counter and took a seat. Tears flowed down my face. I didn't wipe them away. Her words played on repeat in my mind. You're too much of a downer. You need help. I don't want to have a family with you and risk our kids being this way. What was this way? My goddamn depression. I swallowed my grief. I didn't choose this and did my best to hide it from the world, but of course it was impossible when you lived with someone. Why had she asked me to stay? I didn't get it. Cal? It couldn't be. Why was he here?
18. Hale. What are you doing here? My brow knit. He looked like hell. Worse than merely a day ago. I stopped by your house when Ella and I left the bar. You weren't there. How did you even know I'd landed? I checked the last flight out of LAX to see what time it landed here. I sank to a seat next to him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed thinner. You didn't have to come looking for me. You should have stayed out. I couldn't not. I was worried about him doing something stupid. I didn't know if the worry was founded, but more than my worry, I'd missed him. I'd have found any excuse to see him, even if it had been less than 24 hours. Why? Are you unhappy I'm here? No. Surprised. But I'm glad you are. He shifted closer to me, and the scent of him hit me. I'd missed the familiarity of it. I wanted to make sure you're okay. You had me worried. I'm sorry. I'm a shit friend. He leaned back and pressed his palms into his eyes. You were out having fun, and you needed that. No, I was trying to take my mind off things. I would much rather have been watching television or playing games with you. He dropped his hands. You should be out. You're young. I'm not that person. I have more fun with a few people in. Me too. One of the reasons we get along so well. I smiled, more to myself than to him. I was lighter having him back. You should sleep, he said. You have an early morning. I laid out on his sofa, putting my feet in his lap. At least I'm already on set. I like your way of thinking. I saw his smile, and gods, it warmed my heart. It made me feel like maybe all of this was worth it. Are you sure I'm not keeping you from being out? Or with someone? I had been propositioned. No one. I don't believe you weren't hit on. He laughed, but there was an edge to his voice. Oh, I was. I'm getting recognized more because of word of the show. It got brought up, too. So, why didn't you stay? I told you. I hated that he felt like a burden. I wanted him to believe I wanted to be there with him, as his friend. I would have been fine. Kelchrist. I sat up, hurt, burning my insides. I want to be here. There wasn't anyone I wanted to go home with. The person I wanted to be with was right here, but how could I say that without sounding like a creepy friend? So I kept it to myself. You want to sleep in my trailer instead of getting laid? He dropped his head back to stare at the ceiling. I shoved his shoulder to make him look over. I want to spend time with my best friend, and yeah, to me it's better than a random hookup. Those never were my thing. I prefer to know someone before I fuck them. I shrugged and laid back down. I needed a connection. I'd had my share and realized I wasn't into it. They were never my thing either. I tucked my hands behind my head and closed my eyes. Eventually, one of us would go to the bed in the other room, but for now, I was content to share the space. Content to know he was okay. Thank you. Huh? I wasn't sure I'd heard him. Thank you for coming. You don't need to thank me, I said in a half-asleep whisper. I did need you, and I didn't want to admit it and ruin your night, but you saw through me, and thank you. Next time, tell me. I will. I hoped so. My entire body was stiff when my alarm went off a few hours later. My hand was on Kel's shin, and he was snoring lightly. I was content. Happy. I didn't want to move. I wish I had a job I could call into and spend the rest of the day like this. But neither of us had such a luxury. I wondered if he was filming anything today, as he wasn't supposed to be back until much later. I lifted his feet and tried to slip out without waking him. He stirred and murmured something unintelligible before rolling to his side and tucking into himself. I lingered watching him. The lines in his face were eased, and he appeared so at ease. I hoped with the gala behind him he would be his normal self. I hated feeling helpless when it came to him. I glanced around. I hadn't brought anything with me, still in the clothes I'd worn out to the bar. Ella would know, or think I went home with someone. I wasn't sure if Kel wanted me to explain, but I'd have to deal with that when I faced it. It was too early to think about it. I grabbed my keys off the counter when I heard him. Hale, go back to sleep. No, I'm up. He pushed to his seat. Why? I doubt you have anything going on. No one even knows you're here. I might as well go talk to Mel and see if we can work me into anything today. He rubbed his eyes. Go back to sleep, I demanded, half playfully. You don't get enough sleep as it is. You didn't sleep. Why do you think it's okay for you? I crossed my arms. I didn't fly across 2 countries and spend time getting drained by succubi. Succubi. The people who want your attention. I didn't know how to fully explain it. Have you ever felt you, met someone who took and took? Not only physical things either, energy, and they don't give any of it back? He took a cup out of a cabinet and set it under his Keurig. You're right. There are a lot of those at celebrity events. But it's people who drain me. I need time to recoup. It's why I didn't mind how Rachel and I used to shoot. I'd have a break and months to refill myself while she was working on a project. Didn't that hurt who wanted to hire you? He poured milk and sugar into his coffee. Hers, a little, since I got offered a lot more projects and they were willing to work with me, but me, I can be booked years out. People would change their production schedule for me. It was nice. Does that bother her? I wanted to ask why he wasn't there with her still. I wanted to ask why this person he was so alone without had let him leave after a few hours together. I didn't used to think so. Is something going on? I asked. No, never mind. I don't mean to pry. I don't like that you left after only a few hours there. This has got to suck for both of you. Yeah, it does. He stared into his cup. She has a lot going on this week. We don't even share a hotel room when we go to those types of things, so she won't even know I left until she wakes up. What? Did they really not share a room? Are you like that couple who sleeps in separate bedrooms? His body stiffened and his shoulders slumped. I could tell my question hit a nerve. Sometimes. She didn't always like to sleep in the same room as I did. Before events, she likes her own space to get ready. Don't you get, a suite? Well, for premieres and galas, the prep hotels close by are booked fully by everyone going. So I get a suite, but I can't exactly get 2. If we wanted to leave and stay someplace else after the event, we could, but by that point, who wants to drive? You want to go back to your room and strip off all the insane clothes and pass out. A lot of times, she'd want to go to 4 after-parties, and we wouldn't get in until after 3 or 4, and we'd change for each one and took photos at each one. I held up a hand. You change for each party? Why? Because if you don't change for each party, none of the photogs can sell the photos. There are already photos of you in the one outfit arriving and leaving, so if you don't change, they don't get published. Celebrities made this habit of wearing the same thing every day when they don't want photos of them out, and changing all the time when they want to keep themselves in the news. I don't care. There will be photos of me and Rachel published no matter what, but she likes to be constantly in the spotlight. It's one of the reasons reality TV people will be seen in 5 different outfits in a day. Photogs eat that shit up. It was getting harder for me not to believe Rachel was using him. She makes you go to all those things, knowing you don't like them? Some of them I do have to go to. It's written into my contract. I have to go, and of course hers are written into hers. We have to do the promo. It's part of what we're paid for, so if I were promoting a movie, I'd go to a few after-parties. I get why she wanted me to do them all. Part of what sells us is our couple status. Except my gut told me it was part of what sold her, not him. Still, I wouldn't make you do all that shit. Why was I talking about dating him? Not to use us as a couple, but I mean, if I were dating someone whose disease were made worse by it all, I wouldn't push it. She doesn't know how I'm doing, so it's not really her fault. Kel, I set my hand on his arm. Why doesn't she know? He stared at his coffee again, and I wished he'd open up. He had shared a lot, but I knew there was more. I don't want her to worry when she can't be here. It's pointless. Never pull that shit with me. I don't care if I'm on the other side of the world, we are working on 2 different projects, and I haven't slept in 3 days. If you need to talk, please call me. And I meant every single word of it. Okay. Promise me. I promise. Out of nowhere, he pulled me into a hug. I leaned into him and set my chin on the top of his head. Good. Now I need to get my ass to makeup. I didn't want to leave, but I detangled myself anyway. I wasn't going to be able to stop thinking about any of this today. Maybe filming would help distract me. Ella punched me in the shoulder when I walked into makeup.
You're late.
She looked me over.
And wearing the same clothes as last night, you dog.
I hadn't asked Kel what he wanted me to say, so I shrugged and gave her a smile. She laughed.
Hurry up with his tardy ass, please. We need him as soon as it's light.
My makeup artist smacked me with her brush.
I don't know what you expect me to do. He looks like roadkill.
I feel like it too. She glared at me in the mirror.
You're lucky you're so pretty.
I rolled my eyes. You make me pretty with your magic.
Good boy,
Ella said.
Always be nice to the people who are in control of how you look.
She winked at the artist, who laughed.
Too true.
I closed my eyes as she went to work and tried to zone out, but I couldn't get my mind off Kel.
19. Kel. I drank coffee and didn't know what to do, so I went to find Mel. Kel? He put his hands on his hips when I walked up. Why the fuck aren't you fucking your wife? I took the red eye last night. Mel lifted his hands in the air. Yes, my question still stands. Why aren't you fucking your wife? Can we talk? I asked him. Are you mad at me? Did I do something wrong? Because if you're about to break up with me, I will lose it right here and quit. I stared at him. Have you gone off the deep end? Answer the question, Kel. Do you not love our bromance anymore? A hint of a smile turned the corners of his lips. I punched him in the shoulder and then scrubbed a hand over my face. That wasn't funny. It was funny. I wish I had a picture of your face. He tapped his temple. I mean, I do have a mental picture, and it's glorious, but I wish I had something to hold in my hands and snuggle with during the long, cold nights. You're right. I am breaking up with you. No, you won't. You love me. He wrapped me up in a hug. I feel neglected. Is that what you want to talk to me about? No. His brows drew in. There really is something wrong. Don't tell me it's with our baby, because I love her, and you will have to pry her out of my cold, dead hands. No. It's just me. I need a friend. My trailer or yours? I don't care. Do you have booze or weed? I asked. He checked his watch and gave me a horrified look. It must be bad. Yours, then. Mine is not filled with vices. As soon as we were in my trailer, he was rummaging around for weed. He found what he was looking for quickly and started packing a bowl. Are you going to talk, or are we pretending things are fine now? He looked up at me from where he sat. Because I need to know what we're doing. You don't want to get some of that in your system before you listen to me explode emotionally all over you? We're exploding? I'm not fully prepared for you to explode all over me. I stared at him. He grinned, all proud of himself. You're a 12-year-old, I said. I know. He grabbed a lighter and set his feet on the coffee table as he leaned back. Spill it. I don't know how to say this. Words usually work, Mel said before inhaling from the pipe for a long moment. I flipped him off. You know, I do have a job, which you're currently avoiding and smoking weed. Doesn't mean I don't have to get back. He held out the pipe to me, and I accepted it, bringing it to my lips, needing to feel something else. I sank to a seat as I inhaled. I held the smoke in my lungs for as long as possible. I held out the pipe for Mel and closed my eyes. All jokes aside, you look like shit. Yeah, I agreed. Did something happen with Rachel? I could hear the concern in his voice. I wasn't going to get a better opening, so I spilled my guts. We've been broken up for months. He gasped, and I opened my eyes to find him holding a hand over his mouth, eyes wide. I could feel the tension in the air. It was part of the reason I bought the project. You fucking asshole! He slumped lower in his seat. I knew there was more to this. It didn't matter. I knew this project would work, and I sold it, didn't I? You did good. But I would have liked the whole story. I need to know your mental state before you start spending millions of dollars. I got the millions from a studio and let you spend it. I only bought the script. You know what I mean. I lifted a shoulder in a shrug. Are you mad you did it with me? He stayed quiet for a moment, and I was worried this was going to fuck over our friendship. I'm sorry, I said when he still hadn't spoken. I should have told you. It was wrong of me. I haven't been in my right mind for months. I'm not mad we're doing it. You should have told me, but you were right about the project and every decision you've made throughout the process. He put the pipe in his mouth. But now, you need to tell me everything. I recounted to him how it had happened and everything Rachel had said, including our agreement to not come out with it until after the show debuted. When I was finished, he stared at me. Say something, I said. You should have let me be here for you. I can't imagine how lonely you've been. Hale has been helping, I said, getting warm in my chest at the thought. Good. But still, I know how bad your mental illness gets when you have no support system. I nodded, not sure how to tell him the rest. It was bad. Before. And I guess going to L.A. didn't help. I tucked my hair behind my ear. It brought everything I'd been blocking out front and center. I can imagine. Can you get out of going next time? Can I get you out of it? And tell her what? I don't want to rock the boat. I want to smack you. He looked entirely disappointed in me. What did I do? I asked. Don't you think your mental health is more important than her fucking demanding you go? He turned towards me and put his hands on my shoulders. And what are you going to do if you meet someone? That's not going to happen. I'd never fallen easily. It was rare for me to feel an attraction. You don't know what might happen. You could meet someone tomorrow and what? Lose them because they think you're married? This is her way of controlling you and playing the narrative to benefit her. Oh. Shit, his words sent a tingle down my spine. Exactly. Makes you think, doesn't it? Yes, but not the way you're thinking, I said, getting up to pace again. I need to admit something else to you. Kel, please don't tell me you've been sleeping with someone. He sat back and held up his hand, making a come here motion with his fingers. Give it to me. I haven't slept with anyone, but How did I say this? How did I tell someone I was questioning my sexuality after 30 years? Listen, I'm high right now, so my judgment is at an all-time low, And if you don't spill the beans, there is a high likelihood I'll attack you." I stared at him. "Attack me? Are you serious? I can't control my drug-induced actions. It's weed, not bath salts." He crossed his arms. "I have my story and I'm sticking with it. Now tell me." "I think I have feelings for Hale." "It's normal to be attracted to someone when your character is. You've never been bi, have you?" He was on his feet, flapping his hands. "Well, no. I hadn't ever really thought about it before. I didn't think so, but my dick thinks I am." "What about your brain?" He tapped my temple. "Is there a difference?" "Yes. I'd like to think your brain isn't in your dick. Straight men." He shook his head and turned his back on me. "Is this because of your character?" "No. It happened long before we had to be intimate on screen. It's why we had such a bad film day." He turned around and studied me. "I dated a guy who didn't realize he was attracted to men until his late 20s. He'd always dated women, and maybe he assumed, or maybe he had never met the right guy, but he got bi-curious and delved into it, and now he's married to a man. So this isn't like super fucked up? I don't think everyone realizes everything about themselves at 12 like some of us do. I think some people are slower when it comes to sexuality. It can evolve, and because we are into something at one point doesn't mean it stays that way. I know there are things I didn't think I'd ever liked in my 20s, and in my 40s they get me hard. It's okay for sexuality to evolve." Even if it's because of him?" I asked, my voice wavering. "I think so. It was a guy who made me realize I like welts on my ass." I closed my eyes with a sigh. I am never going to get that image out of my mind. "You're welcome. Now, what do I do about it?" "I think you should tell him. But I think you should wait until after we're done filming. It's only 6 more months. I don't want you to have to deal with the fallout with him and the rest of this. I could see it getting really bad." He took a seat and rubbed his fingers over his brow. "Bad enough to blow up the whole show?" I said. He nodded, sitting forward to rest his elbows on his knees. "I don't want it to hurt you. The show is big and could sink both our careers as showrunners if we fuck it up. But I'm more concerned about your mental health. Think about the sex scenes. If they get any more awkward, I'm going to spoon my eyes out." I backhanded him. "They weren't that bad. I'm going to send you 30 seconds of the scenes we tossed a day for the next 2 weeks. I cringed. Please don't. Even if they were awkward, having to watch them was going to be torture porn. Or do. I could jack off to them. He put a hand over his eyes. "No, you can't jack off to your own porn." "Why not? Might help until we are done." "No, Cal, it's going to make it worse. You're going to have a hard-on for him every time you see him." "Too late." I have an idea, and I'm changing the subject so I don't have to hear about your dick anymore." I laughed, and it felt good. "Take Hale to the premiere with you. It will be great to get him in front of a camera to do some promo. Talk about the project." He was trying to turn my dilemma around, and I was thankful. It would be better dealing with Rachel if he was close. "I don't have an extra room." "Don't you usually get 2? And where did you think I was staying?" He clenched his teeth. "Right. So don't they usually have 2 beds in those adjoining rooms?" "That's true. Not like I haven't seen him naked. I'll ask him and see if he'd be okay with it." How many times had he slept on my sofa or in my trailer? I didn't think it would be an issue, and suddenly the trip didn't seem so bad. "Ask him, and keep your mouth shut." "I will." I didn't have the courage to tell him anyway.
20. Hale. We were back in the forest for a couple of days, and it was like welcoming an old friend. The air took the weight from my soul and lightened it. I closed my eyes and inhaled the cool breeze as it blew over my skin. I pulled my hoodie over my head and tossed it aside to feel the cool air. It wasn't hot in Vancouver, but this was perfect. I wanted to devise a way to sleep outside, but I'd probably get eaten by a wild animal if I attempted it. Hell, I turned to find Kel coming after me. "Can we run away and stay out here?" Kel asked. "We?" "Of course." His smile was too much. "How could I stand to run away without you?" I smiled and looked at my feet. "We do have some downtime. We should go explore a little." "Then we are going?" It felt good to have him lighting up the room again. I wanted all of it, selfishly to myself. A few hours later, he was in the most ridiculous outfit, but I couldn't even laugh at him. He had hiking boots and high socks. "I see you looking." "What?" I swallowed a few times. Had I been too obvious? He burst out laughing. "What? Can't handle being called out for looking at my socks?" "I cannot. It's impossible to stop looking at you." I exhaled the pent-up tension I brought into this. I guess I'd been carrying some worry, and I could feel it in my muscles as they started to relax. "I figured you'd like 'em. They're tiny coconuts." He stuck his leg out in front of me and almost fell over. "That's my safe word?" He stopped in his tracks and stared. "I'm kidding." I playfully shoved him to keep walking. He knocked his shoulder into mine, but couldn't move me. We stayed walking that way, arms brushing as we moved. The contact was like our friendship, close and comfortable, but setting my neurons on fire. I wanted more and nearly couldn't stand it. "Where are we going?" I asked, thoroughly lost and not giving a shit. I wanted to be lost with him for the rest of the day. "A little spot Ella told me about." He pulled the map he'd brought out of his pocket and turned it around a few times. "It's not good if you can't decide which way is up." He glared at me over the top. "I got it. Not lost, are you?" "Straight guys are never lost." I burst out laughing. "Let me guess, if we see a park ranger, you'll refuse to ask him for help." "No way. I'd beg him to take us into safety and save us from bears. I'd trade ego for safety any day." "Maybe you're not such a straight white male." I brushed my arm against his again. "Maybe not." He smiled at me. "I do make out with a coworker on occasion." "True, but it is required for your job." "I did choose this job, and I wouldn't trade it for anything." He paused, and I was about to ask him about his comment when he pointed. "Look, over there. I know where we are." He tucked the map into his pocket and quickened his pace. I followed, curiosity overtaking me. I wanted to see what he decided to do. We came around the bend, and I started to hear water flowing. "Is there a river out here?" Maybe it was the other end of the one we were using to film part of our scenes. He started to jog, and I kept pace with him, feeding off his excitement. The trail twisted through the dense trees, and then came out in a small space that allowed the sun to shine down on a pool. It was surrounded by rocks and fed a waterfall. Kel didn't stop. He walked to the edge and looked down over the short falls to the river below. It had to be the end of the one we were using. Moss and vines covered the trees and snaked towards the shore. Stones covered the ground under our feet and extended into the clear water. Kel sat, pulling off his boots. "Come on." He stepped out of his socks and gestured for me to follow suit. I sat next to him and stripped off my tennies and socks as well. He was wading into the water by the time I finished rolling my jeans. "It's cold," he called. I stepped into the water and goosebumps raised over my skin as the icy water leached into it. The forest around us was awake with sounds. Bugs, birds, the rustle of leaves. I stood there at the edge and watched him venture further into the water. His gaze flickered around the clearing. "You're so light out here," I said. Or maybe it was this week. "I feel lighter." Are you really doing okay? I asked, coming up behind him, water numbing my shins as I did. Better, actually. Better than the last few months. I feel like I can breathe. I smiled and wrapped my arms around him. He felt like home. I didn't know what gave me the urge to do it, but he welcomed the gesture, leaning into me. I feel like I can too. He turned to look over his shoulder. Sorry if I worried you. I gave him another squeeze and made myself release him. You're not allowed to be sorry. Friends worry. I have something to ask you. Cal shifted from foot to foot. When you say it that way, it sounds bad, so rip the Band-Aid off. I gestured toward myself. Give it to me. Oh, I'll give it to you. I narrowed my gaze. You couldn't handle it. I think I handled it pretty well in the tent. I stared at him. Oh, you didn't just go there. I did. He put his hands on his hips. I carried that scene, I said with a smile that gave me away. We'll call it a tie. Spill what you want to ask me. My heart pounded in my chest. Was he about to ask me about being bisexual? Something else? Whatever it was, it ate at me. My ears buzzed as I waited for him to speak. He rubbed a hand over the back of his head. So, I was talking to Mel. My stomach dropped and my skin started to get clammy. No. Shit. Did I suck his Seaver? Get it out, please. He frowned but nodded. It's not bad. You're freaking me out. I grabbed his biceps without realizing it. He looked from one hand to my other and set his on my sides. It's nothing bad, and you don't have to do it if you don't want to, okay? I nodded, but didn't let go of him. Mel thinks it would be a good idea if you came with me to Rachel's premiere, and I thought it might help with my anxiety. The stress melted off me, and I pulled him into a hug. You don't want the alone time with her? I couldn't help but think there was something he wasn't telling me. He'd come home early last time and had been so worried about it. She'll have so much to do, it'd be nice to have a buffer. And I hate leaning on you, but it would help. You can say no. I know this isn't required press stuff, and venturing into that world is rough. I touched my fingers to his lips. I'll go. Are you sure? His eyes met mine. I smiled, wanting to instill in him some of the calm I felt. I want to. The idea of it doesn't bother me. I'm by no means an introvert like you are. And if it would help him, it'd be entirely worth it. I didn't know how to put that thought into words. Are you sure? I squeezed my fingers, trying to push reassurance into his muscles with my fingertips. I'm positive. There is one more thing. Fuck. What? I asked. Do you mind sharing a room with me? It's a suite, it's nice, but we'd be in the same room. If that's a deal breaker, we can try and find another room someplace close. I laughed and shook my head, pulling him back into a hug. How many times do we sleep in the same house, trailer, whatever? Still, I don't want you to be uncomfortable. Why aren't you sharing a room with Rachel? We never do. She likes her space to get ready, so we usually have two. I nodded, not really surprised by anything at this point. I realized more and more, everyone had their own quirks to their relationships. They sure spent a lot of time together otherwise, working their schedules out. Maybe I was reading into it as some wishful thinking type thing. Let's do it. I paused. One question. Yes. What am I going to wear? I laughed. We are putting Mel on that. We both laughed.
21. Kel. I didn't want to be in L.A. From the moment my feet touched the ground at LAX, I could feel the anxiety building in my chest. I wanted to give her the entire country and fuck off from it, never come back to where she lived. Maybe I needed to move to England. At least I would be spending a lot of time in the next couple of years on set. It was the only thing saving me while I was here. I'd filled all the time I'd allowed for us to be together, except a block for a season 3 when they renewed us. I expected the renewal to come after season 1 was released. I was on edge as Hale and I walked out the doors. There were photogs waiting at the exits, and I wanted to protect Hale from it all. Rachel loved to dress up for flights, and we'd be all over the front of magazines entering and leaving the airports for every trip. I'd stuck to the dressed-up thing, knowing I'd get an earful from Rachel if I didn't. Hale was in sweats and a tee, nothing special. But that didn't stop the photogs. Since I'd been on location for months, except for the trip last month, they needed new material. Hale stepped in front of me when I pulled my hat low over my eyes, sunglasses already in place inside the building. He smiled, but didn't give them any attention. He stepped aside when we got to our waiting car and let me enter first and then slid in behind me. I relaxed when he put his hand on my thigh. He walked in front of me. It wasn't really a question, but it was. Yeah, give you a little cover. Then they can't catch you as much from the front. I looked at him. He met my eyes and smiled. Why? I asked. I knew it was stressing you out, so why not? The hotel was insane when we got there. We'd flown in at the last possible minute, on purpose. I didn't want to spend any extra time and get dragged out by Rachel for a night out beforehand. A one-night turnaround again. It was all I had in me, but that meant the hotel was mobbed inside and out. Photogs were kept outside for the most part. As this was the walking hotel, it was well known the celebrities were staying here. Rachel was by no means the lead billing either. This was a summer blockbuster, and it was chock full of big names. We arrived at the rear of the hotel to an employee waiting for us. He handed over my keys and told me my wife had already arrived. This was standard practice for most of the hotels I stayed at, but I could tell Hale was confused by everything. He escorted us to a private elevator, then took us to the suite level. Is this normal? He asked when the elevator doors closed behind us. For hotels like this, yes. They have someone who handles all the celebrity clients. I shrugged. There were days I'd forgot how my life had been before this. Not that I was ungrateful for any of it, but it's so easy to get used to things. Hale grounded me a little. And we aren't even the VIPs here. Hale laughed. This is the mid-level treatment? You have no idea. That guy would get us anything we asked for. A penguin? I stared at him and leaned in. He probably would. Hale stared at me. I can't tell if you're fucking with me. I winked. You'll never know. Are you sure you want me to go to this with you? Hale asked. I can get my own room someplace. I'm a nobody. You can have some privacy. I stepped off the elevator and shook my head, holding the door for him. No, I want you here. I opened the door to the hotel room and stopped dead in my tracks. There was only one bed. One bed for the two of us. I'll go get a room. They have to have one someplace. Probably even one here, he said hesitantly. No, don't go. We'll call the concierge and see what can be done. Motherfucking shit. Worst case, there's a love seat. They have to have a room, really. Don't worry. I couldn't stop myself and kept talking. I was sure I sounded like a mumbling idiot. She doesn't sleep well before events and doesn't like to keep me up. Let me call and see if they have another room. All this lying was going to kill me. He nodded, but gave me a strange look. He could probably tell. I prayed he wouldn't ask me. A room with 2 beds. Shouldn't be an issue. And one that looked less like a honeymoon suite. I was getting half hard being in here despite the stress. We couldn't both sleep in here. Can I have a room with 2 beds? I have a friend who's going to use this room and stage with us. I pinched the bridge of my nose as I tried to think of all the ways this was going to piss Rachel off. Mr. King, we have no other adjoining suites. Over my dead body would I be in a suite with Rachel and Hale? She'd be able to smell my attraction to him. She knew me too well. My wife and I need our staff close to help us prepare for the premiere. I ground my teeth as I said the words. Can you get me another room? Even if it's a downgrade? The hotel is fully booked for the premiere, sir. We have no other rooms. Thank you. I glanced over at Hale as I hung up the phone. They have nothing. I can sleep on the chair or something. No, don't do that. Like I said, I will talk to Rachel. I put my head in my hands before pushing them into my hair. I didn't want him to see more of this than he already had. I had to contain it. He stroked a hand down my back, and I picked up my head to look over at him. He searched my eyes, and I wanted so badly to spill all the secrets I'd been keeping. Don't stress, he said. You don't want to piss her off? You can spend your alone time with her. Then I'll sleep on the chair. He dropped his hand. I wished he'd return it. His lips broke into a half-smile. It's a king-sized bed. We've been pretty naked together. I think we can sleep in a bed. He laughed. So true. This is more space and privacy than we usually get. We'll have a whole bed and not 20 people watching. If you're okay with it. He stood and walked to the window. Maybe he didn't want to see my reaction. Why wouldn't I be okay with it? He waved a hand over his shoulder without looking back. Since, gay guy, I think me caring about your sexuality went out the window when we fucked on camera. You never know. He turned around and leaned into the window. That's work. This is real life. You've slept in my trailer. Why was he more weirded out by this than I was? On the sofa. Don't listen to me. I don't want anything to change between us. There was a hesitation in his voice I hated. If I was honest, I was dying to be in that bed with him. I was half-hard thinking about it. Alone, in here, after the premiere, Hale's hands on me. What kissing him would be like without anyone watching. Me either. But I couldn't handle it if anything changed right now. I needed him more than he knew for this, and for the show. I wasn't going to get through this shit with Rachel coming out without him. He tilted his head to the side and stared at me for a moment before speaking. Is Rachel going to be bothered? No, I laughed, trying to make it sound natural. If she was going to have an issue, it would have been the role. She knows my job and my sexuality. It hurt to say the last word, because she didn't know, and neither did he. I barely knew myself anymore. He glanced around the suite again. This is a nice room. Rachel gets the good ones, being in the movie. I wouldn't know anything about that yet. Yet is right. After a few seasons of our show, you'll be booked solid. He nodded and came to take a seat on the bed next to me. We should nap. He laid back and stretched out, towing his shoes off. I told myself to say no. I told myself to tell him I'd go eat or find Rachel while he napped. But I didn't want to go any damn place. We were up really early. He nodded, rolling on his side to face me, his eyes already half closed. A nap sounds so nice. But I didn't make a move to lay back, still trying to convince myself to go. The images in my brain stopped me from getting in the bed. Then give in. Lay down. He patted the spot next to him with a lazy smile. You're a bad influence. My dick ached. I wanted his rough fingers on my skin. I know, he said, yawning. I laid back and stretched out. You're really sleeping in your clothes? What the fuck was I doing? True. He half sat up and pulled his shirt off before laying down. Fuck. I forced my mouth closed before I started to drool. My cock pressed into my jeans. I rolled to my stomach before he noticed. There was no way I was going to sleep now. I was going to be thinking of his lips wrapped around my dick. My skin prickled, imagining how his scruff would feel as he kissed other parts of me. How was I going to keep this secret for months while we finished the show? I've already seen you naked. I know you only sleep in boxers, he said without opening his eyes. He had. He'd seen me so many times in my trailer, and we'd filmed basically naked. Why did this hotel room feel different? I forced myself to take my shirt off, like he'd done, keeping my hips facing away from him so he wouldn't see my obvious bulge. It would be weird if I hadn't, but my pants needed to stay where they were. There was no way to hide my cock without them. Really going to sleep in your jeans? You're still in pants, I countered. I'm in sweats, big difference. You insisted on flying all dressed up. I have too many pictures of me taken at LAX, and after the last ones I didn't want to look like a damn bum. If you can sleep like that, he teased, not knowing I wasn't going to sleep, no matter the amount of clothes I had on. My dick was going to keep me wide awake, and at least my clothes hid my cock a little. I've let you know me too well, I said. His smile. Holy fuck, I was so screwed. I scooted closer to him, unable to stop myself. He pushed his fingers into my hair, getting it out of my face. I like knowing you. He went from joking to soft, trailing his fingers down my cheek before dropping his hand to the bed. I was dying to touch him, to ask him to keep touching me, to kiss him, unscripted. I was a knot of emotions and a war of what was right and wrong, but all I knew was I wanted him. I could trust him. I was sure of it. But I didn't want to admit to him I'd been lying about Rachel and I for months. What kind of friend was I? I like knowing you too. His smile widened. I keep waiting to wake up. What? I couldn't take my eyes off his face. His pink lips parted ever so slightly, and the peak of his tongue between them as he thought over his words. I can't believe how my life has changed since I was cast. Our friendship, all of it. It's been too good to be true. You are extremely talented. I'm glad we snagged you before anyone else realized it. It was all the truth. Working with you has renewed my love for acting. I'm always excited to see what you're going to bring to Seaver. It inspires me. When we are in that headspace, I can see Flint falling for him more. Do you know what I mean? But maybe it had been me falling all along. I could feel myself falling harder with each passing day. The more I thought about it, the more I realized playing Flint was giving me an opportunity to be a part of myself I'd hid away. He was the fragile guy I'd buried to make it in this industry, and maybe it was the reason I was so drawn to the script when I'd seen it. Maybe I'd been bisexual all along. I can feel it. You're a good actor. You make me believe those feelings. It's amazing, coming from a straight guy. I pressed my eyes closed, fighting the words I had on my soul. Thank you, I forced out, wanting and needing to say so much more. It's more, though, he whispered. Tell me. I opened my eyes to search his face. Did he return my feelings? I wanted him to confess. It would be so much easier to get mine out if I knew he felt the same. Your friendship? His cheeks were pink and he broke the eye contact. I don't want to sound stupid, but you're my best friend. Would it give away my feelings if I reached out and touched him? Why was this so hard? I'd know what to do with a woman. Why wasn't it the same? I laid my hand over his, between us. And you're mine. Before, it had been Rachel. You don't have to say that. I know. But it's true. I was desperate for him to believe me. I tell you everything. I don't know how it happened, but we went from 0 to 100. I said, and it was the truth. Maybe it was better if he never knew my feelings. At least then I wouldn't risk losing the friendship. If I'd learned one thing over the last 6 months, it's that relationships don't last, even when you thought they were perfect. Kel? His gaze was on mine. Yes. A knock rung out on the door adjoining our rooms, which meant Rachel was here. Yes? I asked again. Maybe you should get that. He rolled to his back and scrubbed a hand over his face. Did you have something to say? He gave me a weak smile. Nothing important. That's your wife.
22. Hale. How fucking stupid was I? I kept running over it in my head all damn night. I'd almost admitted to him I had a thing for him and destroyed our friendship. What the hell had I been thinking? He was married. He'd called me his best friend. He'd said over and over in interviews Rachel was his best friend and they didn't sleep in the same room. I had to stop trying to read too much into this because I wanted them to not be a thing anymore. I wanted him to feel the way I did, but that made me a douche. I needed to push those feelings down and be a good friend. I'd watched them from the red carpet. Rachel seemed annoyed with me, and Kel appeared to be making it up to her. He was doting. I'd nearly made a huge mistake. It could have ruined everything. The sun was getting low when we walked into the premiere. It was different than what I expected. We were huddled into the theater and assigned seats. I've been to nicer theaters. I missed leg rests. Kel held out some popcorn, and I took a handful. Do you ever get used to these? I asked. I hate them, but it's part of the job. He turned to me. There was something he wasn't saying. I'd only known him a few months, but I could read him. He wasn't doing well. Why do you hate them? It's fun to get dressed up and go out sometimes. I felt good in my skin. The tailored Gucci suit went a long way to making me feel like I belonged. Hale? He tore his gaze away and stared at the popcorn he hadn't touched. Had I seen him eat this whole trip? I couldn't recall, but I didn't think so. Drinks last night before we left was the only thing I remembered him consuming. I was going to have to ask him about it later. Yes, he said. He shook his head as Rachel came up behind him and set her arm on his bicep. We're introducing the movie from the carpet. They decided it'll be better. Okay, we'll stay here. She hesitated. Then her ruby red lips stretched into a smile. I'll be back, I guess. I turned to watch her saunter off. There's something going on? Kel set his lips in a line and shook his head. No, why do you ask? I don't really know. You're dynamic. It seems like there's tension. Maybe it's the being apart. I'm sure it's hard. I wrote it off as quickly as I'd said it. He had confessed to me he was lonely because of the space. I'm sorry it's making things hard. Is there any way she'll get a break to come up and spend some time? No, it was impossible. Not even a weekend? I pressed. No, he snapped. We are both overbooked. It's hard to be in a relationship in this industry. I'm sorry. With the words, it was like a wall formed between us. I hated the tension. I felt like I'd screwed up his safe space and I didn't want to lose him over something as stupid as his stress. This sucked. I wanted to be here for him. There had to be a way I could make him feel better. Hey. I leaned over to whisper in his ear. He was still frustrated. I could tell by his eyes, but he leaned closer. You hate these things. What if we sneak out the back? What? He asked, his breath hot on my neck when he moved in to reply. You did your carpet thing. Who's going to notice if you sit in a dark theater for the whole movie? Don't people not watch their own movies? I snapped my fingers. Isn't it Leonardo DiCaprio who has never watched anything he's in? Our faces were nearly touching. My skin prickled with excitement. I craved his nearness. I searched his face as I waited for a response. I could tell he was rolling over the words in his mind. The light returned to his eyes. What about when Rachel comes back? So? Text her and tell her you're mingling. let's go get a drink. He nodded slowly. Yeah, okay. Together? I asked. Or are we doing this fuck in the bathroom style, each sneaking out and meeting someplace? His head snapped up and he stared at me. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. Had I struck a nerve? What the hell? I shifted in my seat as he flipped his hair out of his eyes. Did I say something? No. He shook his head and smoothed a hand over his tie, fidgeting like a caged animal. I'm nervous. Part of the fun. I flashed him a smile. Haven't you ever gotten off on the risk of getting caught? He swallowed again, and his lips parted. No. I ran my fingers down his arm. You are missing out. It can be a lot of fun. His chest heaved, and I couldn't read him. Now I'm going to be thinking about that all night. I'm not sorry. I pushed to my feet and waved for him to follow me towards the rear of the theater. There had to be an exit back here or a side entrance. We'd find it. He slipped his hand into mine, and I squeezed it. We wandered that way through the corridors and side rooms as we searched for an exit. Finally, we came to a door. He glanced over at me as we pushed through, already seeming lighter. I squinted against the harsh light and held up a hand to get my bearings. We were in an alleyway behind the venue. I was glad there weren't any fans hanging out hoping for a chance to see someone sneaking out. We didn't need that kind of publicity either. Fan pictures showed up on TMZ as fast as photog ones. Now what? Kel asked, glancing down the empty street. I turned from side to side. The red carpet will be that way, so we need to head over here. We walked hand in hand down the alley, and he laughed. What? I asked. How are we going to get out of here? Walk in West Hollywood dressed like this and expect to not get noticed? Uber. I pulled out my phone and started to order one. Where are we going? Back to the hotel bar, he said. Do you think we'll get noticed? No one will expect it. We can hide in the bar there and it'll be dead. How could I say no to those eyes? Yeah. I dragged my teeth over my lip. These things, I felt. I couldn't explain them, but I would never be able to say no to him. We could walk. We'll have to go in the back. Can we get there without drawing attention to ourselves? I asked. Certainly. The attention is all on the venue. Like I said, no one will suspect. It's perfect. He pulled out his phone and released my hand to type something into it. I flexed my fingers and slid my hands into my pockets. Sad for the loss, though I had no right. See? He pointed to his phone. Right here. We can stay in the alleys and go to the back. I'll make a call and have someone let us in. He started off in the right direction, and soon we were sitting at the bar. What are we drinking? He asked as he set his black card on the bar. Open a tab. Whatever you want, I said. Famous last words. He tilted his chin down and raised his brows. We're starting with shots. My mouth dropped open. Going big? We are getting hammered. He stroked his fingers over his chin, putting on a show. Goldschlager, I think. No one really drinks that stuff. The bartender was already filling up shot glasses. Kel picked one up and waited expectantly. I lifted mine and held it out to clink our glasses. Salute, he said, before pouring the liquor down his throat and slamming the glass on the bar. Again. The bartender had no other clients and stood before us to refill the shots, and Kel kept asking for them. You two pre-gaming before some big after-party? He asked. Kel met my eyes and gave me a questioning look. You could say that, he said, putting on his fan smile. We wanted to get a head start to a good night. He was getting chatty, which meant the 4 shots he'd done were going to his head. When Kel pushed his glass out for another shot, I put my hand over him. Let's get some vodka soda here. Lime? He asked. I nodded, and when he went to grab them, I turned to Kel. Did you eat? Can't. Nerves. I set my hand on his arm before I realized what I was doing. We both looked at it, and he shifted in his seat. Isn't there anything that makes you relax at these things? You do. He gave me a small smile, an expression closer to his genuine smile than he'd had all day. I dropped my hand when the bartender set the new drinks in front of us. We sat in silence and sipped at them. It wasn't awkward, just quiet. He kept looking over at me, but not saying a thing. Why do you keep looking at me like that? I said about the 5th time he did it. It's making me think something is wrong. Do you want to go for a walk? Do you think it'll be mobbed out there? I asked. There's a rooftop garden, the bartender offered. Kel raised his brows, and I nodded. Do you want to close your tab? The bartender asked. Kel waved him off. We'll be back. He hooked his arm through mine. The contact surprised me, but not enough to question it and make him pull away. He swayed a little as we found our way to the elevator. Ever fucked in one of these? Kel asked when the doors closed with us inside. I choked on my drink. No, I answered when I recovered. Why is it funny? He leaned against the wall. It's not funny. It caught me off guard. And now I was thinking about him and I swallowed hard. Are you okay there? Now I'm thinking about it. What about it? He took a step towards me and stumbled. I caught him and we were chest to chest. He looked up at me. This was more than a crush on my co-star. I had real feelings for him. Sorry. A real smile spread across his face. The door slid open and he staggered back, but no one stood behind it. We were left at the entrance to a secret garden. Or so it felt like, with the sun getting low on the horizon, turning the sky pink and the clouds shades of blues and purple. He took a step out. I followed. I've stayed here at least 6 times and didn't know this was here. He turned, finding me over his shoulder. Come get lost in the garden with me. How could I say no to that?
23. Kel. I had it bad. Hale sat in the grass in the middle of what felt more like a secluded park than a rooftop. If not for the taller buildings around us, I would have forgotten we were in the city at all. It was dark and beginning to cool. We'd watched the sun set on the edge of the building, and now we sat across from one another. The space wasn't huge, but the landscape architect had done a magnificent job of building it in layers to create more depth than there was. Hale ran his fingers through the grass, and then picked up the glass he was nursing. I'd called down and bribed the bartender to bring us up a 5th. My mind was firmly in the fuzzy state, and I didn't want to come down from it. I didn't want to know what Rachel was going to say later. I wanted numb. Shit. Hale checked his Apple Watch. Are we going to the after-parties? What time is it? I'd lost track between the sunset and the 5th. I bet Rachel is changing if you wanted to head down. She hasn't called you. I felt the pockets of my suit. Where had my jacket ended up? I think my phone is with our jackets. We left them on the bench over there. He waved. It's much too far. So far. He laid back. But we should get up and go down there. There was peace in his stretched-out body. I lay on my side facing him. I don't want to go. Then don't go. He turned his head to meet my gaze. Could I really not go? He wasn't goading me. I knew he was serious, but I hadn't considered it. Will you stay with me? Why would I go without you? He laughed with his whole body. Because you can rub elbows with people. I lifted my shoulders. It's good for your career. There will be other parties. I wanted to hug him right there. Thank you. No need to thank me. I want to be right here. I moved to lay my head on his stomach. I knew I was pushing it, but at that moment, I needed the comfort of feeling him against me, even in the most innocent way. He pushed his fingers into my hair as we watched the planes fly overhead. I breathed in the aromas of nature around us, the far-off smell of the ocean, but mostly him. He wore a new cologne, and I loved it. I was happy, despite all I knew was coming for me when Rachel found me, and the stress of getting the show right so it would get picked up for another season. Right here, right now, I was happy, content, and I didn't want to move until life forced us. Is it weird how we became friends? Hale asked after a little while. What do you mean? I got shoved into this role because Ella decided she liked me when I was reading for a tiny-ass part, and the reason I was cast was because we have chemistry. Do you ever think how strange it is, our entire friendship? All of this was born from the random chance. From natural chemistry we might never have known about? I asked, my heart picking up speed because it was so much more now. It had an initial spark, attraction I didn't know I could have, but now it was so much more. Yes, I find it amusing. I'm glad it happened, I admitted in a whisper. Me too. I wish we could sleep up here, I said after a moment. Because you don't want Rachel to find you? He said with a laugh. I didn't even think of that. We'll deadbolt the door. Hale laughed, his stomach rumbling against my head. She scares me a little. She's more bark than bite, and she won't fight in front of you if she's mad. She might not care. She'll go have fun and forget she wanted me there, I said, not sure if it was the truth. You think? Hale picked up his head to look at me. I can hope. He laughed again. I want to go back to elevator sex, I said. He'd laughed. Why had he laughed? The image of him choking on his drink kept reappearing in my mind. You are really stuck on this. Hale sounded hesitant. Did I bring up a sore spot? I angled my head to get a better look at him. No, but there was something in his tone that ate at me. Explain it to me. I can tell there is still something there. He pushed a hand into his hair and stared at the sky. It was hot. It caught me off guard. I awkward laughed, okay? Was it weird for me to bring up sex with you? With me? He asked, hesitating again. I wanted to bring up sex with him, but that wasn't what I meant. Fuck. Yeah, we can talk about sex, right? It's not weird. Friends talk about sex. Oh. There was a long pause. Do you mean it could be awkward because I'm gay and you're straight? No, I don't care about that. I mean, do you not talk about sex with your friends? I don't know why I was stuck on this. I wanted to be the friend he talked about sex with. I wanted to be the friend he talked about everything with. I guess sometimes. It's not weird for you to talk about gay sex? I laughed. We filmed it. I don't think hearing about it could be weird. Jealous, maybe, if he's having sex with someone else. I groaned to myself, all the times we'd filmed intimate scenes flashing through my mind, how Hale's body felt pressed into mine. I was rock hard in an instant. I wanted to reach down and adjust, but didn't want to make it obvious. So I was left aching. Too true, he said. I guess it shouldn't be awkward. Is it awkward because we've done those things? I hung on the silence between us as he formed an answer. Hale tugged at my hair. I looked up at him and he stroked it softly out of my face. It couldn't be awkward with you. So, the laugh? I prompted, needing to know. It was hot. I awkward laugh when I'm embarrassed. Was it hot because he'd thought about it with me, like I had him, or merely the idea? What was hot about it? I turned, taking my head off him to stretch out next to him so I could look at him without straining my neck. I was sad when his hand fell away from my hair, but I needed to be able to see him. The laugh was back. He scrubbed a hand over his face and opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. "Tell me what's inside your head," I said, almost begging. I had to know. Because I've never... He searched my face and then looked down, his lashes laying against his cheek. "I've never been quite so adventurous." He shrugged, still not looking at me. I wished I could see his heated cheeks. I knew they were. He got red so easily with his fair skin. "You should find someone who is willing," I said, breathless. "Me. No one else." I'd probably rage-punch things if he actually found someone. Why hadn't I told him to fuck me in the elevator? I was dying to tell him how much I wanted to feel his dick inside me, a completely new feeling for me. I'd never even imagined it before, and now it was all I could think about. "Maybe I will." He sounded almost sad, and I hated myself in that minute. I wanted to confess the way I was feeling, but I couldn't bring myself to. The words turned to ash in my throat. "We should go to bed before we fall asleep here," he said, and the moment was gone. The sadness vanished. "Do you think we'll be able to make it down there?" I asked. "We can hold each other." He sat up. "I want to get out of these clothes." I groaned. Out loud. Fuck. He stared at me. "I am feeling the wanting out of these dress pants," I said, even though it wasn't at all what I meant. I wanted us both out of our clothes and all over each other, but I was a coward. Hale helped me to my feet, and we leaned into each other as we walked towards the elevator. Once inside, my mind was filled with images of tasting him and fucking him and me on my knees for him. We made eye contact, and then he swallowed, Adam's apple bobbing in his long column of a throat. "Not awkward at all," I said, making it more awkward. His brows drew together, and here it was. Hale was going to call me out on my shit, but he laughed. He stumbled forward and wrapped his arms around my neck. I leaned into him, pressing my face into his skin. He held me, and I held him. I wanted time to stop. He stroked his fingers over my skin, and I grasped the back of his shirt, holding on like he would run at any second. We stayed that way, even as the doors slid open, clearly the alcohol inhibiting our sense of self-preservation. "Cal?" It only took 1 second to shatter the moment. Hale jumped out of my grasp, slamming into the wall, and I stumbled, trying to act casual, and we both failed. I was screwed.
24. Hale. If the yelling through the walls was any indication of how Kel's night was going, it was poor. I sat with my knees curled into me, wondering if I should go take some of the blame, but I didn't want to get in the middle of their relationship stuff. That wouldn't be right either. So I sat in the armchair and waited. At last it quieted down, and I really hoped they were done, making up, even if it made my heart ache to know he was in love with his wife and straight. So fucking straight. I still remember him admitting to me I was the first guy he'd ever kissed, and it was for film. He said he'd never even thought about kissing a guy before. It was a stupid crush. He was happy, but it still made my chest split in agony. I needed to put some space between us. I started to wonder if I should get another room. Maybe they'd make up and he'd stay in there. I really hoped Rachel didn't think I was a threat. I wouldn't come between a marriage no matter what I felt. It wasn't me. I paced the room. I wanted to leave. I wanted to go somewhere, anywhere to get away from the muffled yelling. It took me back to my parents, and how I felt like it was my fault they fought too. Sure, I knew now it hadn't been anything to do with me, but it didn't stop those images from flooding over my neurons and stirring the sick feelings in my gut. I finally couldn't take it anymore. I had to turn my mind off for a while. I poured myself another shot and stripped down to my boxers and a tee. I slipped into the bed and pressed my face into a pillow. I wanted to scream to let it all out, but I couldn't risk them hearing me. I pushed it down into my throat until it tasted like stale stomach acid. I squeezed my eyes shut and willed the buzz to carry me to sleep. As I was drifting towards blackness, the door opened and pulled me back. I didn't dare move, waiting to see what he'd do. He could have been grabbing a change of clothes. But he didn't. Kel walked over to the window and stared out of it for a few minutes. I watched him. I couldn't help myself. He seemed lost. Utterly broken and lost. "There isn't anything you can do to fix it tonight," I said when it was clear he was here to stay. "No, but it doesn't stop the stress from eating at me." He glanced over his shoulder. "Why are you awake?" "Couldn't sleep." He turned around and slumped into the window. "We didn't keep you up, did we?" "No," I lied. "You need sleep." "Why? We fly back tomorrow. Not like the bags under my eyes will matter on an airplane." "Because I selfishly wanted him to come to bed. Come sleep, for me." I didn't have any delusions it would work. Why was I still trying to get him in bed with me? I knew nothing would happen. Okay. He worked the buttons on his shirt, and I couldn't take my eyes from him. He shrugged off the shirt and tossed it on the floor, having no qualms about the expensive garment. He pushed his slacks off his hips, his boxers riding lower as the tight pants pulled them. I swallowed hard and wanted to drop my face to the pillow and groan, but I couldn't miss the rest of his show. He rubbed a hand over his stomach, and my breath hitched. He must not have any idea how sexy he was. "Are you sure you don't mind?" His fingers lingered on his abs, and I wished there was more light in the room. The low light from the window made him glow. I'd never thought about kissing someone this much. "I'm sure," I said. "Because I can sleep on the floor." "I don't care how expensive this room is, no sleeping on the floor." He laughed and shook his head. "I'm not a germaphobe. I have to touch you when we go back to filming, and unless you plan on a bleach bath," he held up a hand. "You win, but I want that side." I raised my brows, but I wasn't sure he could see my expression. "Excuse me, I went to bed first. I can't sleep by the door." He came to the edge of the bed, putting his dick at eye level, and shoved me playfully. I wasn't going to survive this night. This was going to kill me. "And you expect me to sleep by the door?" I acted offended as I pushed against his shove. "Yeah, you have to protect me." He put a knee on the bed as he tried harder. If I hadn't been holding back, I would have grabbed him and flipped him under me. Instead, I rolled to my stomach and planted myself there, unmoving, not only to resist his shoves, but also to hide my heart-on. He heaved and laughed, putting his hands all over me in mock inability to move me. "If I die, I'm gonna haunt your ass." He flopped down onto the other side of the bed. "Just my ass?" I asked, turning my head towards him. "Yep, just your ass. Then anytime you try to get laid, people will run." "Bold of you to assume I'm the bottom." Kel blinked at me. "Oh." I'd probably terrified him. Fuck. Straight guys. "Sorry." I put my face down, hard-on vanishing. "No, don't be sorry," Kel said, and I could feel the silence between us. At least my illusion was shattered. I didn't need to be fantasizing about a married guy. "Sorry," I muttered again, rolling away from him to try and sleep when he didn't say more. "It's not what you think it is," Kel said hesitantly. "Yes, it is, and that's okay. Don't do this, please don't do this. It's not." He sounded like he was getting angry. "You can be comfortable talking about sex and acting as a gay man on television and not be comfortable knowing intimate details of someone's sex life. I'm sorry, I thought it was okay because of the elevator thing." He grabbed me, cutting me off. "Listen to me." I turned slightly to make eye contact. He swallowed. "Some of those details I find hot. And it's not because I don't even know what I'm saying. But it wasn't a bad, oh, okay. Okay, I said. But it wasn't okay. What did he mean? Why was that hot? I had so many damn questions. He was straight. I couldn't let this fill my mind and give me false hope. I wouldn't allow myself to hold on to it. He'd called himself straight in so many interviews. I looked. He'd called himself straight when he'd been asked about the show. Are you sure it's okay? Cal pressed. You're allowed to feel what you feel. And I was allowed to feel what I did. I needed to get a handle on what I felt. I needed to lock it up, push it down inside me, and not let it out again. Those feelings wouldn't do any of us any good. Yeah. He flopped on his side. He was so close and felt so far. Are things with Rachel okay? He sighed. Yes, they will be. She has this idea of what I should be. Always has, and when I don't fit into that box, she's annoyed. It'll pass. It felt like there was so much he wasn't saying, but it also wasn't my place to ask. His relationship wasn't my business. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I want to talk about everything with you. I always have. You're the only one who knows. You know. I smiled, glad he couldn't see it in the dark. I like when you talk to me. He brushed strands of hair from my face. Why were feelings so difficult? I didn't want to like his touch, but I craved it. Was she, mad about the elevator? He laughed. She didn't say anything about it. She was mad I ditched her tonight. I was blown away. She didn't care at all we were hugging. No, and she wouldn't. She knows I was drunk. But why would that make him more prone to hug a guy alone in an elevator? I was overthinking things. She probably didn't think anything of it because it wasn't a big deal. Only photogs would have a field day with something so innocent. So, why all the fighting? I don't see what the big deal was. She thought it looked bad with her having to go to all the after parties alone. Why? You don't enjoy partying. She knows it. Why do you have to do everything together? I don't know. He closed his eyes, and I was glad I'd kept this spot in the bed. The light from the window shone on his face, while mine must have been in the shadows. But I'm glad I didn't go. I'd probably be a mess right now if I did. My head isn't in the place to fake it. I wanted to hug him. That bad? Not that bad. Just not great, if that makes sense. It does. What can I do? He put his face in his arm. Nothing. I scooted closer and wrapped an arm around him. The hug had helped in the elevator. He laid his head on my chest in the garden. Was it touch he was craving? To not feel alone, human contact was vital to survival. He leaned into me and pressed his face into my chest. The air left the room. I couldn't breathe, but I didn't dare move. My heart convulsed in my chest. It was everything I'd wanted, but so innocent. I didn't want to screw it up either. He trusted me. Maybe I could be the friend he needed. I'd have to be careful and walk the line. He was worth it, but I would have to be so careful. Too careful. Not a toe out of line. He pressed into me. For a whole moment, I thought I was going to blow it 2 minutes in. But I forced myself to relax, and my arousal eased. I didn't want morning to come. I wanted to hold him like this, all night.
25. Kel. I am fucked. Utterly and totally fucked. How could I return to real life when I'd had a glimpse of what it could be with him? The worst part? I could see it all, every last part of it. I could see, waking up in bed with him, I could taste him. The feeling was built on the back of false memories and stolen moments, acted moments. I shouldn't know what it was like, but I did, and I couldn't banish the images from my mind. Trying to forget him was like trying to pretend I'd felt none of those things. Sleeping in his arms had only solidified them. You look like shit. Well-rested shit, but still shit. It's weird. Mel leaned forward. Are you trying to smell me? Yes, for your information, I am. I pushed him away. Why? I want to see if you're sweating alcohol. I flipped him off. Aw, you love me. He kicked his feet up on the coffee table and looked at his phone. I was currently hiding at his house, trying to decompress from last night. It hadn't even been awkward on the way home. Hale and I were solid. I fell asleep on his shoulder on the plane. He leaned into me on the drive here. He went to shower, and I claimed I was going to nap. I couldn't sleep. Instead, I ran to Mel's in a panic. Are we going to keep pretending you're low-key fine, or are you going to tell me what's wrong? He glanced up from his phone game. If you want me to go, go then, coward. He stared at me, with the hint of a smile on his lips. You're so mean to me. I'm mean to pretty much everyone. He lifted a shoulder and put his phone down. Come talk to Daddy. No, dude, don't ever do that again. He patted his knee. Tell Daddy all your problems and he'll fix them for you. I walked towards the door. This is the most disturbing thing you've ever done. He didn't say a word. Not even going to try and stop me? I asked. I don't give in to tantrums. I sighed like a dramatic 3-year-old. I guess you don't want to hear about me and Hale sleeping in the same bed. You asshole! I opened the door, calling his bluff. Get back here, or there will be a punishment. I turned around slowly. You're scaring me a little, but I'm coming back, because I have to tell someone or I'm going to explode. He grinned, and it was even more creepy. I really don't ever want to see this side of you again. Don't be bad. I grabbed a couple of beers from his fridge. I'm going to drink and pretend none of this happened. As long as you spill. He accepted the other beer when I offered it. We got to the hotel, and there was only one bed. He choked, coughed, and laughed. You're fucking with me. No. And I tried to get another room, but nothing. Of course not. It was booked out for months, I bet. He slapped his thigh. Exactly. Only one bed is my favorite trope. He flashed me a grin. We should write that into the show. We should, as fans eat that shit up. But this is my life. It's a little rom-com. I like it. Go on. Not funny. I laid my head down and pressed my beer to my pounding temple. And Rachel and I got in this huge fight. She told me I was basically the worst. She was pissed at me for blowing off the movie and the after-parties. I did notice your absence from the rags. I was on the red carpet. I didn't want to hear it from him. Sure, but we need all the press we can get. I knew he wasn't trying to be mean, but I couldn't handle it right now. I fucked up, okay? Rachel already laid into me. He held up his hands. I want our show to do well. I will fix it. He looked so disappointed. I sat up and rested my elbows on my knees, going over in my mind all the shit I'd almost ruined. I pressed my eyes closed. I'm sorry. I'm such a fuck-up. You're right. Rachel is right. I fucked up my marriage and probably my friendship with Hale, which will ruin this show I love because I'm only thinking about myself. Don't do that, Kel. He sat forward, but I turned my face away from him. No, I need to hear the truth. Lay it on me. I started to get up, but he grabbed my shoulder and forced me back to a seat. Stop it. I hung my head. Look at me. I looked over, moisture welling at the corners of my eyes. You didn't fuck up anything. Marriages end. That's her fault as much as yours. There isn't one person to blame. Your mental illness isn't your fault, but it is your responsibility. And I know you deal with it. But I'm not letting you slip into this. We will get a counselor here. Whatever you need. But I know a spiral when I see one. I don't have time for that. I will stop production until you get help. He set his jaw and stared me down. You can't. Yes, the fuck I can. It's in all the paperwork. If I feel we need to stop, we will. So unless you get help and talk to someone, I will. This isn't healthy. And I'm worried about you. I've seen you bad before, and you've been on the edge of it for months. The only thing keeping your head above water is Hale. And I didn't realize it before now. You can't put that on him. He can be here for you, but he can't be your only. I know. But it's hard. Yes, it's really fucking hard. And I wish I could take it all away from you. But this is what you have to deal with. Everyone has some kind of baggage, so we're going to make sure you deal with it. I cannot risk losing you. I wrapped my arms around him and pressed my face into his shoulder. Thank you. I will Skype my therapist. I want to talk to him after you do, and you're going to give him permission to tell me how bad you are. I nodded, resigned to the fact that I couldn't keep doing this alone anymore. Now what do I do about Hale? I asked. So what you're telling me is you like him? And you're single? I nodded. I can't tell you this is the best time to get involved with him, but it happened. Don't freak out about it. How was he on the plane home? Normal. He either likes you too, or he gets real friendly with his friends. I growled. Damn, possessive. I pushed my fingers into my hair and nodded. Yes, you were never like that with Rachel. I never felt about Rachel like I do about him. The words sunk into my soul as I said them. Hale and I were closer than Rachel and I ever were. Then it's not an issue. It's either going to naturally play out or it's not. Let it. What if he meets someone? I asked, the words forming a chasm in my chest. You have to do what's best for your mental health right now. You can't control what the universe will bring in and out of either of your lives. I nodded, more depressed than when I'd walked in here, but knowing I couldn't rely on Hale solely anymore. The next morning, I was on Skype with my therapist. I sat with my knees curled into my chest, tucked into the corner of a sofa as we video chatted. There was a lot of listening and talking, more than I'd forced myself since Rachel left. He was, of course, unhappy I'd kept it from him for so long. Neglecting my mental health was an issue I would always struggle with. I hated feeling helpless against my disease. Are these feelings of being bisexual messing with your mental health? David asked. I laughed, and a smile formed on my lips for the first time since I'd talked to Mel. No. I'm not harboring insecurities about being gay, bi, pan, whatever. I haven't figured out labels yet. Believe me, I have no problem with the images of taking a dick. Hale's dick only at this point, but I was sure I wanted it. I did probably block it out because I just assumed I was straight and it was easy to fit in that box, but that isn't what's fucking with me. What is fucking with you? He asked. I loved his bluntness. I know all the bullshit about not being able to love someone else unless you love yourself and not being good for someone else unless you're good for yourself, and I'm not sure I'll ever get there. I pressed my face into my knees. The internet has a lot of these therapy bites, as I like to call them, and some of them are good advice, and some of them are not so great advice. Some of them work for some, and some of them work for others. We are all different, which is one of the reasons depression is so hard to treat. The human mind is complex. But I do know one thing. If you can love someone else, you are capable. You can love yourself. The ability is there. You have to find the reasons you are worthy. Do not treat yourself like the enemy here. You wouldn't sit there and pick apart Hale, would you? No. He sat forward and tinted his fingers. Then why would you do these things to yourself? We have been seeing each other for years, Kel. I agree with your friend Mel. It's hard to date when you are like this, but I disagree with him on some points. If you wait until circumstances are perfect, you will miss out on a lot of life. You cannot make Hale all of your happiness, but like an addiction, depression is a lifelong battle. It will come and go in waves, and it may recede so you barely notice it, but it never fully leaves us. There is no magic cure. So, if you use your disease as an excuse to not find happiness, you never will. That was some heavy shit. He nodded. Hale isn't all of my happiness. I admitted, as much to myself as David. I know. How do you know? I asked. You have your job, and you have your friends, very good ones from the looks of it, ones who take care of you. Hale happened into your life, but you did have a support system in this project. You might not realize it, but as your marriage fell apart, you built yourself a support system. You immersed yourself in something you love to help, and brought your friends along, both of who are good for you. You are doing a lot right. You probably need a reminder. And why am I so fucked up? The road to feeling better isn't a straight line. You know this? I nodded. This divorce isn't going to be easy on your mental health. You need to keep talking about it. To me, and to your friends, don't bottle it up. Let all of us help you, and we will make sure you get through it. Yeah. You're right. I breathed out. I had to find a way to be able to talk to Hale about it. Do you feel better? A little. I think we should talk a couple of times a week until you are more stable. Okay. Send my assistant your shooting schedule and I will work you in. You're too good to me. I hung up and sat there, going over and over in my mind how to tell Hale I'd been lying to him. Maybe I needed another session with Dr. David to help me work out how. All I knew is it had to happen soon.
26. Hale. Life had settled after the premiere. We'd returned to respecting our boundaries, but it was good. I was happy. I loved my job and Kel. What more could I ask for? We'd flown to an island off the coast of Miami for the week to get some shots that needed to be more tropical. We were using a mansion on the island to stage, taking a boat in and out every day to work. How was this my life? I was in paradise with Kel. It felt surreal.
We only have a couple of hours to get this right, guys. I need to feel it like we talked about in the read-through.
Ella looked from Kel to me.
This is their first scene, where we see they might be falling for each other, and I really want the audience to feel it.
We both nodded, and Kel had this tiny smile on his lips. Ella turned to talk to the rest of the crew while they were doing some final touches under her direction. What? I asked him under my breath. What? He turned to me, matching my whisper. What has you smiling? He looked at his feet and then met my gaze. I love this part of the book. Why was he so cute? What do you love about it? I asked. I loved it too, but I wanted his answer. I'm not good with words. I'm better at putting it into feelings. Try, I said, turning to fully face him, hungry for what he might say. Okay. He looked around and slid his hands into his pockets. Well, it's like I could feel the scene. I'd never experienced that in a book before. I read as a kid, but it was mostly for school, so as an adult, when I decided I wanted to read more, I picked up the book and I could feel the characters. The words were so good, I got expressions and inner monologue and more than a movie could ever give me. Movies are great, and I love bringing them to life. But for the first time, I saw more. His smile spread over his face. Might sound dumb. No, I wanted to grab his face and make him look at me. I guess I've always read, so this thing has been ingrained in me from a young age. It was one of the reasons acting was important to me. I love giving books visuals. He nodded and kept his smile. And since this was the first book I felt it for, I wanted to be right. I get it.
Are you two ready?
Ella asked. Kel looked at me, and I nodded. We took our places. Glad to be on a beach off the coast of Miami so we weren't huddled under blankets and in the house they used as stage like we had been in Vancouver. Goosebumps rose on my skin. It had been so long since the night we'd been in bed together. We hadn't talked about it at all. We'd woken up spooning, my face pressed into the back of his neck, and neither one of us had mentioned it. At least it hadn't made things awkward. I wasn't sure I could handle awkward. I'd asked him a few times how he and Rachel were, and only received a fun. I could tell by the sadness in his eyes. He wasn't telling me the full truth, but I wasn't gonna press. I stood across from him and waited for our cue to start. We'd already been naked together, but this was somehow different. I probably wouldn't ever understand the order in which they chose to film things. More so since they filmed a whole season in one go instead of an episode at a time like network television. The timeline of everything was jumbled in my head. I wasn't sure I'd be able to sort it out unless I watched it.
Action!
Kel started with his lines. His face contorted and leaked feeling. It touched me. I stepped closer to him with the swagger only a pirate king could get away with. "I've wanted you for so long," he went on. "But I was only a means to an end for you." "You were never a means to an end," I said, softer than most of Sever's dialogue had been. I lifted a hand to brush a strand of hair from his brow. It wasn't scripted, but I felt it. Kel's breath hitched in his chest as he looked up at me, dark eyes searching mine. I didn't know if we were us or our characters, but there was a charge between us. I was dying to kiss him. I'd been dying to kiss him since that night. What am I to you? A toy you can so easily throw out like the rest of them? He moved closer, puffed up his chest, and squared his shoulders. I don't know. I let the worry show in my brows, a line appearing between them as I moved my head from side to side, and then turned my gaze to the sky. I didn't want to care for you. Look at me. I snapped to do as he asked. He wet the part in his lips with the tip of his tongue. I can't care. Only for you to lie to me, Seaver. Tell me you don't want me so I can go back to my life. Don't leave. I leaned down, rubbing my nose over his. Stay. His fingers slid around the nape of my neck and held me in position. We shared a breath. Why? He said over my lips. I'm not going to say it. You either take it or go. My lips parted over his and my tongue teased out, meeting his. It was so natural. Our bodies knew what to do. And I was starting to get hard. Images of his body pressed into mine. So innocent and asleep, but it was those things I wanted from him. He leaned up on his toes and deepened the kiss. His body against mine threw me over the edge. I grabbed a handful of his hair and slid an arm around him, aggressively taking what I wanted. I lied to myself and said it was what Seaver would do, and it was, but it's also what I was dying to do. Cut! I almost couldn't stop. We lingered a moment or two longer than we needed to. We were both breathing hard. He looked into my eyes, and I couldn't read his mood. I tucked hair behind my ear and swallowed the taste of him. I never wanted it to leave. How do you think that was? He nodded. Good, it felt good. He swallowed too. How do you think it felt? Really good. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. I didn't want to sound too eager. Ella? He turned towards her as she was reviewing the footage.
I'm not liking the angle.
The light is all wrong, Ella said. Let's fix the camera placement, Mel agreed.
Give us 5, boys,
Ella said. I was burning up thinking about kissing Kel again. I needed something to help with my issue down south. Kel tilted his head, but didn't comment.
Okay, let's do the kiss again, boys,
Ella said, waving us over.
From I Didn't Want to Care for You.
We took our places. I said the line and we went through the actions and lines, and then his lips were on mine again. It felt like an eternity and only a moment at the same time. We lingered before Ella said cut, our foreheads touching, noses pressed together. He breathed my air and gripped onto my shirt. Again, maybe? He said, breathless, not letting go of the hold on my shirt. Yeah, I said. Okay. He turned to Ella. We can do better. She gave him a strange look and nodded.
If you think so.
It wasn't right. I want it to be perfect. He turned to me. If you don't mind. No, not at all. I want it to be right, I said, with too much enthusiasm. And we were kissing. My hand was in his hair. We tried standing in the water. We made out all over the beach. My lips were chapped and I kept going back for more. Every time Kel said it wasn't right, we were back into it. My dick ached and leaked into my boxers. It was the most intense edging I'd ever experienced, and Kel had no idea. I couldn't decide if it was wrong and made me a horrible person by feeding into it. This is my job, I told myself over and over as a way to justify it in my mind. What if we try it this way? Kel was moving me around, changing us and then kissing me again. It was more aggressive this time, and my chest heaved with emotion. He slipped a hand under my shirt and I melted into him as his tongue teased over mine.
Okay, that was it.
Wow. Ella was standing next to us, and I wasn't quite sure what to do or how to move. Kel detangled himself from me, and my legs were like jelly. I staggered away from him, unsure what to do with myself. We'd been kissing off and on for 2 hours. Let me see. Kel bounded off towards the cameras, always the professional, like we hadn't been chest to chest for so long. I brushed my fingers over my lips. They were burned from the scruff on his jaw. Ella watched me. I looked away. I was sure all my emotions could be read on my face. It's so perfect. Kel was grabbing my arm, tugging me over to the screen. I watched us and nearly groaned. It was better than porn seeing how he touched me from outside of ourselves. If I thought my dick had been hard before, I was wrong. Now it was straining. After 2 hours of teasing and now getting a free porn show of us. I needed about an hour alone in the shower to take care of this. By the time I was done manhandling it, my dick was going to be as raw from jacking off as my face was from kissing him.
Why don't we go have a drink?
Ella said, grabbing my arm. It's like 2 in the afternoon, I said. Was everyone alcoholics?
If you want other people to notice you're hard on for Kel, we can stay.
I blinked.
Come on.
1 drink, I said and followed her. 1 drink became 3. She eased into things, talking about work and other gossip around the set. I'd almost decided she wasn't going to bring him up and she was just helping me out until she dropped the bomb.
How long have you had a thing for him?
What? I shook my head and tried to make a face, but a smile spread over my lips. You got me drunk on purpose.
Of course I did. Now spill the damn beans.
Stop! I held up a hand as I finished the rest of my drink. There is nothing to spill. She frowned.
Hale.
He's straight and married. Don't make me do this. Don't. She rubbed a hand down my back.
I've seen the way he looks at you.
My eyes burned with tears I wasn't going to let fall. I had to hold it in. Don't tell me that.
It's my literal job to watch you two for the best shots. You both look at each other like the last bit of oxygen when you're drowning.
It's a long story. I've been there for him. It's not what you think it is. Her brows drew together, and her lips pursed.
I've been doing this a long time, and I know what it looks like when two actors start to fall for each other.
I shook my head. Each word she said made this more painful. Stop! I can't handle it. He looks at me because I've been there for him through some rough stuff. We are friends, best friends, but he doesn't feel the way I do. He couldn't, because if he felt the way I did, he'd be bursting. I barely contained how I felt as it was. I can't be the one who ruins his marriage.
Do you really think his marriage is going well? Rachel isn't here.
I'm not going to speculate about how his marriage is going. It's between him and Rachel, and I really do hope it's good. I can't be the reason they break up. I'd never forgive myself. I stood needing to go back to my trailer. I had to be alone. I'm going to bed. My heart hurts.
Hale!
She got up to follow me. I'll be fine tomorrow, I promise. I let myself have one night. I crawled into bed and imagined what it would be like to spend every night like we had at the hotel. It wasn't even sexual, though I did jack off like crazy. It was more than that. I imagined myself waking up every day with my best friend, and I figured out why relationships hadn't worked in the past. I'd never fallen for my best friend before.
27. Kel. How's it going? Mel barged in and took a seat on the sofa in my hotel room. The room boasted a nice little sitting area and a separate bedroom, but only one bed. They were beautiful spaces and a bit of a waste considering we spent most of our time on the island and on boats. We were over halfway through our shooting schedule, and it was starting to feel real. We'd even put together a video trailer, since our buzz was up after showing up at Rachel's premiere. People were taking to Hale. It's going, or it wasn't. I was currently deciding if sending Hale a third text came off as desperate. These long days are killing me. He stretched out and yawned. You're the one who insisted on sunrise shoots. We keep getting kicked off the island when the weather shits out. He flipped to his back. I don't want to not get what we need to and have to extend. How'd you get in here anyway? I asked when I realized I'd been too in my head, and he'd shown up. I have keys to all the rooms. What if I'd been jacking off in here? I was a little offended. He rolled his eyes. I expected Hale to be in here, actually. He's not answering my texts. He's not answering my texts either. I considered how to ask Hale to stay all afternoon since he'd slept in his own room last night, and ways I'd tell him I'd sleep on the sofa in my own room. He had vanished as soon as we got back to the hotel. Mel's frown was clearly visible, even though he wasn't looking at me. Maybe he's icing the scruff burn you put all over his damn face. He's not going to be fit to film anything else for days. I gave him an exasperated look. Put some makeup on it. He'll be fine. He rolled his eyes. Do you need to reshoot the kiss that many times? I needed it perfect. The viewers need to feel it. As much as you feel it? Mel asked. You're not even the director. I did feel it when I read the book. That scene made me want to do this project. And there was no one more perfect than Hale to do it with. I could feel every single scene he was in. So yes, I needed to feel it. Only I wished it was real. I flopped down on the opposite sofa and stretched out. Do you think I pissed him off? Doing what? Mel asked. I don't know. We spent every night together for weeks. He's been amazing. And after the trip to L.A., I'm worried. And I really didn't know what I'd done. Then what has you worried? I thought we'd talk this out. I sighed and spilled what was in my head because I needed someone to vent to. The only thing I can come up with is my stuff with Rachel scared him off. He's been asking how she and I are for weeks. Why would he be asking? I thought you said you two were fine. I thought we were, but now I don't know. Maybe it was because she yelled at me for like an hour with Hale in the next room. It was so awkward when I went in there to sleep. Wait, why am I just hearing about this? Why wouldn't he be fine? Because he was fine. I thought maybe he'd heard and it would be awkward, but it was fine. Until today. I let out a pent-up breath. How far did it go that night? I'm starting to think you didn't tell me everything. I didn't? Spill, or I'm starting in with the daddy comments again. I shuddered. I woke up, wrapped up in his arms, hard as a rock. He sat up. You two snuggle-fucked after she yelled at you all night? Snuggled, not fucked. I'll call it as I see fit. He stared at me for a minute. Kel, you have to know how that looks. We've actually always had 2 rooms. She likes space for us to get ready. She's been putting it in my contracts forever, and then when they started asking her to bring me, she did the same. It's been years of this. She usually has a friend or stylist in it. I didn't find it weird at all. And the rags never used it against you two? Those things get leaked all the time. I shook my head with a shrug. Nope. Maybe because of who we are? Or because of the way I used to look at her. We used to be all kinds of internet memes about finding a man who looks at you like Kel looks at Rachel. Had anyone noticed I looked at Hale like that now, and not Rachel? Or maybe I didn't look at anyone that way. Maybe my feelings were all in my head and in my heart. So you two argued, and then you went to sleep in a bed wrapped up in Hale. He was still staring at me like I was insane. You realize he probably thinks he caused the issue, especially since he was with you when you were ditching all the stuff. I didn't think of that. I pressed my face into my hands. But then, why not be upset for weeks? Why now? Maybe he can feel you falling for him. No. I nearly jumped to my feet as I said the words. I've been acting exactly the same. He gave me a flat look. He's been helping me. It's not been any different over the last few weeks. I ran over it again and again in my head. I had been making sure to keep myself in line after Mel and my last talk. With what? He pressed. It's been hard to be alone. My depression is already shit, and, well, I didn't realize how much I was dependent on having Rachel at location when I'm shooting. She's usually my buffer. I know you've been leaning on him. He got up and walked over to wrap an arm around me. I would have been here for you had I known. It's hard to ask for help, I admitted. How did he find out? I was drunk and lost it. I put my face in my hands. And from there, he was just around, and it happened. So you were a mess. He wasn't going to let go of this. And of course, there was only one bed. A smile spread over my face, and I couldn't help but laugh. This was weeks ago. So you two had wild sex, and now it's awkward? No. Jesus, Mel. I scrubbed a hand over my face. I'm telling you, that's all that happened. A guy can dream, and you held out on me before. He gave me another squeeze, then got up. Want something to drink? No. The last thing I need to do is get drunk and text him. He ignored me, pouring 2 glasses of wine, and sat one in front of me. I'll take your phone away if you get stupid. I started off stupid when it came to him. How stupid? Fully stupid, I admitted. Maybe you need to tell him, he said after a pause. You told me not to. I didn't have all the details. He sat back and shrugged. What if everyone thinks this is a stunt? There will always be someone who says something. He stared at me. Kel, there are like 87 articles of you saying you're straight going into this project. I don't even read the rags, and I've seen them. You have said you're straight enough where there will probably be backlash. But are you going to live your life for you or for what's expected of you. Stop being so smart. I drank the wine and pushed my phone into his chest. He took it and set it aside. But there is also speculation about you being gay, like every other actor. What? I was a little shocked. Perez Hilton did a whole YouTube video about casting queer actors for queer roles and how he loved you but wishes you'd come out of the closet already. Don't remind me. I pulled my wine glass into my chest. Rachel had just left me, and my mother sent me the video and asked me if there was any truth to it. Seriously? Mel asked. Yep. Did everyone know but you? Hell no. I picked up the wine. I was too sober for this. Can you imagine me trying to tell her now? I'd never convince her I was straight. Are you straight? He looked right into my eyes, the question there. Why would you care if you're not straight? Finally there. We'd hinted about it for months. I thought I was. I shotgunned the wine. Maybe I need the rest of that bottle over here. Go get it yourself. Are you pissed at me? I asked. A little. Why? It was frustrating. Because. You're not scared of being gay, but you're scared of what people will think? It's disappointing. Who wouldn't be terrified of what people will think? We all are. I've been out most of my career. People judge you. That is life. What matters is your friends and Hale. I got to my feet and walked over to grab the bottle, taking my time because I'd been avoiding the question in my own mind. I didn't know what I'd told myself while I was hard for months. I was attracted to him, and I wanted to try stuff, but I couldn't think about another dude that way. Maybe it was only some dudes. Maybe I was attracted to personality and not the person at all. I didn't know. I needed to get my head on straight. I had to figure it out before it drove me crazy. Maybe I needed to try sleeping with a guy, to test the waters, so to speak. I was pretty sure I was bi, but how could I know for sure? Rachel's words rang in my ears. If you sleep with anyone and it gets out you were cheating on me, I won't be setting any record straight. Think of how disappointed your fans will be. Not only didn't she want me, but she wanted to keep my dick in my pants for me. You avoiding me, Kel? I picked up the bottle and returned to the sofa, refilling both our glasses. No, I was thinking about things. You need to talk to him before you destroy your friendship. Clearly something bothered him. I know. His expression changed to one of shock. What? And all the sex scenes you filmed? He was gaping at me now, and I couldn't handle it. You were want to fuck Hale hard, not stimulation hard, weren't you? Yeah, and I was hard for all of them. He stared, and I couldn't decide if he was excited or horrified. Was he? I don't fucking know. I was too concerned about how fucking awkward my dick was and how good it felt touching him to investigate. I sat on my heels and started to take stock of my life. Did you want to know if he was into it too? He asked, the amusement showing in his voice now. Thank you so much for getting joy out of the mess of my life. Of course I am. This is hot. He faked fanning himself. You seriously didn't want to know? If he was, it was only friction. I didn't think about it. There is no way he's attracted to me. I'm like 10 years older than he is. And have you seen him? He rolled his eyes. You are considered one of the best-looking people in the industry. How many magazine covers were you on last year? You know that has to do with buying power and perception, not actual attractiveness. I got a lucky break a long time ago. We all knew the field was filled with beautiful and talented people, and it was about getting noticed and luck more than anything else. Okay, I'll give you that, but You're hot. There is no way he doesn't find you attractive. He thinks I'm straight. I grabbed my wine and the bottle. I thought you were straight, too. You can tell him you're not. I don't know. I clearly like him, so I'm something. I wanted to pace. I wanted to bury myself under my blankets and not look at him. I haven't figured out the words yet. Look at you, putting aside toxic masculinity. I don't have those hang-ups, and coming out to him is different than coming out to the whole fucking world. I pulled into myself, fear pulsing through my veins. I'm more worried about losing him. What if he doesn't feel the same? He does. You can't know that. You need to talk to him. I know. I put my face in my hands, unsure how I was going to face this.
28. Hail. Kel came and sat next to me. Am I allowed to sit here? I was tucked away in the island house we'd rented to stage out of. It was a tiny piece of paradise. I wondered who owned it. The house was a contrast to the rest of the island they'd left wild. It was done in modern and industrial styles with harsh lines and gray tones. Not the normal tropical fare. It was perfect in its own way. Of course, we'd been filming apart most of the day, which had given me some much-needed space. But there was an energy around us, and in the cast, I couldn't place. He raised a brow and looked over at me. You don't usually ignore my texts. I was in a mood and needed to be alone. But I'd realized being alone didn't help. Nothing helped my aching heart. Can you let me know next time? He asked. I'm sorry, I should have. I was in a bad place. I wasn't sure how much I could admit without making him suspicious. Want to talk about it? Not right now. My head is chilled and it was a good day. I stretched out, sinking further down in my seat. The sun helps, doesn't it? He leaned into me, and gods, it felt good. It's a nice change from Vancouver. We should shoot here all the time. We all would be in better moods. He laughed and turned to say something, but we had an assistant come in.
We're packing up to go. The storm is building faster than we anticipated.
Let's go grab a boat. Cal stood and offered me a hand. I let him pull me, but I lingered. Let the crew take the first boat. We can watch the storm roll in for a few. I love the way your mind works. He gestured for me to take the lead, and I did. I pulled the sliding glass door open and walked out onto the expansive deck to take a place at the rail. I leaned over it and closed my eyes. The sea salt-laden wind whipped through my hair and filled my lungs. I closed my eyes as the thunder rumbled in the distance. This was joy. Pure joy. I love watching storms, I said as Kel's arm brushed against me. Uh-huh. I opened my eyes and turned to study him. He stood much the same as I had been. Pizza in my hotel room tonight? Lazily, he turned towards me, a smile forming over his lips. My trainer is gonna hate you. He can kick our ass tomorrow when it undoubtedly rains again. Too true, and he'll love every minute of it. He returned his gaze to the sky. But let's not tell him we plan on eating shit because I am so not in the mood for an ass-kicking tonight. Deal. I wasn't either, if I was being honest, even though I was enjoying the new hardness on my body and the lines of my muscles. Lightning flashed across the sky, catching both our attention. It danced and weaved through the clouds. We should get going, he said. We turned to go into the house, securing the door before heading out the front towards the docks. Mel and Ella were coming towards us. It was darker on this side, more ominous. The waves were hitting the shore, coming higher than I'd ever seen them. Ella cupped her hands to her mouth and yelled, but the wind carried off what she was trying to say. I glanced at Kel, and the sky opened up. We ran toward Ella and Mel. I felt bad we kept them. "Go back inside!" Mel screamed when we got near. "What?" I asked. "We can't leave in this. The crew said it would be better to stay here and wait it out," he went on. We turned and ran to the house, soaked through by the time we made it inside. There was still over a dozen of us left, so we hunkered down and got ready to wait it out. As the captain assured us, it would probably only be a couple of hours at most. By 10 p.m., the power was out. Wind still shook the house and the lightning struck all around us. We started to divide into rooms. With only 4 bedrooms in the house, space was limited. "Maybe we should stay on the sofa instead of fighting for a bed? We have the advantage of the fire," I said as everyone was negotiating who would share rooms with whom. He glanced around and then said, "We call the sofa." Ella shot me a look and I turned away from her. "Fine by me," she said. "Come on, Mel. Let's go claim a bed." We were left alone by the fire, and I was glad for it. We didn't have the privacy we were used to, but it was nice to be alone. "More?" I asked as I tipped more vodka into my cup. "Yes, otherwise I don't think I'm going to sleep." He held out his glass, and I dumped the rest into it. We'd raided the cabinets and found half of a fifth abandoned in the back of a cupboard. "Is the storm bothering you that much?" I asked, not wanting to betray that I liked the isolation. "We are stuck on an island in a tropical storm. They said we'll be fine. The winds aren't high enough to do any real damage." "Or so they say," he said. Always the conspiracy theorist. I laughed and drank down the rest of what was in my cup before setting it aside. He watched me over the rim of his, and I couldn't place his expression. He readjusted his seat and then set his half-finished drink aside. "I thought you needed that to sleep." "I don't think drinking any more will be good for me," he said. I hated not knowing what was going on in his head. "Something going on?" I asked. "It happens sometimes. Ignore me." He dropped his head back and closed his eyes. "I don't want to ignore you." I tucked a knee into my chest as I turned towards him. "Talk to me." "There isn't anything to talk about." It felt like a lie, but I didn't want to come out and say so. "Obviously, something is fucking with you." "It's nothing." There was an edge to his words. "Dropping happens." Okay. It was hard not to press, but what could I do? I felt a little hopeless in those moments of silence that stretched between us. "Should we try and sleep?" I asked. The sofa was wide enough for us both to lay comfortably without encroaching on each other's space. If I didn't think this sofa would cost more than I make, I'd buy one for my house. He laughed, which warmed me. "I have one in my house. They're less than you'd expect them to be." I'm still on an IKEA budget over here. I got up to grab the blanket draped over one of the chairs. I offered it to him, and he took it as he kicked his shoes off. "You can splurge a little when we renegotiate and sell Season 3. He pulled off his belt, and I felt it in my bones. I averted my eyes and grabbed another blanket so we wouldn't have to share. That was asking for trouble. I waited for him to stretch out on the sofa before taking the outside. We were closer than I expected. It was a daybed-type sofa, but it still wasn't bigger than a full bed. I turned my face to look at him. He laid there on his stomach, head on his arm, looking at me. It was so intimate. My views on intimacy had changed drastically over the last few months. It had nothing to do with touching him. Intimacy was being allowed inside someone's mind. "We've never talked about L.A., he said. Was that why you needed space? Could I stand to lie to him? No. It's killing me not to know. I'm sorry. And I was, but not enough to tell him and risk losing him. Fear closed my throat, and there was no way to speak. So I pretended to sleep, because it was the only safe option. I must have slept some because a crash of thunder startled me awake. I rolled to face the window. Lightning flashed over the water, striking it and dancing through the clouds. This was a bad storm, but it was nice to be this close to Kel again. His steady breathing brought me peace, one I hadn't felt in days. Sleep started to take me again. I rolled to my back to get more comfortable, my hip brushing into Kel as I did. I hadn't realized I was so close. I froze, not wanting to jerk away and wake him. He moved his hips and nudged into me again. Was he hard? Sorry about that. He pulled away and tucked the blanket in between us. My fault. I glanced over at him in the dim light. He was laying on his side, with one hand visible laying over his hip, and his other tucked under his head. It had to have been an erection. No, it's embarrassing. I'm really sorry. He swallowed, his voice thick. I don't want things to be weird. Involuntary, it happens in your sleep. I wanted to bury myself in a hole. I wasn't sleeping. I almost fell off the sofa. Are you saying... What are you saying? He placed a hand on the side of my neck and kissed me. Slow and so soft I'd have thought I was imagining it. I was stunned. Was this really happening? Before my brain caught up, he'd pulled back. I'm sorry.
29. Kel. I couldn't hold myself back any longer. What was I doing? Sure, he was gay, but that didn't mean he had any interest in me. All I was doing was making my work life awkward as hell. I had to get out of here. Panic captured my lungs, and I couldn't breathe. I was so stupid. And then Hale put his hand on top of mine. He wouldn't let me escape. Here came the lecture. He was going to tell me we had great chemistry, but he wasn't here to teach some bi boy who'd been married for 10 years about his sexuality. I didn't even know what came over me. I'm sorry, I started to say again, but his lips were on mine. Holy shit, was this actually happening? He slipped a hand around the nape of my neck and pushed his fingers into my hair. It burned all the way to my dick. I needed so much more. I parted my lips. He teased his tongue over mine, and I tasted the vodka. But underlying there was the cigarettes he had to smoke on set, and beneath that, there was his own unique flavor. It was masculine, and also not at the same time. He was sweet, so sweet, and I was done for. He pulled away, and I chased his lips. I opened my eyes, not sure when I closed them, to see his staring at me. His fingers still lingered on my neck. I went for broke and grabbed his bicep so I could kiss him again. Why are you kissing me? The tone of his voice almost broke me. Because I can't not anymore. My heart seized in my chest. I was torn between kissing him as much as he would let me and running away. Not that I had any fucking place to go on this island in a storm. His nose pressed against mine, and he brushed his lip over my lower one and then parted them, teasing his tongue out to dip into my mouth. I breathed him in, grabbing onto him with desperation. He took his time, and I thought I'd tasted him numerous times, but this one was different. I was already drunk off him, and he'd turned the kiss aggressive. My dick ached. I pressed my body to his, needing to get closer to him. I pulled at him, wanting his body against mine. He obliged, and showed me he was as hard as I was. He broke off, and I was breathless. I hooked a leg over his hips, tugging at his shirt. I had to feel his skin. I'd been hard for him all night, and I was going to come in my pants like a teenager if I didn't get some relief. But he put a hand on my chest to stop me. What? I asked, gasping for air, sweat prickling over my skin. You're married. He shook his head, dropping his hands between us. It had only been seconds, but I was already hurting over the loss of them. I can't do that. I've had people cheat on me, and I won't ever be the other guy. I'm sorry. He looked like he was about to lose it, and I couldn't get words out fast enough. He was shoving away from me, getting to his feet. I fisted a hand in his shirt, not letting him fully stand. Listen to me, Hale, I said through gritted teeth, grabbing him by the arm as I got up with him. He turned his attention to me, such profound sadness in his eyes, and it might kill me. I can't. He was pleading with me. He put his hand on mine. Please, let me go lick my wounds. What? You need to listen to me for a minute. I can't. He closed his eyes and his head hung. I've had a thing for you for months, and it's wrong, and I shouldn't have let it go this far. Kel, you are my best friend, and I don't know how to separate the two, so I need to go. I need to go nurse my wounds. He tried again to pull out of my grip, but I wouldn't allow it. I refused to let go of him. You owe it to me to listen for a minute. Please let me go, he begged. There's nothing to be said. You're married. Not until you hear me out. He settled and held my gaze. As long as you're not making excuses. I'm not strong enough. His eyes closed, and he didn't open them. I'm not making any excuses, Hale. Okay. He still wouldn't look at me. We broke up months ago, almost a year now. Before I was even casting for the project, we've been separated since. His eyes snapped open. Don't fuck with me. It's the truth. She was in the middle of a project and didn't want it to come out before her premiere, and then we agreed to wait until my project was released. We're still friends, I guess, but we haven't worked in a long time. Maybe it was more insane than I'd realized now that I'd said it out loud. I'd been avoiding thinking about it most of the season, trying to distract myself and stay in my character so I didn't have to be me. I thought you loved her. I did. I do. I turned away, fighting the emotion that threatened to overtake me. But I haven't been in love with her for a long time. I have to get my voice under control. We want different things. It's been heading this way for years, or so she said. I think she fell out of love with me. And now I couldn't think about anyone but him. He cupped my cheek and urged my face to face his. I had no idea. I didn't tell anyone but Mel and Ella, and only them recently. I thought if I buried myself in work, in Hale, that I'd forget about it. And then as we became closer, I started to fall for you. I didn't know how to act on it or tell you. He stroked his thumb over my cheek. Fuck, I thought our chemistry was all in my head. Not by far. I was so embarrassingly hard during some of those scenes. And here I thought it was only the friction. I've filmed plenty and never been hard once. I'm a professional, I said. Not with me. Nothing is the same with you, I admitted. Are you sure this is it for you two? I nodded, telling myself as much as him. I've tried to hold it together for too long, and she just... I couldn't choke out the words. She hasn't been in it for a long time. And then everything I was doing pushed her further away. I made myself stop, or I was going to lose it. Why didn't you tell me? He pulled me into his arms, and I leaned against him, welcoming the warmth. Because I didn't want to admit it to myself. I didn't want it to be real, and then when I realized I didn't even love her anymore, I felt like a failure. You're not a failure. People grow apart. He stroked his fingers through my hair, and I wished I'd told him months ago. I know this in my head, but it doesn't mean I feel it any less. He kissed my forehead like his character had done so many times to mine, but this was me. He was kissing me. I tilted my chin up and rubbed my jaw over his. His stubble brushed and burned, and I was really a mess, hard and sad, and unsure if he even saw me as more than a friend to hook up with, but he'd kissed me, and it was all I needed tonight. Do you want me to leave? I asked. I've seen you mostly naked, and we had fake sex. I think sleeping is fine. He tugged my hair playfully. I laid back and brought him with me. We weren't touching, but we were only inches apart. I want to kiss you again. Then kiss me. I grabbed him and pulled him to me. His body was hard and longer than mine. I'd never been with someone bigger than I was, and it was hot. He enveloped me, pushing a knee between mine to grind up into my dick. I was a goner. If he'd have asked me, I would have let him fuck me right here where anyone might be watching. I rocked my hips into his. I was starved for his affection. So eager, he said into my mouth, allowing me to get more of a taste of him. You do things to me, damn it. I like that. He was so fucking sassy, and it got to me. If it was possible to die from denial, I was going to get close. He grabbed my ass and held my hips still as he rolled his against mine. I'd felt his dick before, but in passing and by accident, and it had been glorious. This was purposeful, slow and methodical, so I could feel every inch of him. His mouth was on my jaw, and then his teeth were at my ear. You are driving me crazy, he whispered. Me? It's you? My words were half a whine. No way. You started this. You opened the damn floodgates. I had to feel him, so I went for broke. I slipped a hand between us and grabbed him through his pants. He gasped and moaned, and it was the hottest sound I'd ever heard. His breath fanned down my neck. Fuck, hell. If I'm going to get the blame for being bad, I'm going to earn it. You're going to try and kill me tonight, aren't you? He asked. I mean, if he was offering. I reached for his belt. He grabbed my wrist. I will do a lot of things, but we cannot fuck with our director a wall away. His breath came in needful gasps, and it turned me on as much as his touch. I groaned, and it was almost a whine. Hell. His mouth was on mine, and I popped the button on his jeans. Fuck. We can't. His hand was on my wrist again. I've been dying to touch you. Please let me touch you. He released his grip on me and watched in the low light as I unzipped his jeans. I suddenly wanted my mouth on him. I licked my lips and met his gaze again. Don't look at me like that. He closed his eyes. Why not? Because I can tell what you want. I narrowed my eyes. No, you can't. He leaned forward and bit my earlobe. You're thinking about my dick in your mouth. I groaned. Oh, how'd you know? Because I can feel it. I tugged down his boxers enough to expose him, and he lifted his hips to give me access. As soon as he was free, I brushed my fingers over his cock. His skin was smooth and veined. His breath caught in his chest, and I loved it. I wanted to see and feel and taste all of his reactions to me. Hell, the way he moaned my name. I closed my fingers around him, and he dropped his head to my shoulder. We can't. Okay. I forced myself to release his cock, but pressed my body to his, forehead to forehead. Heat came off of him in waves. Our hearts hammered in sync. He draped an arm over my back and leaned into me. It was such a simple gesture, but felt like the world. Fuck, he groaned. What? I pushed his hair away from his face. I want to feel you. I scooted over so our bodies were fully flush, not a breath between us. I'm right here. No. I want to feel your skin on mine. It was my turn to groan. Oh, hold on. I sat up to take my shirt off, and he grabbed my arm. Calchrist? What? I stopped. You rarely call me that. You've never tried to kill me before. He dropped his hand to put himself back in his boxers. Why'd you stop me? I asked. Because you taking off your shirt might kill me, but you not taking off your shirt might also kill me. He draped an arm over his face dramatically. I grabbed my shirt by the collar and tugged it off. You need to take yours off, too. We shouldn't, but he was already taking it off. We've already been like this, and more. I bent down to kiss his stomach. We've been in bed without pants, and I'm not referring to work. Do you want them off? He asked. Yes, I said as I exhaled. He flipped to his back and pushed them off. I stayed sitting so I could watch him. His cock was barely contained behind his briefs, and my mouth watered again. Now, yours, he said, hooking a finger in my belt loop. I stretched out and opened my pants before shoving them off. His eyes never left me. They trailed down my body, and I felt sexy as fuck. Once they were gone, I rolled to face him, chest to chest, skin to skin. Are you okay with this? Hale asked, stroking his fingers down my spine. With what? Slowly, I rocked my hips against his, wanting the rest of our clothes gone because I needed to know what his cock would feel like against mine. Being naked? With another guy? First off, we are not yet naked. I could go for a whole lot more naked, and second, it feels better than anything in my life before. I kissed him again, getting bolder with my desire. He laughed and grabbed my ass, holding me to him as he teased the shit out of me with his hips. Your dick has taken over your sense. I am turned on, but I know what I'm doing. You're okay being what this means? He stroked his fingers down the split of my ass. I groaned and pressed my face into his chest. Oh, I came to terms with it over the last few months. Months? He pulled away to look at me. I nodded. Me too, he admitted. But is this bad? I don't know. But I couldn't hold it in any longer. It was driving us apart. His fingers trailed up my spine, sending a shiver through me. You're right. But is it going to piss off Mel? I don't think so. As long as we're good. So no matter what happens, we have to keep it to ourselves while on set. He pressed his mouth to mine, kissing me slowly and thoroughly. We're both adults. We can do that. I trust you, I said, but quickly forgot about words as he continued to kiss me. Our hands wandered, and my dick leaked pre-cum. I was grinding against him, about to lose it on the friction alone. Please. I need more than this. I reached between us. You want my dick? He asked, the amusement showing in his face. Yes, I said, breathless. You've never been fucked, have you? He asked, his cock pulsing against mine. Does that turn you on? You have no fucking idea, he said, digging his nails into my ass. I pressed my face into his shoulder. I need you to fuck me. No. When I fuck you, I'm not going to do it in secret. I'm going to do it someplace I can take my time. We need to get off this goddamn island, I whined. He kissed me again, reached between us, pushing down my boxers and then his. I stared into his eyes, questioning. I thought you weren't going to fuck me. I hated myself a little for questioning him. I want to make you come. He wrapped his hand around both our cocks and stroked them together. There are so many other ways to get off without me being inside you. Oh, fuck, I gasped. I love your reactions to me. He rolled his calloused fingers over us, and I pumped my hips into his grasp. I can't help it. You do things to me. He kissed me again and fucked his own cock against mine. I was lost to him. I'm going to come, I said, getting frantic. Then come. He bit down on my lip, and I lost it, all over his hands and our stomachs. He followed suit. We were a sticky, sweaty mess as we laid there, breathing hard. I don't think I've ever come so hard in my life, I confessed, my chest about to explode. Wait until I'm inside you. And now I'm hard again. Sleep, he said through a laugh. Yeah, right. I think it's going to be a long time before I can sleep naked in bed with you. He wrapped an arm around me and held me. You better get used to it. I don't want you sleeping anywhere else. I was so screwed. I was in love with him already and irrevocably.
30. Hail. The sun splayed across the room as I blinked to open my eyes. It was just rising. I'd never truly slept wrapped around someone in my life before. I'd always been the type who cuddled for a few and then rolled away as soon as I was ready for sleep. I smoothed my hand down his back, making sure he was real. He pressed his smile against my chest, and I knew he was awake. I like waking up like this. Me too, I admitted, lightly scratching over his skin. Keep doing that and you'll keep me in bed all day, he said, moaning in a half-whisper. I'm going to use that for later. I scratched over his shoulder blades and down his flank. You wouldn't have to do anything but ask to keep me in bed all day, and I'm sure you wouldn't even need words if you asked the right way. He looked up at me with a grin. Are you saying I could seduce you? Easily. I'm a pushover. He pressed his lips to my neck, and I groaned. I'm going to remember that for later, too. I slipped my fingers under the hem of his boxers. We should probably get up before anyone notices we are wrapped around each other, mostly naked. And shower, as I'm a little sticky. He pulled away from me, and I could see it matted in his hair a little. I slid down and licked at his abs. Fuck, Hale, do not start that. I will be hard all day. You're going to be hard all day regardless. We're filming another sex scene. He groaned and tugged my hair. I forgot. Should I be offended? He yanked my hair again. No, I never remember until we do the read-through. And in my defense, I've been trying to block anything with you out of my mind so I could walk around without an aching heart-on. Fair. But yes, we have that scene from season 2 when they angry reunite all over the beach under the stars. Why did I have to write all the hot sex into this? Because you didn't think about acting it? I asked with a laugh. I did, but not in terms of how I want to actually get fucked by my co-star. You've never had an on-set relationship before? I'd always wondered. There were tons of celebrities who ended up hooking up after playing an on-set couple. No, never. I met Rachel at a party before either of us were big. I was getting regular roles, but nothing headlining. I nodded because I'd read that someplace. At least they break up after this, and we'll have some reprieve. And I won't have to fake any of the angry brooding. I dragged my tongue along the line of his boxers and then pushed out of bed. Let's go make ourselves presentable before the rest of the cast is awake. I stood and stretched before turning to look out the giant windows at the ocean. The view was beautiful, but impeded by Mel, sitting with a cup of coffee on the deck facing inside, staring right at us. Well, fuck. He gave me a wave and sipped his coffee. Who are you waving at? Kel said through a yawn. Mel is sitting outside watching us. I grabbed my clothes and started pulling them on. He sat up. As soon as he saw Mel, he flopped back, dramatically covering his face with an arm. At least he already knew how I was feeling. Mel was now giving us a thumbs up with a wave. Kel leaned over for his shirt, tugging it on. I don't know why I'm bothering. He's seen us both fully naked. He looks happy about it. He's probably relieved I'll stop being so broody about liking you, Kel said, stopping me in my tracks. What would make you think he'd be relieved? I asked. He did look happy, but didn't this complicate things? He rubbed over his forehead with 2 fingers and his thumb. Because he's been pretty worried about me. Not that this will fix me, but it does help to not be alone. I wanted to climb in bed with him and stay the day. The things Kel made me feel. My chest was tight and my skin ached for his. As long as we are friends, you don't ever have to be alone. Friends? He asked with a smirk. Always friends first. More when we figure it out. I held out my hand to him. He took it and I pulled him to his feet, slipping my hands around his ass and pulling him to me. I need that. You have it. I brushed my lips over his, tasting the tinge of morning breath. No, I'm vile. Don't kiss me. And I'm not, I asked, kissing him again. He fought me at first, and then he moaned into my mouth. Holy shit. Never mind, kiss me whenever you want. I leaned closer and brushed my lips over his ear. I love your reaction to me. How else could I react? He gasped and pressed his fingers into my bare skin. We need some alone time. Why? I asked with a coy smile. Because I might die if we don't get to fuck soon. I kissed him again. I'm gonna fuck you so hard later. And then I'm gonna make you ride my dick. He inhaled sharply. Clearly, you don't have an issue with that part of this. He looked at his feet. I've been picturing it for months. Months? I said over his lips. Yeah. Since the first time we filmed it. I can't stop thinking about it. I reached between us to adjust. We need to get today over with fast. Let's go talk to Mel, he said. I'm a little disappointed you ended the show, Mel said when we stepped outside. The sun was barely over the horizon now. You get to watch later. Kel rolled his eyes and stole the coffee right out of Mel's hands. Mel glared, but let him. This was sweet. We get angry sex later, after Seaver catches Flint in bed with someone else. Kel rubbed a hand over his chest. That scene was hard. It's not going to be a problem, is it? He raised his brows at me. No, I'm not going to suddenly get mad because he's kissing someone else for a few minutes. I'm pretty secure in how we feel. Already? Mel asked. We had a good talk last night, I said, and Kel nodded. Good. Get yourself together because hair and makeup will be here any minute, and we can get this going so we can actually get off the island tonight. How long do we have? I glanced at my watch. Enough time for a shower? If it's like a 15-minute one, There is one in the back bedroom where Ella and I slept. Mel grabbed his coffee from Kel. Go make your own. Fine. Kel gestured for me to come, and I followed. I need some coffee before everyone shows up, and for my dick to calm down. He slid a hand into his boxers and fixed himself. Showering will help, I said as he poured 2 cups. I don't think I'm in the shower. He added cream and brought the cup to his lips. We are showering. I slid my hand into his and tugged him toward the bathroom. We only have 15 minutes. I glanced over my shoulder. I figured 15 was enough time for you to come in my mouth, but if it's not, fuck. Is that a yes? I asked as I closed the bathroom door behind us. He was already taking off his clothes. I thought so. I stood back to watch. He'd put on a little of the weight he'd lost before going to Rachel's premiere, and he looked so good. I was dying to taste him. He reached inside the all-glass enclosure and flipped on the water, holding his hand over the spray. I kicked off my boxers and tugged off my shirt before coming up behind him to press into him. He leaned back and wrapped a hand around me, holding me there. I rocked my hard-on into him. You've never had a cock in your mouth, have you? He shook his head. Does it bother you? No, it turns me on. He grabbed my wrist with his free hand and brought my hand to his dick. I circled my fingers around him and stroked. Good. But first I get to taste you. I pulled away and pushed him backwards into the shower. He turned and followed my direction, leaning into the wall. I dropped to my knees and took him in hand again. You know, blowjobs turn me on more than sex, he said, getting pink in the cheeks as I brushed my lips over his head. Why is that? I licked over the underside of his cock, holding his gaze. The feeling of it, and it's like a treat. His words made me pause. A treat? I asked before sucking his head into my mouth. His breathing came in raspy gasps. Yeah, it's been so long. I'm guessing your ex wasn't a fan? I asked, liking that I'd already found something that did this to him. He slipped his fingers into my hair. No one I ever dated liked it. It was a chore. I smiled around him and sucked him into the back of my throat, coming off slow to torture him. I can assure you that's not the case for me. It turns me on more than it does you. I grabbed my cock to show him, giving it a slow stroke. Not possible, he said as I took him into my mouth again. His head dropped against the wall with a bang, and he pressed his hips into my mouth. I rolled my hand over his shaft as I worked. Shit, I'm gonna come. His voice was low and raspy. It was sexy as fuck. I held his eyes again, urging him to come in my mouth with a look. His fist tightened in my hair and he came down my throat. I drank down every drop, tasting the salt and essence of him. I was already hungry for more when I stood to kiss him. Can I? He asked, biting his lip and grabbing my dick. I looked at my watch. Later. We have maybe 5 minutes before other people get here and wonder why we are in the bathroom together. You can get me hard with your mouth before I fuck you. He nodded, but looked a little disappointed. We have every night and all our days off to explore everything we want to. No need to rush it. I want you to feel good too. He rubbed his fingers over my shaft, a little awkward. Knowing I get to be inside you later is enough to hold me over. Explore everything we want? Does that mean you're open to me fucking you? He asked hesitantly. Or are you, like, strictly a top? I'm whatever gets to be naked with you. He looked into my eyes. I didn't know. I pressed my soaked body against his. You feel good, and I want it all. I don't want to limit anything. We will do what we want and decide what works for us. I don't want you to feel like you're being held back on something you want to try. You hard gets me off. It's as simple as that. I like that. Now, let's get clean and get out there so we can pretend to fuck all morning. He laughed. If blue balls were a real thing, mine would be the biggest and the bluest. Sure, I'd come last night, but after the shower, then Quill proceeded to tease me half the morning. I was close to death by the time we actually got to filming. He was up for his scene, and I felt a little sick. Flint was attempting to piss off Seaver and get his attention by messing around with a thief they'd picked up along the way. Seaver, who claimed he never got jealous, got irate, and some hate sex occurred, after which Seaver told Flint they'd never be together and he might as well stay with the bitch he'd found. It was a heartbreaking, pivotal scene for Season 2. I shoved my hands in my pocket and swallowed my feelings while Kel took his shirt off. Was I entitled to these feelings after being with him once? But it felt like an eternity. It felt like we'd been building to here for months. The thought of anyone else touching him made me sick, and I was going to have to watch. Millions of people would see it. Mel clapped a hand over my shoulder. Maybe you should go have a drink. 3. I have to bust in there. I made myself look away from where Kel stood ready to film. Maybe you need it. I hated the look on his face. You can chug. I'm being an idiot, aren't I? I searched his face for confirmation, but didn't find it. I've never been in the position you're in, because I don't date actors, but I know how it is to be in Kel's light. When his attention is on you, it feels like there is no one else, and I've only ever experienced it from a friendship. I turned away as Kel climbed in bed with the other guy. It was brief. Only going to be a few seconds of a clip. They needed one good scene before it flashed to me. Are you ready, Hale? Mel asked. I was going to channel my rage at someone else touching Kel into this scene. It was the only way I was going to get through it. I was going to have to find a way to get through this and anything else later seasons of the show brought. Yes, I set my jaw and closed my eyes. Action was called, and on my cue, I threw open the door and ripped the guy off Kel. I threw him to the side without a second thought. Rage owned my emotions and actions. I was in his face, hissing my lines at a low and menacing tone as Seaver would. I was on him, kissing him, possessive as fuck. I turned him and shoved him into the wall. Perfect! Cut! I heard Mel's voice, but was having an out-of-body experience. I pulled away and wiped my mouth, but didn't know quite how we'd got there. It was a blur of emotions and feeling. I was breathing hard, too. Everyone was staring at us. No, at me, including Kel. What? I asked. I ran over what I remembered in my head. Have I fucked up? Said his name? No one said a word. They kept staring. Shit. My gut clenched and I wanted to puke. Had I accidentally outed Quell? I turned to him and searched his face. Tell me, I said in a half-whisper. He shook his head. Whoa. What? I pressed. Did I fuck it up? Far from it, Mel said, coming up behind me. You are the embodiment of Seaver. Ella and I knew it from the start, but that was... wow. He shook his head, searching for words. You might win an Emmy for this. My face was smiling, but a wave of emotion crashed through me. I hadn't been acting. I'd been surviving that scene. Thank you. You are gonna get so much work after this. Mel turned to Kel. Right? We better sell season 3 ASAP before he's booked out for 2 years. On it. Kel gave me a half smile. We need to get right into filming the rest of this scene. Let's reset and get it done while Hale is so in it. I grabbed a bottle of water from the craft services tent and stood by drinking it while they prepped. I was in my robe again since all the clothes were soon to be gone. I'm gonna try and get some strange angles to really convey your expressions and possession in this next scene, Mel said right before Kel and I got into position. Oh, God. Kel put a hand over his face. I am having war-type flashbacks. Shut it. I'll be more stealthy this time, Mel replied. What? I asked. You'll see, Kel said. I laid out on top of him, our bodies only separated by the scraps of fabric again. They were more for the crew than anyone else. I'd all but felt him and wanted to feel him again. I was hard, and he felt so good. At least we were less awkward this time. The crew, with eyes on us, wasn't great, but at least I had him in my arms. And then Mel crawled under the blanket with us, holding a handheld. What the fuck? I said. Kel laughed. Told you. This'll give us the best shots. I can get you being all possessive and handsy. It's gone, I replied, entirely deflated after the last scene and Mel this close. Imagine someone else touching Kel, Mel whispered. I need good footage. Mel, I will never forgive you for this, Kel said. Shh, the angle is great from here, he said, Army crawling further up next to us. Action! Are we really doing this? I whispered in Kel's ear. Yes, more of that, Mel said. I started laughing. It was too late for this, and I was still thinking about actual sex with Kel. I couldn't take it anymore. My hysteria took over. Cut, Mel said and turned to me. Don't make me refilm the last scene. That did it. It was on. You are killing me, Kel said as I bit his shoulder. I'm going to fuck you so hard later. Kel guttural moaned. I don't need to hear about your private time, Mel said, getting in our faces. Then maybe you shouldn't have asked for this, I hissed over Kel's neck. I'm gonna make sure you don't remember anyone else ever touching you. The line was completely impromptu, and it was me speaking directly to Kel, but I knew it would make the final cut when Mel muttered, Damn. I was too lost in the feel of Kel to care.
31. Kel. Finally, we were on the boat on our way to shore. I stared at Hale as he laughed and chatted with Mel. I'd seen a whole other side of him today. He was possessive, and I loved it. I held the memory inside myself, and it warmed me from the inside out. Of course, I was going to still do my job, but to know Hale cared, it changed something inside me. I felt loved, and the realization came with a price. There hadn't been love in my marriage for a long time. I'd loved Rachel, but I hadn't felt loved in years. Those feelings closed the door on my regret and hurt over it ending. When she was ready for a statement, I was too. There was no reason to keep up our secret. I felt peace, and that peace made me horny. Your rooms are always so much nicer than mine are. Hale walked around my suite, looking out the window. I have a view, but it's different, and like, he held up 2 fingers, a sliver. This is... He turned, opening the full extent of the blinds. You have a wrap-around balcony. We need to fuck out here. His voice dropped as he said the last. Yes, because TMZ photos of us fucking on my balcony would go over real well. I walked over to him and pulled him flush to me. I tilted my head to brush our lips together. Why do you think I had them pulled? It's always in the back of my mind. I've been so focused on making it and acting, I guess I've never thought about the consequences. It depends on the level you're at, but more than that, it's about what sells papers. There are high-profile celebrities that don't sell papers because people like to see them in movies, but they don't care about their lives. Man, there are lower-profile people who aren't making bank who sell tons. It depends. And there are all varieties in between. I leaned into him, drinking in the contact. The Rock is never photographed. Probably because he's on set 600 days a year. He teased his fingers down my back. And you are the high profile who gets pictures taken all the time. Part of that is because Rachel won't let me wear the same outfit every time I go out, and maybe it was smart in the beginning. Gossip sells people. I rested my chin on his shoulder and stared out along the coast. wondering if I'd ever feel comfortable with him in front of an open window. I drew them closed as the thought hit me, wondering if he noticed. Who knows what got me to this point? I will probably never know. And if I change it, what if people lose interest in me? I don't think they'll ever lose interest. And my divorce might lose me clout, too. I am billed as this devoted man. I lifted my shoulders, letting the thoughts that had clouded my mind for months upon months spill from my lips. You are great at your job, and nothing is going to change that. You don't think the gay role will? I asked. It didn't hurt Taron Egerton. He pressed his forehead to mine and stared into my eyes. Kiss me, I asked, desperation taking over. I like when you ask. His lips were on mine, and I could feel his smile. It felt like everything I never knew I needed to be happy. I need to be naked with you. I realized as I said it, I didn't know how to do any of this. I didn't know how to be with a man, and I was nervous as fuck to disappoint him. You mean the hours of blue balls today wasn't enough? He slipped a hand under my shirt and brushed his skin against mine. Not hardly. Not when it comes to you. I was second-guessing everything. Is that weird to say? I don't think I'll get enough of you for a long time. If ever. I hope not. He captured my mouth and we stood there kissing, much slower than I would have liked. We need condoms, he murmured against my lips. I don't want to use them. I knew it was probably terrible of me to say, and as soon as the words were out of my mouth, I was trying to explain. I've spent every night with you for months. I know you're not with anyone else. I've been tested. He placed a hand on the side of my face. I don't want anything between us either. All I could manage was a groan. He stepped away and I followed, but he gave me a look. Impatient? Maybe. He grabbed the hem of my shirt and I lifted my arms. He swept it off and stood there staring at me. You're beautiful. I broke the eye contact and looked down. And terrible at taking compliments. He kissed my jaw and brushed his fingers down my abs. I pushed my hands under his shirt, frantic to get it off of him. He laughed and I glared at him when I tossed it aside. Why are you laughing at me? I like how eager you are, he replied. Since I'm already getting shit for it. I popped the button on his jeans and he didn't stop me. I pushed them over his hips, seeing he was hard already beneath his boxers. He kicked off his shoes and stepped out of his pants, staring at me the whole time. I was rendered speechless. I like how easy you are. He slid his arms around me again and rocked his hips into mine. My clothes need to go. I shoved them off, boxers and everything, before pressing into him again. He kissed me slowly, tracing his fingers down my spine and over the swell of my ass. Are you trying to make me attack you? Because I'm not above such things, I said between kisses as his fingers dipped lower to skim over my asshole. I like making you breathless. I hooked my thumbs in his boxers and pushed them lower on his hips. Is this okay? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? You seem... I hesitated with his boxers, leaving them slung low on his hips with the top of his ass showing. Slow. I feel needy and desperate, and I guess I don't feel it in return. He grabbed both of my hips and held me to him, looking into my eyes. My skin prickled at the contact. He had this effect on me I couldn't control. I felt it in every part of my body. I am taking my time and taking all of you in. I don't want to rush a second of being with you. I understand that. I shoved him backwards towards the bed. But I need to feel you inside me. I can't wait any longer, and I am not above begging. He fell into bed and shoved off the rest of his clothes. Say that again? What? I asked, wrapping my hand around my cock. You want me inside of you? My cheeks grew warm. I do. He groaned. Oh, you are my You like to, top, then? I asked, not sure if I was wording things correctly. I slipped into bed and laid out alongside him. You said that before, right? I figured you might not be into getting fucked. Why? Because I thought I was a straight man? I grabbed him by the ass and dragged his body to mine, closing the inches between us. You might be squeamish about a dick in your ass. He looked between us as he rocked his hips into mine. Everything else faded away as I stared at his dick sliding over mine. I want to try everything. But I'd be lying if I didn't admit you fucking me is top of the list. We've played it over and over, and I can't get it out of my head. I took a chance and wrapped my hand around both of our cocks and dropped my face into his chest as the sensation washed over me. Oh, fuck. Squeeze harder, he said into my ear, and I did. Can I blow you? I'd caught him off guard again. Jesus. You got to taste me, I said. I took that as a yes, and slipped lower as he rolled to his back. I wrapped my fingers around his base and brought his tip to my lips. I had to remember what I liked most about blowjobs, but it was hard to recall. I knew they felt good, but I didn't know how to do any of those things. I wanted him to feel good, though, so I wrapped my lips around his head and sucked. The noises that left his lips had me aching all over again. As if a full day of foreplay wasn't enough, getting to taste him drove me nearly to the edge. I sucked him in as far as I could. He was huge, and I stroked up his shaft with my hand. Apparently, I was a huge fan of giving blowjobs. Wow. Get up here, he said, breathless, grabbing at my shoulder. No, I like what I'm doing to you. I only paused long enough to reply. I want to fuck you, and if you don't stop, I'm going to come in your mouth. I groaned over his dick, and his hand fisted in my hair, pulling me off. You are killing me. Really? I was elated. I want to taste you. Believe me. If you give blowjobs like that, you can any time you want. I let him yank me up this time, and we were grinding into one another again. I couldn't stop kissing him, grabbing him, wanting to feel all of his skin on mine. Where is your lube? Tell me you have lube. In the bathroom. He was up and back before I could say another word. Roll on your stomach. I want to face you so I can touch you. We will, but do it. I did as he asked, watching him over my shoulder. He laid between my thighs and took my cheeks in both hands. He spread me and dropped his face there. Fuck, I am pretty sure I died. He did things with his tongue I didn't know were possible. He alternated between his tongue and fingers. After a few minutes, I was pressing into him. Please. Oh, fuck me already. I haven't even touched your prostate yet. He got up on all fours and leaned over to kiss me, rubbing his tip over my ring as he did. Please? I had no other words. Roll over. I want to watch you as you feel me inside you for the first time. I felt his words run through my entire body. I rolled over. He poured some lube into his hand and rubbed it over his dick. I couldn't stop watching. How do you want me? He pressed my thighs further apart, stretching the muscles, and knelt between them. You're perfect. He laid over me, bringing his mouth to mine. He reached between us and pressed into me. I bared down, and he nudged his head inside. I gasped as the burn overtook me, and then quickly changed to full pleasure. Are you okay? He asked. I grabbed his ass, trying to get him further in. Don't be gentle. I want this. He pulled away and worked his way in, inch by inch, between kissing me, both of us watching. I was sweating, and my cock was creating a pull on my stomach. He tilted his hips and found what must have been my prostate. Pleasure exploded through me. and I lost it. I came harder than I'd ever come in my life. Lost to his slick skin and being the closest I've ever been to another human being in my life, having him filling me, inside me, the closeness of it. I knew I'd never feel this way about a person again. I was soul tied to him. He came, his whole body tensing and jerking with the intensity of it. He shuddered and moaned my name, then collapsed on me. We laid there. I held him. I wanted to tell him I loved him, but I was terrified to utter the words and sound cliché. So instead of telling him, I showed him with my body, again and again. We didn't get much sleep.
32. Hale. We ditched my apartment, and I'd moved into Kel's. We hadn't been caught by the photogs yet, and it was more practical. Obviously, it was in the budget to keep paying for mine, but we were never there. So we'd cut it, and if excuses had to be made, Mel and Kel said they'd come up with a few. It wasn't known where the cast was living for obvious reasons, so we had some peace on a quiet street. It felt almost domestic. I loved him, and with the love came terror. Days turned into weeks, and it was easy. Easier than a relationship had ever been for me previously. We fit like friends and fucked like it was our last day on Earth. Who knew sex with a reformed straight guy could be this good? He was eager to try everything. If only we had more days we weren't too exhausted from shooting to enjoy it. I have some news, Kel said as he scrubbed himself. I couldn't help but watch. Go on. I was approached by Comic-Con about doing a teaser for the first season and a panel. What? I stared at him through the glass enclosure. You're kidding me. No, they want an exclusive. They are all about shows like this, and since we are set to air in January, I think it's perfect. Get people pumped. No shit, wow. So, are we going? Yeah, as long as you want to. Mel is rearranging the shoot to give the entire cast the week off to be there. Do you want to go out to dinner to celebrate? I asked, as Kel stepped out of the shower. My eyes drifted down his body and landed on his dick. Always looking at me like I'm a piece of meat. He wrapped his fingers around his dick. No, I'm looking at your meat, and it's your fault. He raised his brows as he methodically stroked over his cock. How is this my fault? I pushed off my seat on the tub. I had to kiss the smile on his lips. He leaned into me as I stole a kiss. Because you are hornier than any man I've ever met, and I can't stop thinking about fucking you. And that makes it my fault. How? He asked. I didn't hear anything being my fault. I wrapped my fingers around his cock. Because you teased the shit out of me. His grin widened. Are you complaining? You are the one who complained. I stroked over him as I laughed into his lips. I don't remember that. His eyes fluttered closed. The truth is, I've never been so horny in my life. Usually my meds fuck with it, and, people lose interest in doing it this much in long relationships. He trailed off to avoid talking about Rachel, I assumed. I don't ever want to be in a relationship like that. I want to be 50 and fucking daily. Do you think that's sustainable? He moaned as I tightened my hand on his cock. I don't think I'm ever going to get tired of touching you. His eyes snapped open, and he searched my face. And why is that? Because mentally, you turn on every part of me. I traced my fingers over his shoulder muscle, bulging from the workout he'd just finished. The package is pretty nice, too. I trust Rayner'll keep it up until at least 60. 60? He half moaned a laugh. I figure you'll be working until then. And if I quit tomorrow? I'll love your abs, even if they are covered by a layer of carbs. You're still you. I kissed along his jaw, savoring the fresh taste of him. Do you not want to work anymore? No, I want to keep working. It keeps me level, and I love my job. If you ever want to, please tell me. I don't expect you to. He nodded. So, dinner? We have a night off. You wouldn't rather stay in and have sex for hours? He dipped a hand into the front of my sweats to brush his knuckles over my dick. I'm starving. Order something. He rubbed the scruff of his cheek over the side of my face. You know, sometimes it's nice to get out of the house. I know. There was more he wanted to say, but he kissed me instead. I pulled back a little. What is it? I asked. We've been seen out a lot lately. I wouldn't call it a lot. Maybe 3 times over the last couple of weeks. Did you read something? Mel sent it to me. Show me. I released him. He wrapped his towel around his waist and picked up his phone off the counter. He turned it around and handed it to me. The headline read, Their Separate Lives. Is this the beginning of the end? Of course, their faces were on the cover. I clicked the article and scrolled down. It was a lot of shit, they say, just for the sake of saying it. I'd seen tons of them. But they had pictures. Pictures of him having dinner with me, laughing. Pictures of us at the grocery store and Rachel shopping in L.A. alone. Rachel at some event alone. Kel and I again. Way too close. I hadn't even remembered getting so close to him when we'd been out. It was before we were even together. How careless had we been since? Are they saying we're together? He rubbed a hand over the back of his head. No, not at all. Thankfully. That's good. He was relieved, and I hated it. Mel has been keeping an eye out. I think he was trying to warn me how things are looking without Rachel here at all. And what does he want you to do about it? He wants me to put out a statement that her and I are separated. He said I need to get ahead of it. He leaned against the cabinets. But you don't want to. I do, and I don't. He wouldn't look at me. Why? The answer was a knife in itself, but I wanted the full story. Because I don't want to deal with the attention. I think as soon as we announce it, our privacy will be gone. I think I'll be stalked and the speculation will start. Speculation? I asked, dreading his answer. About us? Is that so bad? The conversation was sobering. No, he finally met my eyes. But I'm not ready. We are together, right? I didn't know why I'd assumed. Maybe he was just having fun. What do you mean, of course we are? This could be a rebound thing. You've been married for a long time. I don't know. I broke the eye contact this time to stare out the window. You've never been that to me. He came over to where I stood, but I pulled away. Can I ask you something? Honestly? Of course, Hale. What's going on? Are you ever going to want to come out? He didn't have to answer. I could see the look in his eyes. I held up a hand before he could speak. Don't say it. Hale, I want to live privately for a while. I want us to be us and not have to be an endless news cycle. I didn't ask you to come out tomorrow, Kelchrist, but I do at some point want to be more than a secret. I want to be able to go out with you. I don't want to have to pretend to be single all the time. I've never lived in the closet knowing it might hurt my career. I wasn't asking you to come out today, but at some point I want to be able to kiss my boyfriend in public. I walked into the closet and threw some clothes on. I'm going for a walk. Okay. He looked defeated, and I was fucking worried about leaving him alone. I hated leaving him like this, knowing he wasn't good mentally, but I had to take care of me too. Call Mel if you need someone. Okay. His words were flat. I'm serious. Or your therapist, promise me. I will. There was such a profound sadness in his eyes. I almost stayed, but it wouldn't be a good precedent if I did. I needed to take care of myself as much as he needed to take care of him. I needed to cool down at this moment. Things were easy when they were new, and it was easy to set yourself up for failure. I'd learned that in previous relationships. He had to be able to take care of himself sometimes too. So I walked, and I walked, and I walked. I found a little cafe and sat. I hadn't realized I had tears in my eyes. My heart hurt. I'd broken up with guys before who weren't out. I had a real hard time being with someone who was ashamed of me. I had made a promise to myself to never live in the closet. Kids deserve to know there were people like them out there living happy lives. I called Ella. "Can you meet me for dinner?" I asked when she answered. "Are you okay?" "Fine. I just sat down at this cafe." I gave her the crossroads. "Come have dinner and a drink?" "You two have a night off and you want to spend it with me?" she asked. "Yes," I replied. "If I come, you're going to tell me what's up?" "Yes." I sat and drank wine as I waited. There was a breeze and the weather was perfect. The sun was dipping below the horizon as she walked up and took a seat. The waiter was on us as it was starting to get busy, and I'd already been sitting for half an hour. He shouldn't be pissy with the amount of wine I'd been drinking, but clearly he wanted to get food in us and me out of the table. Ella ordered wine and glared at me as soon as he was gone. "Spill." "Hey, Hale, how's your evening?" I said. "Great, it's so good to see you. I miss hanging out with you." She pursed her lips and crossed her arms over her chest. "We used to hang out a lot," I went on. "We still do on set, but you spend your nights balls deep in your boyfriend, and who could blame you? You're both hot as fuck." "Maybe I need to get out more." "Trouble already." She sighed and took a gulp of her wine when it came. "Not good if you two break up." "We aren't breaking up." The thought made me sick. "Then what is it?" "Mel sent him this." I handed her my phone. I'd read it over and over as I'd sat here waiting for her. I'd also searched for anything else like it. She read over it and passed my phone to me. "You two hang out a lot. Of course there are pictures. It's not like they are accusing him of being gay." "No, but that's the thing. It brought on the coming out conversation." "Shit." "Yeah." She blew a breath out of her nose. "He hasn't even announced his split." "They've been apart almost 15 months. "That long?" she asked. "Yeah, the whole time this has been in production." I'd only recently asked how long. "Do you ever think she's going to say it's the right time?" "No, probably not. She's going to suck him dry for everything he can do for her." I scoffed. "At least I'm not the only one who sees it." "Everyone has seen it for years." She shook her head. "I'm glad I'm not the only one." It did give me some comfort. Do I have a right to be frustrated? It's not like we've been together long, and I'm not expecting it to happen tomorrow, but he didn't want to go out to dinner tonight because he was worried there would be pictures. I could feel pity coming off of her in waves. "What did he say about it?" "He told me he wants to live a private life, and I understand that with his anxiety and all. But I can't live in the closet forever. I'm out for a reason. I could have hidden my sexuality and had more opportunities in this industry, I'm sure, but I can't live that way." "Maybe you two need to sit down and work out a timetable for it. It's not really fair to you he's still officially with Rachel." "And what if he tells me he doesn't know when he'll be ready? Because that's what he said to me today."
"Then you have to decide if you can live like that."
I sunk lower in my seat and pressed my eyes closed. Maybe this project and our proximity is the longevity of this.
"I don't think so. I told you a long time ago. I look at couples all day, every day for my job, and I've never seen anyone look at each other the way you two do. It's relationship goals.
I love him.
I know.
Why is it so easy and so hard? I asked the universe more than I asked her.
Everything in life worth having takes work.
And now you're a motivational poster.
All I need are some cat ears, and I could do it.
I laughed, and I needed it. I'm worried about him alone after our first fight.
Go home.
I got up to leave, but I didn't go straight there. I walked around the block a few more times, fear eating at my insides. Finally, I stood at the sidewalk, leading to the place we shared. I hadn't even realized the big step it was when I gave up my place. We'd been living together basically for months, but now I had nowhere else to go. All my things were there. My biggest fear was Kel hurting himself. I had no reason to even think those thoughts. He'd never said anything even hinting at being suicidal, but growing up with my brother and his depression, I knew it was always there. There was always that risk with severe depression. It wasn't something to be taken lightly. How many celebrities had died because no one knew what they were going through, let alone the countless people who died from depression every day? I'd gone into this knowing full well it could happen at any time, but it was like an abstract thought in the back of my mind. This was the first time I was crippled with fear. Would every fight end in me feeling guilt and terror? I made myself walk inside. Kel, I'm in the kitchen. I breathed and my heart slowed. I came up behind him and kissed his neck as he made a sandwich. Feel better? He asked. Some? Wine? He asked. I had Ella meet me at a cafe. He turned in my arms and slipped his around me. I'm sorry. Me too. But we do need to talk about this at some point. We will.
33. Kel. Days turned into weeks, and Hale hadn't brought up my status again. I didn't know how to articulate into words how I felt. It wasn't his fault that I was jaded by my experience with Rachel, but I had my feelings about keeping my relationship private. Do you have any plans next week? Before Comic-Con? He asked, looking up from his laptop. Yes. I took a seat on the arm of the chair across from where he sat. Nothing. I figured I'd stay here. Are you going anywhere? Should we do something? I could see the wheels in his head turning. We do have the entire week off. It's like a vacation. Will you come house hunting with me next week? I asked, holding my breath, feeling sick as soon as the words left my mouth. I could see the realization dawning on him. We only have a few months left. And I don't have a place to go home to. My stuff has been in storage for months. I didn't make eye contact with him. So, I thought I'd try and decide where to buy a house. Maybe I shouldn't even buy a house, but it feels weird not to have one, even if I plan on working a lot. Can't hurt to look. Maybe you'll find one you love. He was frowning. What's wrong? I asked, getting up to take a seat on the coffee table in front of him. I don't like that this is coming to an end and our futures are up in the air. I don't even know where I'll be next. He searched my face. I took his hands in mine. We are going to figure it out. Do you think? I don't want to press for it. We aren't even out. You are what I want. I exhaled and forced myself to say what I wanted, like I'd practiced with my therapist. I want you to move in with me. A wave of emotion washed over his face, but he didn't say anything. I was grumbling inside, so I kept talking. I had to fill the silence with an explanation so I didn't lose it. If you think it's too soon, I understand, but we live together here, and if we share a house, I think we can make this work better. We will have a place to return to. I can fly back and forth. He put his fingers over my lips. Yes. Really? I felt like I'd lived so long in pieces, and suddenly Hale came along to fix them, like Kintsugi. It was that easy and just as impossible. He was molding my pieces with gold, and I was still broken. All the lines and cracks were still there, but they were filled with love, and it was holding me together. Finally, a smile spread over his lips, and it soothed my racing heart. Yes, we've basically been living together for months already. We make it more official, and it will be good. I pushed my knee between his and captured his mouth in a kiss. Houses and Comic-Con. Next week will be good. I've never been to a Comic-Con, he admitted. You missed out. I can't wait for you to experience it with me. Are you going to dress up Luke Skywalker style? You bet your ass I am. It's one of the best places to hide in plain sight with cosplay. He had no idea what a nerd I could be. He was going to learn real fast. What are you going as? I'm not telling you, so don't ditch me. I pressed my lips to his. I'm not sure if I should be excited or terrified. I grinned at him maniacally. I used the same agent to start the house hunt I'd used to buy my last house. It was in both our names, but I didn't want it. She could have it all. I was sure the settlement to our divorce would be all kinds of nasty when we got to that point, more so when she finally found out I was with a man. So, this was a start to bending over and taking the ass fucking with as much ease as I could. Money didn't matter. I had more than enough coming with the projects I had booked out for the next 3 years. I wouldn't be hurting. I never spent it anyway. Holding on to it did nothing for me. I wanted a house out of the way with Hale, and enough money to get on planes when I had to see him. Further than that, I was going to start giving it all away. We rode in the back seat of a blacked-out SUV while the agent sat in the front and directed the driver. Hale's fingers lingered near mine on the middle seat. He brushed his knuckles against mine, and I smiled over at him. I couldn't stop thinking about the conversation we had had, then when this would turn to ash because I was pulling into myself. I tried to ignore it. I tried to talk to my therapist about it, but none of it made me feel better. I had this sense of impending doom I couldn't shake. So I was trying to soak up as much happiness as I could before it slipped through my fingers. The first one I'm showing you isn't even on the market yet, Grace said from the front seat, passing us a printout of the stats. It's next door to Khloe Kardashian. This is such a desired neighborhood. I took the paper with an upturned lip and handed it to Hale. He scanned over it and then stared at me. What? I mouthed. He glanced at the sheet and shook his head. Nothing, he muttered. I checked to make sure Grace wasn't paying attention, then took his hand and squeezed it. Tell me. He tapped the price. It was riddled with zeros, and I was sure it looked insane to him. I hadn't even thought to talk to him about money before this. I hoped it wouldn't be another fight there was no winning. We stepped inside the place, and I instantly hated it. I wasn't a fan of the hills. It was too stuffed with money and people who wanted their pictures taken walking their dogs. A place Rachel would have loved. Too much like the house we'd lived in. It put a sour taste in my mouth as we walked through. But I wasn't sure what would make me happy. What type of house and area would be right? Short of moving out of California, which Hale couldn't do. He'd have auditions out the ass soon, and had to be close. It's nice, Hale said, when we stood in the master bath. It was the size of my first apartment, covered with marble and fixtures that cost more than some people's cars. The money dripping from the ceilings made me uncomfortable, and I lived in it. I'd ignored it before, but it was becoming increasingly harder to. Do you really think so? He shook his head. Yes and no. It is nice, but what would we do with 6,000 square feet? I think we'd get lost and never see each other. I pressed the door closed and walked over to him. He slipped his arms around me. I leaned into his warmth and rested my chest on his chest. It feels like a place where Rachel would live. I can see that. You've never seen our house. I've figured out the type of person she is. I nodded, knowing what he meant. What would fit us? Something smaller? He pushed my hair out of my face. Where do you want to live? I want something with privacy and smaller, but I don't know how to articulate that to her. I closed my eyes and touched my lips to the space between his pecs. I need peace. Why are we looking in L.A. if that's the case? Because you need to be here. I need to be in the area, but there's got to be a place we'll feel comfortable and get the peace you need. He stroked his fingers through my hair. He always knew how to relax me without even trying. Did he know the effect he had on me? Or was this his nature? I'll talk to Grace. How do you boys like it? Grace asked when we walked out of the house. She kept looking at Hale like she couldn't pinpoint why he was here with me. I'm going to be honest with you, Grace, I hate it. She frowned. What's wrong? It doesn't feel like me. I figured it would be something Rachel would love. As Grace said the words, I realized where I'd gone wrong. She thought I was with Rachel, and she'd picked houses Rachel would have liked. They were all going to feel like this. I want to go to San Diego or Malibu. She blinked. On the beach, maybe Long Beach. Something secluded and on a cliff, like out there. I want the water. Rachel hates the ocean, Grace said hesitantly. What? Hale spoke up. Who the fuck hates the beach? Rachel does. She says it fucks with her hair and skin. I lifted a shoulder. I want a place like I was renting last year. I felt a little bad because Grace looked like she didn't know what to do with herself. I will have to find new appointments and all different stuff. I don't know if we'll be able to get into anything today. Can you check? We want to move on this quick. Sure. Give me a few minutes. She turned to the car, leaving Hale and I in the driveway. I have a couple I can show you this afternoon, but in this traffic... What time? Hale and I will go get lunch and I'll meet you there. 4? She asked. It will give me time to comb through those areas and try to find something suitable. When Hale and I were back in my car, I turned to him. Are you sure you'll be close enough to audition? I don't want to keep you too far from everything. It's going to take me 2 hours to get to auditions from the hills. We might as well pick a place we actually want to be. That's true. He leaned over and rubbed his nose over the skin behind my ear. I'm going to be happy where you're happy. I shivered as his breath warmed my skin. Maybe she can find us some land. Whatever you want. I sent a text off to Grace and drove towards the address she'd given me, figuring we'd find lunch on the way. We met up again, and I felt better as soon as we were near the water. Something about the ocean soothed me. It was one of the reasons I'd run to Malibu as soon as Rachel and I broke up. She'd went to location, and I'd left our house a day later. The house sat empty for months, a shrine to my past life, until I'd gone to collect the few things I'd wanted before I left for Vancouver. I hadn't been back since. Grace stood outside the house and waved us forward. I've unlocked it. You two go have a look around. Thank you, I said, already liking the location. Cal, she asked as I turned. Yes? Can I have a word between the two of us? I glanced at Hale and he nodded and headed inside. You know property deeds are public record. Okay. She took a step closer to us. I don't know what this is, but you haven't told me you're selling your house in the hills, and it's fine if you want to own 2 houses. I mean, how many celebrities do, but with Rachel not here... Grace, I hoped my tone conveyed my desperation for her not to ask what she wanted to. She held up her hands. I'm just giving you information. If you buy a house alone, it will get out. It won't come from my office, but your life is news. That is all I'm saying. I nodded. Thank you. She was warning me. But I couldn't rent something again. I wanted a place to be mine and Hale's. I wanted to not feel like everything was temporary. We looked at 3 more places before we gave up for the day. Grace promised she'd have more for us before we flew to Vancouver Monday, and I was left knowing I was heading on a collision course with a wall, but there was no other path. It was going to come out, and there wasn't a thing I could do about it. Comic-Con. Not my usual venue to promote a new pilot, but this was sci-fi, bitches. It was a little surreal to be here. I couldn't exactly go out there without being mobbed, so it was either a costume or hide like I was. This was what I lived for. I'd been typecast into suspense movies and nerdy action roles my whole career, but this was my passion. I was like a little boy lost in a fantasy novel, and Comic-Con was the culmination of this. I still couldn't believe we'd snagged a spot to air a part of the pilot. It was a dream, and all the pieces were falling into place to make this a hit. But the first season coming out after Comic-Con, it was set to build the right kind of excitement. I also never had enough time to enjoy Comic-Con like I wanted to, not since my career really took off. If I'd had the time off, I was vacationing with Rachel, and it wasn't her scene at all. We'd be in the south of France or on a beach someplace when we had time, always in sight to the photogs as well. I wanted a vacation at a place no one knew existed, even if I had to live in a tent and piss in a hole to be able to wake up under the stars and have privacy with Hale. It sounded like a dream. Maybe that's why Comic-Con sounded so good. I could hide behind another face. I could enjoy myself without anyone else watching. "Are you fucking serious right now?" Hale said as I stepped out. "Damn right I am." I did a spin for him, and he brought a hand up to cover his mouth. "I can't tell if this is amusement or horror." "I think it's a little of both." He dropped his gaze down my body and back up. "I didn't picture you as a spandex guy, but I'm not complaining." He tilted his head to look at my ass again. "Wow. You act like you didn't see it last night." There is something to be said about being able to imagine what's under all of that terrifying orange spandex. "You can have it all later." I made a lewd face at him. "I plan on it. You don't think people will realize you're with me, as close as everyone knows we are at this point?" I lifted my shoulders. "I don't care. They can't prove it. And I offered to have a costume made for you. I was not about to join this party without knowing what it was first." He gestured at all of me. "Your loss. I'm going to have so much more fun than you do." He scrunched up his face as he said it, and I couldn't stop myself. I grabbed him by the ears to brush our lips together. We walked through the crowds, and I was free. I got a lot of compliments on my costume. I stood and took pictures with random people, while Hale laughed from the sidelines. And then it started. We did our panel, and it was a fucking smash. The video was leaked all over. When it posted officially to YouTube, our 24-hour views were better than any trailer I'd ever released. There was 3 seconds of Hale and I kissing, and it was being played over and over by every gossip columnist on the planet. They were all talking about it. Even Perez was saying how hot it was and that he'd fuck Hale in a minute. My costume was different Saturday, and we got stopped as much as Friday, but this time it wasn't for my costume. Everyone wanted a piece of Hale. He couldn't walk 3 feet without a guy coming up to him. He was being hit on left and right. They were clinging to him, all over him. Jealousy stirred inside me, and I wasn't a jealous guy. I'd had a hot wife who half the men in the country would fuck, for 10 years, but she belonged to me. This was sickening, gut-wrenching. Because of my actions and my screw-ups, no one knew Hale was mine. No one knew he went to bed with me. And this wasn't about trusting him. I did, fully. This was about being in love with someone I couldn't acknowledge publicly. I couldn't walk through the con and hold his hand. I couldn't lay any claim to him. He had all these guys who would be public with him in a second, and much better-looking guys than I was, guys who didn't have hang-ups or ex-wives or divorces to deal with. Maybe he deserved the uncomplicated life one of them could bring him. Maybe I was holding him back. But I couldn't let go. I couldn't be without him. And it really hit home how fast I was going to lose him when we stepped in the house later that afternoon. Grace had found a property on some land. The entire thing needed to be gutted. It had caught fire in the year before, and parts of it were badly burned, but the bones were there. The location was perfect. They were close enough for Hale, but far enough from the city to be bothered less. Sure, there was the risk of pictures from the beach, but if we were careful, it would be fine. Hale and I kept looking at each other as we walked through the place. He had this smile on his lips. Grace stayed outside, as I'd always preferred, and we got to explore on our own. I loved everything about it. If I bought the house now, we would have enough time to get it gutted and fixed before we finished filming. We stepped out on the deck. It was built into the side of the mountain, and they kept it as natural as possible with stone paths and an all-stone infinity pool. We stood and looked over the water. He grabbed my hand. "This is... wow." He pointed. "There's even a path to the beach. I think we should buy it." He tugged me into his arms and wrapped up around me. "I think so, too." I grabbed his face and kissed him, and he tucked a hand under the hem of my shirt, swaying to some imaginary music. I leaned into him and we moved together, holding one another. "I could really see us living here," he whispered after a few moments. "Me too." I pushed my fingers into the hair at his nape. "And we get to pick out everything for ourselves. It will be completely ours." Ours. I like that. He rested his forehead against mine. Children's voices drifted up from the beach, and I smiled. It was perfect. And then it hit me. I jumped out of his arms and spun around, but the beach wasn't visible from where we stood. The way the builders had expertly landscaped the area, only the water was visible, probably for privacy reasons. It would take someone on a boat to see us. The panic in my chest started to calm, and I stepped into Hale again, but he was stiff. His shoulders slumped forward, and I knew then the end was coming.
34. Hale. We'd settled into a routine. Filming was flying by. I wanted to force myself to be happy. I wanted to force myself into the choices Kel was making, but I couldn't reconcile them with the way I wanted to be and to live with him. I couldn't make myself see how they'd work. You can't be what I need. It was the worst possible time. We were getting ready for a live Skype interview, but I couldn't hold the words back any longer. We'd only just agreed to buy a house together yesterday, but the idea of never being able to really be with him was eating me alive. "What do you mean?" Kel asked. It was probably wrong of me to ask him this without any context. But it had been building, and what did we have? We'd forever be in the closet. He'd be attached to Rachel for who knew how long. I'd be the fuck he fucked at night and pretended to not know during the day. It hurt. We were closer before we got in bed. I deserved better than this. As much as it hurt to walk away. It might also kill my career, but what could I do? "Hale?" He put his hand on my cheek, and I pulled out of his grasp. Where did I start? What happened? Panic showed on his face. Nothing happened. His brows pulled together, and the words died on my tongue. I swallowed, trying to find them again. Something happened. He took a tentative step towards me, and I again avoided him. You won't let me touch you. I think that says a lot. I won't be able to say what I need to say if you're touching me. What the fuck does that mean? His hands balled into fists at his sides. I was terrified this would push him into a depression he wouldn't survive, but I couldn't stick around unhappy for that reason. It wasn't fair to either of us. Fine. When you can speak, you know where to find me. He turned to push out of the door to my trailer. I grabbed his sleeve and he glanced over his shoulder. I'm trying. No, you're trying to break up with me, right? It's not like that. Is the end result us breaking up? He asked. Yes. Then I don't want to know. I crossed my arms over my chest, getting defensive. You don't care enough to know? I can't get told how terrible I am anymore. I can't take it. His words were rough like sandpaper. There was an edge to him that told me he was going to drown himself in a bottle. I can't take any more reasons I'm not good enough. Please don't go drink. You don't really have a place to tell me what to do. He pulled out of my grasp and was out the door. I followed him. I had to. I cared too much. Kel, don't, he said, not stopping. I jogged to catch up to him. I'm still your friend. Some friend, he scoffed. I know I'm hurting you, but please talk to me. Fear ate at my interior like a festering wound. I couldn't let him leave like this. Like you talk to me about breaking up? I'm trying, I said, a bite showing in my tone. No, you weren't trying to talk to me. You were telling me. I hadn't gotten any words out, I said, grabbing him again. He spun on me, leaning closer to speak under his breath. You told me what the end result was going to be. There was no discussion, no room for anything. It was never a conversation. You said the end result would be us breaking up. Because we already talked about this. He narrowed his eyes and searched my face. Because I won't come out. I nodded. I can't be with someone who can't be out with me. He looked around before he spoke, checking for anyone listening, I was sure. I have my career to think about, and I made promises. That's your choice. I dropped the hold I had on him. I would never force you or tell you what you have to do. I'm telling you what I can't do. I can't keep watching Rachel treat you like shit and you cater to her for no reason. It's not about that. Really? Then why are you still doing it? What is a divorce gonna do? I took a step closer and looked down at him. Your show won't tank. You won't lose your job on the show you're producing. You might get less work, but tell me what part catering to her plays. He looked away and over my shoulder, and I knew I'd struck a nerve. I made a promise. A completely one-sided promise. I couldn't hold my tongue anymore. I know you loved her. Love her. Something. But why are you letting someone use you for that? I don't know. He looked at me, profound sadness in his eyes. I know you can be with women. I know you can love them, and I know you'll meet someone you can be straight with, but I can't. I'm gay. I have to be out to be happy. I have to fight against that for jobs and to keep fans. There isn't any other way for me to live, and I deserve a guy who will be out with me too. He covered his mouth with his hand, and his shoulders shook in a sob. I'm sorry. I know. I am too. For what it's worth, I've never felt like I do with you. With anyone else. I pressed my eyes closed, rejecting his words. How could they be true? How could he believe that and walk away? Don't give me pretty words when your actions have said otherwise. I wasn't trying to. I'm sorry, I'm fucking this all up. Just don't. The show's almost done and we don't go back to filming for what, 9 months? It'll give us time to get some perspective. He nodded, but I could tell his head and heart weren't in it. Sure, I'm gonna go. I didn't stop him. I had to let him go because if I didn't, we'd be back together and nothing would change. I watched him go and stomped off to my trailer. I sent a message to Ella, and a few minutes later there was a knock on my trailer door. Come in, I called as I sunk to a seat on the sofa.
Cal looks like shit.
I nodded. What could I say?
You did the right thing.
She took a seat next to me. What if... I couldn't say the words. I could barely process the thought.
What?
She leaned in to put a hand on my shoulder. What if he kills himself or something? She slid her hand around my neck and pulled me into a hug.
Do you think he's that bad?
No, I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm terrified. I would never forgive myself.
You can't put that on yourself.
You can't. She pulled away to look me in the eyes.
If you think it's a possibility, you do need to tell someone.
I scrubbed a hand over my face, bile eating at my throat. And if I tell someone and it gets out, but he's fine, how is that gonna look?
Better for him to be fine than dead, Hale.
You're right. I'm so worried he's never gonna forgive me. I pressed the heel of my hand into my chest, wishing the ache there would ease.
Did you have any hope to still be friends after getting involved? How often does that work?
I hated the look she gave me. there was pity there. It doesn't matter if it normally works. He has no one. I need to be there for him.
You have to give him some space.
Why? I asked, already wanting to go find him, feeling like there was more to be said.
Because if you go to him now, you'll end up in bed.
I dropped my head to lay against the sofa.
Exactly. I will go check on him.
What is he gonna say to you? I turned to give her a pointed stare.
I'll send Mel then.
I sat up. He's going to hate me if I send someone to check on him, let alone the person in charge of the production. Please don't.
Then I'm going. We can't leave him alone. I wouldn't feel safe with that after what you told me.
I nodded because what else could I do? She was right. Someone had to check on him.
I'll be back later so I can help you.
I'm fine. We both knew it was a lie.
You can be fine with me here,
she said, getting up. Thank you. I want to sleep until it stops hurting.
You both got attached fast,
she said with a frown. He's my best friend. It's a bigger void. I'm not this guy. I've never been so fucked up over a breakup.
You'll get through this. I'm gonna make sure of it.
She left without another word, and I curled into a ball, unable to sleep, too worried about Kel, and wanting to scream at Rachel.
35. Kel. Waking up without Hale was the worst feeling in the universe. I hadn't even realized how used to his presence I'd become. I was sick as I dressed for our interviews he had pushed until today. What if he didn't show up? I was good at covering, but my mind kept going to a dark place. It kept creating images of him finding solace in the arms of another man. I knew in my heart he wouldn't move on so fast, but the voices in my head whispered he could and would, and he'd be better for it. I was too much to deal with. He deserved someone who was comfortable in his skin, comfortable being out. But that wasn't even it. I didn't care if anyone thought I was gay. I wanted to live in private for a while. I craved the silence, to not be the cover of every other magazine for a year, and maybe it was career suicide, but something needed to give. I'd talked it over with my therapist after Hale had left. He said he felt this coming after I'd told him Hale had brought it up before and seemingly dropped it. We were too far apart on our feelings. I couldn't see a way for us both to be happy and to survive this, but it might kill me to lose him. I picked up the phone so many times to call him, to tell him I'd do whatever he wanted if he'd stay, and then I wanted to vomit, because it felt like Rachel all over again. But was that so wrong? I probably would have stayed with her forever and never seen the way she was treating me had I not left. It was only after some distance I saw how long she had stayed with me to use me. But I'd been happy enough, content with life, believing she loved me. How fragile an illusion it had been. Was this an arbitrary line I'd drawn in the sand, and Hale now suffered for her mistakes? I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell what was up and what was down. My therapist hadn't given me advice either. He'd told me I needed to decide what I could live with, what was best for my mental health, and then to set boundaries. Rage set in, and my knees buckled. I picked up the closest thing and hurled it at the wall. The glass shattered into a million pieces and sprayed shards in every direction on impact. I landed on my knees and curled into myself. How was I going to go on television like this? I needed to get it together. I needed to stop being so fucking stupid. A knock sounded at the door. "Give me a minute," I managed, without sounding too much like I was in the middle of a meltdown. "Can I talk to you?" Hale said through the door. Great. Back for round 2? Or maybe a suitcase this time, perhaps to tell me we weren't going to buy the house we'd picked out together? I went to all the dark places as I forced myself off the floor. I was good at spiraling and coming up with all the worst-case scenarios. I pulled open the door, and he looked how I felt. Maybe it made me a bad person, but that gave me some solace. I fucked up. No. You were honest about how you were feeling. And I knew now I couldn't ever be what he needed. The feeling was akin to continuous punches to the gut. The hits kept coming. I don't want to be without you. Hale was worn. He looked like he hadn't slept since he had left here yesterday. I'd been worried sick since I hadn't even known where he'd been staying. I don't want to be without you either. He seemed relieved and grabbed me for a kiss. I let him for a moment and parted my lips to taste him. There were parts of me that thought I'd never be able to again. So selfishly I indulged, but I couldn't continue. He started to walk me towards the bed, and I put a hand on his chest. Hale, I was so worried about you last night. He kissed my throat, and I fisted my fingers in his shirt and forced him back. I can't. My words got his attention. Why not? His brow furrowed, and I could see the worry settle into the lines on his face. We had that much in common. Whatever you're thinking, it's probably not the case. What is the case? I came back and apologized. I want to fuck and forget it happened. If I said yes, then we fucked. How long before you'd be upset again? He hung his head. We can't keep going this far apart on something, I said. Maybe you need more time. I can wait. He stepped closer to me. I mirrored it, getting space. He was intoxicating that close. And then what? You end up resenting me because you can't be you. Why don't you want to touch me? He set his jaw, and it made me curl into myself. Because it's hard to say no to you when I'm touching you. I'm sorry. I fucked up, but I can't lose you. You are who I want. For now. Tears formed at the corners of my eyes. Not for now. I've known since that first night there wouldn't be anyone but you, not feeling the way I felt. Long before I knew you felt the same. I've never felt this way before. Miserable with you would be better than happy with anyone else. I don't know how we are going to make it work, but I have to. I can't be without you. This time, when he took me in his arms, I let him. He slipped his hands under my shirt, and his touch never felt so good. My skin prickled, and I raised my arms, allowing him to remove it before I tugged his off. Chest to chest, he pulled me into bed. He captured my mouth and kissed me. We have to be on air in 30 minutes. I don't care. He shoved his hands into the back of my slacks. I detangled myself from him and stood to remove the rest of my clothes. He did the same, dumping them on the floor before stretching out for me. I climbed over him, our bodies meeting like it was the first time. I wanted to feel every inch of him. We rocked over one another's cocks, seeping pre-cum between us, slicking our skin. I want you to fuck me. He grabbed the lube, squirting some on my cock before I could object. Do you have a problem with that? He asked when I didn't move. No. But still, I didn't move. Then what are you waiting for? He asked. I know you like when I top, but I want to feel you inside of me. I love when you fuck me, like, holy fucking shit, but I want to try it this way too. I rubbed the lube over myself and then hesitated again. Do you need prep? Oh, you sweet summer child. Not even a little. I've been ready for your cock since we started fucking. He took a hold of my cock and pressed my tip against his ring. You are massive, and I want to feel you stretching me fully. It's less fun with prep. I had no idea. I eased myself forward as he bore down. My head popped inside, and I had to drop my face with a groan. Fuck. Feels amazing, doesn't it? He whispered in my ear. I had no idea. I pushed forward, slowly looking between us to watch. I might come in 2 seconds. If you do, then I'm going to use your cum as lube to fuck you. I had no words, just more groans. He grabbed my ass and shoved me the rest of the way inside him, and I almost lost it right there. He didn't even give me time to settle. He started to fuck himself on my cock, leaving me to hold on and try not to explode. "You're so easy," he said against the side of my face, and I could feel his grin on my cheek. "Only for you." He took a hold of me and flipped me under him, somehow coming up straddling my thighs. I collapsed, too engulfed by pleasure in the sight of him riding me to do much of anything. The grin he wore made it even better. He rose up on his knees and played over me, taking his time. I was thankful. It gave me time to get my release under control. I slid my hands up his thighs and then wrapped a hand around his cock. He batted it away. "No, I'm going to make you come, then fuck you." "I can't play?" I asked, reaching for him again. He groaned and dropped his head back, but didn't bat my hand away. Watching him on top of me was everything, his long, lean body on full display. I could have watched him all day. "And here I thought you were the top." I brushed my fingers through the coarse hair above his cock, exploring his body with touch. To be touching him again, when I thought we were over? My chest swelled. He must have seen the change in me because his pace slowed and he leaned over me and brushed our lips together. "What's wrong?" He cupped the side of my face with one hand as he continued to kiss. "I thought I'd never feel you again." A tear rolled down my cheek. He rubbed his nose through the moisture. "I felt the same pain last night. Then I knew I couldn't live without you." I pressed my eyes closed, holding in the sob trying to wreck me. For how long? How long until he was ready to leave again? Could I live through this happening again? "We are going to figure out a way to make it work. I'm sorry I made you lose faith in me." I wrapped both arms around him and hugged his body to mine. "I can't think you're going to break up with me every time we don't see eye to eye. And I need someone who will talk it out and compromise with me." He searched my face, and I stared into his eyes. "I will. Not to bring up my ex while I'm literally inside you, but Rachel buried it, and I don't even know how long she hasn't been in love with me. Give me some credit. I'm still hard." He moved over me, letting me feel him between us. My cock instantly responded to the movement, hardening inside of him. I pressed my eyes closed and gasped. "I think you're the only person who can keep me hard in a disagreement." "You mean you weren't crying and jacking off all night like I was?" I loved feeling his smile against my lips. "You were not. I'll show you the blisters on my hand later." I laughed. He rubbed his nose over mine. It was like no one else in the world existed, only the two of us. He was my world. When I get frustrated again, I will talk to you. And if we can't work it out, we will have someone help us. I know you're going to carry the pain from Rachel with you, and I'm sure I have baggage of my own, but I'm going to keep choosing you every day." "You're making it hard to focus." I smoothed the hand over his ass, and he continued to rock over me, edging me. "I'm only a little sorry." "I'm sure you're not." I inhaled a slow breath. "And what about us?" I didn't get a chance to fully explain. I don't want to live my life in the spotlight anymore like Rachel made me. I want to not be the cover of every magazine for a while. "I know." The sadness was evident in his voice. "Can we live our lives as we would, being out but not commenting on it?" "What do you mean?" He slowed his movements and stared at me. "Like entering places secretly and whatnot?" I shook my head. "No. What feels natural, not forced. I'm not trying to put on a show to make it obvious, but what if we do all the things we'd normally do and if pictures show up, we won't comment? You're obviously out and they can speculate what they want. My new publicist, when I find one, will tell people my relationships from here on out are private. And if I want to hold your hand in public, then hold my hand, I replied. And if we want to make out like teenagers in public? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Do you really want to make out in public? He half closed one eye in a grimace. No, not at all. I didn't think so. So we act like us, like we do together, and fuck what anyone thinks? Yes. Does that work? I want you to be happy and not resent me. It feels to me like we're meeting in the middle, but I want to make sure it feels like that for you too. My chest was tight, waiting for him to answer. Maybe he hated the idea. I couldn't tell. Thank you. He brushed his fingers through my hair. For what? For coming up with a solution. His smile was genuine. Are you sure that's okay? I'm not sure I'd ever be the guy who would publicly comment on a relationship anyway. I don't want to sneak around or hide that I'm gay, but it's no one's business what we are, and I don't want anyone but you in my relationship. It felt like a weight came off my chest. I guess I should announce my split now. And get divorced. Touché. Will you fuck me now? I half begged. Only after you come in my ass. He slammed his ass down on me. Well, that won't be difficult at all, I said through a gasp. You've been edging me for 20 fucking minutes. Better hurry up. We have an interview to get to. We were late to the interview. 36. Kel. I was so tired. Tired of running from who I wanted to be. After the interview, I called my publicist. Stacy? Kel, we haven't spoken. How was Comic-Con? Massive turnout? This is so great for your show. It was fantastic. Our panel had an overflow room. You know how to draw them. They love you, which is why I knew this would be a success. She paused. I have something from Rachel. Oh? I narrowed my eyes. Yes. She wants to see if you're available for a public appearance this weekend, so people can see you two out together. We talked it over, and we both think it would be really good for these rumors that have been popping up over the last couple of weeks. About that. She said she has Friday and Saturday night. You can sleep at your house after and get some breakfast the next morning. Stacy. Yes? I'm not doing that. Kel, as I told Rachel, it might not be easy to spend time together right now, but if you want to keep up the appearance for the release of your new show, you two are going to have to do things like this to... I cut her off. I don't want to. I know things are hard. I cut her off again. No, you misunderstand me. I don't want to keep up appearances. I'm sorry, I thought you two were keeping this tight-lipped until after the release of your show. That was Rachel's idea, and I decided it doesn't work for me. I want a statement about the split to go out today. She sputtered. Today? Well, I will need to call Rachel, and I felt bad about cutting her off all the time, but I was still paying her, and she was going to work for me. I know you're Rachel's friend, and if that is a conflict of interest working for me, I will find someone else today. I need someone who is in my corner for this and going to do as I wish. No, that's not at all a problem. I completely understand where you're coming from. I am shocked. I thought you two were on the same page. I didn't believe a word of what she said. I knew she'd worked things out with Rachel to get the most out of this before we announced the split, and I didn't care. I couldn't be bothered to find a new publicist before putting this out. That would be next week. Good. We aren't on the same page. I want the split announced and said we've been apart for a year. I want it stated that we want privacy in this time, and I want to read it before there is a whisper of it. Before you tell Rachel. But you two went to her premiere together? We went as friends. Okay, I could hear her taking notes. "And do you want me to put this out jointly with Rachel?" she asked hesitantly. "Only if she approves it after I've read it and gets on board with it today. I'm not having anyone drag their feet." "Cal?" she asked. "Yes?" "Someone else isn't rushing you into this, are they? I don't want you to come out of this looking tarnished and that you've moved on from Rachel this fast. How will that look?" "No one is making me do it. I actually won't be talking about my relationships publicly again for the foreseeable future. I will be looking at a house for the second time today before I make an offer, and I'm sure that will hit the gossip columns. Oh, of course. I'll have a draft to you in a couple of hours." "Thanks, Stacy." I hung up the phone and looked at Hale, who chewed his lip. "The shit is going to hit the fan." "You didn't have to do that today." There was fear in his eyes. "I know, but it was long overdue, and I feel lighter for it." He slipped a hand into mine. "I think you'll feel better." "I'm sure I will." "I'm not scared of it anymore." I squeezed his hand. "It's going to be an intense couple of weeks. Can you handle ending up in all the gossip columns?" "I've already been." "Not like it's going to be." I felt like I could breathe. I was excited for my new chapter. "We can stay inside until they get bored of it." His words warmed me. "You know how nice it is to hear you say that?" "We'll be shooting and exhausted anyway. And when it blows over, we'll be done shooting and can start living our lives." I brought his hand to my lips and kissed it. "And we have a month after we finish shooting before I have to be on set again." "A month?" "Yes." He groaned. "Good. We're going to need time to break in the house." "Break in the house?" I asked. "Yes. Fuck in every room. We probably won't leave for weeks. Better make sure we can get some good delivery." "Fuck." "Exactly." 37. Kel. It was easy to settle in. We fit together, and changing locations didn't disrupt our flow. The house was home, or maybe in the hours he had held me while I couldn't sleep and never gave me a reason to question his love, Hale became home. I sat on the newly delivered sofa and watched the waves roll the tide towards the shore. I should have expected it to be this easy, as we'd lived together in Vancouver for months, but I guess I let the fear get to me. I was trying not to let the next few weeks be a lead-up to disaster, but I couldn't shake the feeling they would be. I'd avoided this with Rachel for just this reason. I felt like no matter how I prepared for it, I was in a train barreling towards it with no exit. So I pretended like it wasn't happening. I'd refused to think about it while still on set, and now, well, maybe I could not think about it until it happened. I only wanted to think about this and hold on to it for as long as I was allowed before I didn't know what. But it felt like we were running towards a cliff, or it felt like I was running towards a cliff, and Hale had no idea. The ocean soothed me. I brushed my fingers over the fabric. I let it seep into my skin and wash away the worry I'd carried. I knew I should talk to Hale about it, but right now, I wanted to drown myself in the good. Was that so wrong of me? So we drifted through the first days, getting used to being able to sleep and not run off to call times. No early mornings, lazy evenings, homemade dinners, and mind-blowing sex. None of it was rushed. We spent hours in bed relearning each other's bodies in a way we'd never had time or energy for on location. Now, we had hours and hours at our disposal and nothing better to do than stay naked. Extended training sessions were about the only time we left the vicinity of each other. I came back from a morning of meetings and one of those such sessions with Reiner to find the house empty. It was quiet. Too quiet. I didn't think he had anywhere to go. I wandered around looking for him, room to room, wondering if he'd fallen asleep someplace. It didn't add up. If he'd fallen asleep, he'd had the TV on. It was too quiet. I finally found Hale on the phone, standing out in a little secluded garden area. I left him to it and walked back to the house. The rumors hadn't started, but we hadn't been in the house long. Hale and I had bought it with a blind trust to keep our privacy. I'd been waiting for the other shoe to drop for months while we were filming. For someone to discover we'd bought a house together, or the location to be leaked, but it hadn't happened yet. It would. One of us would be seen leaving, or we'd be seen leaving together, and the location would be marked and stalked. It was only a matter of time before they knew we lived together, and whatever rumors that brought with it. Who really believed anyone lived with their best friend anymore? That was a thing of the past queer people had used. I didn't suspect it would continue to work, and it wouldn't be fair to Hale for me to say as much. I would come out with it, but I wanted to do it on my time. The announcement had come out, and I'd weathered it with a lot of support from my therapist and Hale. He'd taken to making me put my phone down with a look. The rumors weren't worth reading. I'd learned, if slowly. Trust was hard for me, but Hale had stayed true to his word. We'd been linked as friends, and, of course, the divorce had been front-page news all over the tabloids, but we never came into it. Everyone thought I was straight. Why would he and I be linked? Part of me was grateful, but another part of me wanted the world to know. I wanted to be able to stand and kiss him on a street corner without the fear of how we'd be ripped apart. What would the things they were going to say do to Hale? Would they plant doubt in him? I couldn't bear to have him look at me and have that doubt present. I took a seat in the newly finished living room to wait for Hale. I'd found out this morning the first season had been the most watched show in the streaming service's history, and we'd been greenlit for a third and fourth season to lock Hale in. And, as I'd said, the work started rolling in as soon as the show had aired. I had contracts to send to his agent, but I wanted to tell him first. He was holding out for the right project, but he was going to end up as busy as I was. I was happy for him. This was the time for him to really take off, and he needed to jump on opportunities as they came, whatever that meant for us. He needed to take them, and I needed to reduce. I'd never been more sure of it. If we were meant to be, we'd survive, right? What are we ordering? I am not in the mood to cook. Hale collapsed into a seat next to me. I hadn't heard him come in, too lost in thought about the future. How'd the call go? Fine. Give me more, I demanded playfully. What was it about? He laid his head back and turned it to look at me. My agent thinks they are going to offer it to me. What? I asked, unsure which part we were talking about. We'd talked about so many. Titanium. Are you serious? I was excited and a little nervous. He held up his hands. Don't get excited yet. You know how they are with these superhero things. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's been weeks and they are still interested. I grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him to me. No jinxing. I want to eat and not think about it. I wasn't sure the nerve-wracking process of auditioning and looking for parts ever went away, but at least I knew how to support him in those ways. Didn't you do this when you left the audition with me? I narrowed my eyes. Not the same. He settled between my knees and brushed his lips over mine. Whatever you say. I parted my lips and teased my tongue against his. Food. I'm getting hangry, he said again. You're making me want to take you to bed, not eat. I grabbed his ass. He pushed back. I guess I should stop then. He wore the sexiest smirk on his pale pink lips. I grabbed him again and yanked him to me. Let's go out and celebrate. What? You heard me. We both have things to be proud of. My friend opened a restaurant I've been dying to try. I rubbed my nose over his. He used to be the sous chef in my favorite place. I've heard he's going to get at least one Michelin star. I tried to kiss him and he pulled away. What? You haven't wanted to go out since you announced your split with Rachel. I know. And now? I don't want to pretend we aren't together. I cupped his cheeks. I know. We talked this out. Whereas I don't plan to say anything to anyone. I won't hide you. I want privacy in my life. But I could never hide you. Are you sure? I don't want you to feel pressured to do this. I don't. I don't want to be so hindered by the tabloids we can't go out to dinner. I'm not saying I'll ever be a social person and want to be out all the time, but this is a big moment. Then let's go enjoy ourselves. I'll follow your lead. Maybe the conversation I was trying to force was an easy solution. Maybe this was the way I needed to go about all the bigger pictures of our relationship. I could work it out with tiny things, pushing us closer to where I needed to be. Not everything had to be a big to-do. I could bring them up as they came. I didn't have to stress. I felt him relax under my touch as he brought his lips to mine. He tasted like a sunrise. He was my joy, and I felt differently than I had months ago. Coming out on the other side of separating, I knew he had never been with me for what I could do for him. This had to work out. I had to hold on to the positive while I could. He'd book everything himself easily. I fully expected him to eclipse me with his career when he booked the superhero movie. Those guys always did. And Hale had the right energy. Come on, let's go. We've got to break up the sex a little, I said with a laugh. If I wasn't starving, I'd argue the point. He got up and offered me his hand. We got dressed and slipped into my Tesla Roadster. I called my friend on the way, and he gave me the table he always had reserved for VIPs. He only had 2 seatings a night, and the entire restaurant was close and intimate. Only 12 tables. He liked quality over quantity. He always had. I pulled into the valet and slid out of the driver's seat. Walking around the front of the car, I tossed the keys to the valet and held out my hand for Hale. He stared at it. I stepped closer to him. Stage fright? He took it with a playful glare. No. I squeezed my hand in his and strolled towards the door. Then what? I didn't expect it. I said I'd be us. Yes, but what level? We'd never held hands. He held the door for us, and I slipped inside. There were whispers as we walked to the hostess. Her eyes got wide, but to her credit, she didn't say anything when I gave my name. We walked through the limited number of tables, hand in hand, to sit towards the back, closer to the kitchen. The table was intimate, small enough for us to lean across and whisper. The place, light, was done in low fixtures and candles, leaving most of the room in shadows. We had enough privacy where pictures wouldn't be the best. I'd known that going in, but we sat close and laughed and talked hand in hand when we were eating. I paused halfway through our 8-course dinner and tucked a strand of his hair behind his ear. I love you. Thank you for dealing with all of me. You love me? He asked, staring into my eyes. I nodded. What did you mean, all of you? Hale asked, a crease forming in his brow. It wasn't exactly the response I wanted. My hesitation to be public, to take a risk, for taking so long to be with you. He placed a hand on the side of my cheek and drew me even closer. Loving you has always been easy, and a privilege. I'm lucky every day I get to spend with you. You feel the way you do, and we made it work. It's part of loving someone, too, putting in the work and figuring things out when they aren't easy. True love isn't found, it's built. Brick by brick, stone by stone. He was right. We'd carved out all the rough parts and sculpted those that brought us joy. It occurred to me what he had said in there. You love me? My chest swelled. Hale smiled. Since long before we were together. I turned my face, brushing my lips over his palm. It means a lot to me, you putting in the work. It's not work when it's with you. I want to do it all. You mean a lot to me. I smiled to myself, feeling warmth spread through my chest. We finished dinner, and I took his hand again as we walked towards the exit. There were at least 20 photogs waiting for us there. I'd have expected it, but this was... wow. I held up a hand, blinded by the flashes. Hale tried to pull his hand from mine, but I tightened my grip. He half-stepped in front of me, heading towards our waiting car. I didn't duck my head or look away. I didn't want the first pictures of us to appear ashamed. I smiled with my resolve and opened Hale's door for him. He looked at me and I nodded. He slipped inside and I waved as I walked around the front of the car to get in the driver's side. "Are you okay?" he asked as soon as the door closed behind me. Perfect. His joy was subtle but written on his face. It felt momentous, but not for me, but for our relationship. I felt like we'd unlocked another level. "Want to grab some ice cream and go eat it in bed?" I asked when he didn't say anything. "Obviously, yes." We were halfway home when my phone started to ring. California traffic. I dropped my phone when I saw the name on the screen. "Something wrong?" he asked. I rummaged around, finding my phone in my lap to show him. "Should I answer it?" "You can." "Will it bother you?" I asked. "Not at all. I know who you go to bed with." I smiled at him as I clicked answer. "Hello?" "I cannot believe you are doing this. What kind of stunt is this? Are you that desperate to sell Season 3? "I can't imagine what stunt you're referring to, Rachel. I've already got a solid lead on selling Season 3 and 4, but hello to you too." I knew what she was talking about, but I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction. "Your little stunt with Hale. It was just forwarded to me by Stacy." I'm a little shocked she hasn't called me, as she's my former publicist too. I was so glad Hale and I had found someone new. "I'm sure she wanted you to hear it from someone you're close to. You will trash your career." "I'm not at all sure what you're referring to," I said again. "That stunt with Hale." "Stunt?" I asked for clarification. "There are hundreds of pictures of you sitting in and leaving Light with him. It's one of the hottest new places to eat. You didn't think there would already be photogs there?" She was getting angrier by the minute. "It wasn't a stunt." "Then what the fuck was it?" She only swore when she was losing her cool. "I went out with Hale. It wasn't her business." "You know how this looks." Rachel's words were like ice. "You were holding his hand." "How will it look?" "Like you two are fucking." "And?" I said, baiting her. "You're straight. I know you're straight. It has to be a stunt of some sort, and it's going to backfire. Fans want you because they think they have a chance with you. If they think you're gay, they will abandon you." Since Hale is out and doesn't seem to have any trouble getting work, I think I'm fine. And I will reiterate, it wasn't a stunt. "Then what was it, Kelchrist?" "I don't think it's yours or anyone else's business what I do with my personal life." I paused. "Is there anything else?" "So you're determined to make me a laughingstock?" "And why would I be making you a laughingstock?" I said through my teeth. "Because you left me for a man. This will look like you left me for your co-star, and it will tarnish us both." "I'm not sure if you expected me to stay single forever or what, but you know you left me. I didn't leave you for anyone, and we have been split since before I even met Hale. It was your insistence to keep it quiet as long as we did. As for the rest, I don't have the energy to give a damn. People will assume what they want, and I'm not going to comment on any of it. My private life is going to stay just that. Private. From now on." "Kel!" "Good night, Rachel." I hung up the phone as I pulled into our garage. Hale sat there with eyebrows raised. "Too much?" I asked. He leaned over and kissed me. "I want to fuck you so hard after that." "And then how about a swim?" "You realize we could get seen." I lifted a shoulder. Why did we buy a beach house if not to go in the ocean? He grabbed me by the tie and pulled my face to his. "I need to be inside you now." "Either bend me over the Tesla or get inside," I demanded. I tried to pull away, but he grabbed me by the back of the neck and kissed me. "We can't have sex in the car, it's too small." "Better get inside, or you'll be touching up the paint tomorrow." This concludes Unscripted by J.R. Gray. Narrated by John Solo and Joel Leslie. Copyright 2019 by J.R. Gray. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with J.R. Gray and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.